never seen a seersucker suit before in her life, but she knew that's what it was because she'd seen it in the movies, in the old black-and-white films in which the fans churned and the parrot clucked on its perch and Sidney Greenstreet said something sinister to Humphrey Bogart. And that is what this was like. Not the sinister quality, merely the time frame. She had slipped into the past, a world now buried beneath the earth in California. And maybe that was why it was so unexpectedly comforting, rather like that Twilight Zone television episode where the harried businessman gets off the commuter train at a town happily fixed in the leisurely 19th century. Our funerals in New Orleans were the way they ought to be. Tell my friends to come. But Ellie's stark, uncomfortable service had been nothing like this, with her bone-thin, sun-tanned friends, embarrassed by death, sitting resentfully on the edge of their folding chairs. She didn't really want us to send flowers, did she? And Rowan had said, I think it would be terrible if there were no flowers. Stainless steel cross, meaningless words, the man speaking them a total stranger. Oh, and look at these flowers. Everywhere she looked she saw them, great dazzling sprays of roses, lilies, gladiolas. She did not know the names of some of these flowers. Nestled among the small curly-legged chairs, they stood, great wreaths on wire legs, and behind the chairs, and thrust 5 and 6 deep into the corners. Sprinkled with glistening droplets of water, they shivered in the chilly air, replete with white ribbons and bows, and some of the ribbons even had the name Deirdre printed on them in silver. Deirdre. Suddenly it was everywhere she looked. Deirdre, 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 the ribbons soundlessly crying her mother's name, while the ladies in the pretty dresses drank white wine from stemmed glasses, and the little girl with the hair ribbon stared at her, and a nun, even a nun in a dark blue dress and white veil and black stockings, sat bent over her cane on the edge of a chair with a man speaking into her ear, her head cocked, her small beak of a nose gleaming in the light, and little girls gathered around her. They were bringing in more flowers now, little wire trees sprouting red and pink roses amid spikes of shivering fern. How beautiful! A big blond beefy man with soft jowls set down a gorgeous little bouquet very near the distant coffin. And such an aroma rose from all these many bouquets. Ellie used to say the flowers in California had no scent. A lovely sweet perfume hung in this room. Now Rowan understood. It was sweet, the way the warm air outside had been warm, and the moist breeze moist. It seemed that all the colors around her were becoming increasingly vivid. But she felt sick again, and the strong perfume was making it worse. The coffin was far away. The crowd completely obscured it now. She thought about the house again. The high, dark house on the riverside downtown corner, as the clerk at the hotel had described it. It had to be the house that Michael kept seeing, unless there were 1,000 like it, 1,000 with a rose pattern in the cast iron and a great dark cascade of bougainvillea pouring down the faded gray wall. Oh, such a beautiful house. My mother's house. My house? Where was Michael? There was a sudden opening in the crowd, and once again she saw the long flank of the coffin. Was she seeing a woman's profile against the satin pillow from where she stood? Ellie's coffin had been closed. Graham had had no funeral. His friends had gathered at a downtown bar. You are going to have to go up to that coffin. You are going to have to look into it and see her. This is why you came, why you broke with Ellie and the paper in the safe, to see with your own eyes your mother's face. But are these things actually taking place, or am I dreaming? Look at the young girl with her arm around the old woman's shoulder. The young girl's white dress has a sash. She is wearing white stockings. If only Michael were here. This was Michael's world. If only Michael could take off his glove and lay his hand on the dead woman's hand. But what would he see? An undertaker shooting embalming fluid into her veins, or the blood being drained into the gutter of the white embalming table? Deirdre. Deirdre was written in silver letters on the white ribbon that hung from the nearby wreath of chrysanthemums. Deirdre on the ribbon across the great bouquet of pink roses. "Well, what are you waiting for? Why don't you move?" She moved back against the doorframe, watching an old woman with pale yellow hair open her arms to 3 small children. One after another they kissed the old woman's wobbling cheeks. She nodded her head. "Are all these people my mother's family?" She envisioned the house again, stripped of detail, dark and fantastically large. She understood why Michael loved that house, loved this place. And Michael didn't know that that was her mother's house. Michael didn't know any of this was happening. Michael was gone. And maybe that was all there would ever be, just that one weekend, and forever this unfinished feeling. "I gotta go home. It isn't just the visions. It's that I don't belong out here anymore. I knew it that day I went down to the ocean." The door opened behind her. Silently she stepped to the side. An older couple passed her as if she were not there, a stately woman with beautiful iron-gray hair swept back in a twist, in a perfect silk shirtwaist dress, and a man in a rumpled white suit, thick-necked and soft-voiced as he talked to the woman. "Beatrice!" Someone spoke a greeting. A handsome young man came to kiss the pretty woman with the iron-gray hair. "Darling, come in," said a female voice. "No one's seen her. She's due to arrive any time." Voices like Michael's voice, yet different. A pair of men talking in whispers over their wine glasses came between her and the couple as they moved on into the second room. Once again the front door was opening. Gust of heat, traffic. She moved over into the far corner, and now she could see the coffin clearly, see that half the lid was closed over the lower portion of the woman's body. And why that struck her as grotesque she didn't know. A crucifix was set into the tufted silk above the woman's head. Not that she could see that head, but she knew it was there. She could just see a dash of flesh color against the gleaming white. "Go on, Rowan. Go up there. Go up to the coffin. Is this more difficult than going into an operating room? Of course they will all see you, but they won't know who you are." The constriction came again, the tightening in the muscles of her face and her throat. She couldn't move. And then someone was speaking to her, and she knew she ought to turn her head and answer, but she did not. The little girl with the ribbon watched her. Why wasn't she answering? Thought the little girl. "Jerry Lonergan, can I help you? You're not Dr. Mayfair, are you?" She looked at him stupidly. The beefy man with the heavy jowls and the prettiest china blue eyes. No, like blue marble, his eyes, just perfectly round and blue. "Dr. Mayfair." She looked down at his hand. Large, heavy, a paw. Take it. Answer that way if you can't talk. The tightening in her face grew worse. It was affecting her eyes. What was this all about? Her body frozen in alarm, though her mind was in this trance, this awful trance. She made a little gesture with her head at the distant coffin. "I want to," but no words would come out. "Come on, Rowan, you flew 2,000 miles for this." The man slipped his arm around her, pressure against her back. "You want to see her, Dr. Mayfair?" See her, talk to her, know her, love her, be loved by her. Her face felt as if it were carved of ice, and her eyes were unnaturally wide. She knew it. She glanced up into his small blue eyes and nodded. It seemed a hush had fallen over everyone. Had she spoken that loud? But she hadn't said anything at all. Surely they didn't know what she looked like. Yet it seemed they were all turning to look at her as she and this man walked into the first room, and the message traveled by whispers. She looked closely at the red-haired girl with the ribbon as she passed. In fact, she stopped without meaning to, stranded on the threshold of the second room, with this nice man, Jerry Lonergan, beside her. Even the children had stopped playing. The room seemed to darken as everyone moved soundlessly and slowly, but only a few steps. Mr. Lonergan said, "You want to sit down, Dr. Mayfair?" She was staring at the carpet. The coffin was 20 feet away. Don't look up, she thought. Don't look up until you actually reach the coffin. Don't see something horrible from a distance. But what was so horrible about all this? How could this be worse than the autopsy table, except that this was her mother. A woman stepped up behind the little girl, placing her hand on the girl's shoulder. "Rowan? Rowan, I'm Alicia Mayfair. I was Deirdre's fourth cousin once removed. This is Mona, my little girl." "Rowan, I'm Pierce Mayfair," said the handsome young man on her right, extending his hand suddenly. "I'm Cortland's great-grandson." "Darling, I'm Beatrice, your cousin." Whiff of perfume. The woman with the iron-gray hair. Soft skin touching Rowan's cheek. Enormous gray eyes. "Cecilia Mayfair, Barclay's granddaughter. My grandfather was Julien's second son, born at the First Street house. And here, sister, come, this is Sister Marie Claire. Sister, this is Rowan. This is Deirdre's girl." Weren't you supposed to say something respectable to nuns? But this sister couldn't have heard. They were shouting in her ear, "Deirdre's girl! Rowan! Timothy Mayfair, your fourth cousin. We're glad to see you, Rowan. Glad to see you on this sad... Peter Mayfair, we'll talk later on. Garland was my father. Did Ellie ever talk about Garland?" Dear God, they were all Mayfairs. Polly Mayfair and Agnes Mayfair and Philip Mayfair's girls and Eugenie Mayfair, and on it went. How many of them could there possibly be? Not a family, but a legion. She was clasping one hand after another, and at the same time cleaving to the beefy Mr. Lonergan, who held her so firmly. Was she trembling? No, this is what they call shaking, not trembling. Lips brushed her cheek. "Clancy Mayfair, Clay's great-granddaughter. Clay was born at First Street before the Civil War. My mother is Trudy Mayfair here. Mother, come, let mother through." "So glad to see you, darling. Have you seen Carlotta?" "Miss Carlotta's feeling pretty bad," said Mr. Lonergan. "She'll meet us at the church. 90 years old now, you know." "Do you want a glass of water?" "She's white as a sheet, Pierce. Get her a glass of water." "Magdalene Mayfair, Remy's great-granddaughter. Remy lived at First Street for years. This is my son, Garvey, and my daughter, Lindsay. Here, Dan. Dan, say hello to Dr. Mayfair. Dan is Vincent's great-grandson. Did Ellie tell you about Clay and Vincent and—" "No, never about anyone." "Promise me you will never go back, that you'll never try to find out." But why? Why in the name of God? All these people. Why the paper, the secrecy? "Gerald's with her." Pierce stopped by. He saw her. "She's fine. She'll be at the church." "Do you want to sit down, honey? Are you all right?" "Lily, darling. Lily Mayfair. You'll never remember all our names. Don't try. Robert, honey, we'll talk to you later. Here if you need us, Rowan. Are you feeling all right?" "I am. I'm fine. I just can't talk. I can't move. There was a tightening again of the facial muscles, rigid all over. She held tighter to Mr. Lonergan's hand. He said something to them about her paying her respects now. Was he telling them to go away? A man touched her left hand. "I'm Guy Mayfair, Andrea's son, and this is my wife, Stephanie. She's Grady's daughter. She was Ellie's first cousin." She wanted to respond, was clasping each hand enough, was nodding enough, Was kissing back the old woman who kissed her enough? Another man was talking to her, but his voice was too soft. He was old. He was saying something about Sheffield. The coffin was 20 feet away at most. She didn't dare look up or look away from them, for fear she'd see it accidentally. But this is what you came for, and you have to do it. And they are here, hundreds of them. Rowan, said someone to her left, this is Fielding Mayfair, Clay's son. Such a very old man. So old she could see all the bones of his skull through his pale skin, see the lower and upper teeth and the ridges around his sunken eyes. They were holding him up. He couldn't stand by himself. And all this struggle so that he might see her? She put out her hand. He wants to kiss you, honey. She brushed his cheek with her lips. His speech was low. His eyes yellowed as he looked up at her. She tried to hear what he was saying, something about Lestat Mayfair and Riverbend. What was Riverbend? She nodded. He was too old to be treated badly. She had to say something. He was too old to be struggling like this just to pay his respect to her. When she squeezed his hand, it felt so smooth and silky and knotted and strong. I think she's going to faint, someone whispered. Surely they weren't talking about her. Do you want me to take you up to the coffin? The young man again, the handsome one, with the clean, preppy face and the brilliant eyes. I'm Pios. I met you just a second ago. Flash of perfect teeth. Ellie's first cousin. Yes, to the coffin. It's time, isn't it? She looked towards it, and it seemed that someone stepped back so that she might see. And then her eyes shifted instantly upwards, beyond the face on the propped-up pillow. She saw the flowers clustered about the raised lid, a whole jungle of flowers, and far to the right, at the foot of the coffin, a white-haired man she knew. The dark-haired woman beside him was crying and saying her rosary, and they were both looking at her. But how in the world could she possibly know that man or anyone here? But she knew him. She knew he was English, whoever he was. She knew just how his voice would sound when he spoke to her. Jerry Lonigan helped her step forward. The handsome one, Pierce, was standing beside her. She's sick, Monty, said the pretty old woman. Get her some water. Honey, maybe you should sit down. She shook her head, mouthing the word no. She looked at that white-haired Englishman again, the one with the woman who was praying. Ellie had wanted her rosary in the last week. Rowan had had to go to a store in San Francisco to buy one. The woman was shaking her head and crying and wiping her nose, and the white-haired man was whispering to her. But his eyes were fixed on Rowan. I know you. He looked at her as if she'd spoken to him, and then it came to her. The cemetery in Sonoma County, where Graham and Ellie were buried. This was the man she had seen that day by the grave. I know your family in New Orleans. And quite unexpectedly, another piece of the same puzzle fell into place. This was the man who'd been standing outside Michael's house 2 nights ago on Liberty Street. Honey, do you want a glass of water? Said Jerry Lonigan. But how could that be? How could that man have been there and here, and what had all this to do with Michael, who had described to her the house with the iron roses in the railing? Pierce said he would go get a chair. Let her just sit right here. She had to move. She couldn't just remain here staring at the white-haired Englishman, demanding of him that he explain himself, explain what he'd been doing on Liberty Street. And out of the corner of her eye, something she couldn't bear to see, something in the coffin, waiting. Here, Rowan, this is nice and cold. Smell of wine. Take a drink, darling. I would like to. I really would. But I can't move my mouth. She shook her head, tried to smile. I don't think I can move my hand. And you were all expecting me to move. I really should move. She used to think the doctors who fainted at an autopsy were fools, really. How could such a thing affect one so physically? If you hit me with a baseball bat, I might pass out. Oh, God, what you don't know about life is really just beginning to reveal itself in this room. And your mother is in that coffin. What did you think, that she would wait here alive until you came? Until you finally realized? Down here in this strange land. Why, this is like another country, this. The white-haired Englishman came towards her. Yes, who are you? Why are you here? Why are you so dramatically and grotesquely out of place? But then again, he wasn't. He was just like all of them, the inhabitants of this strange land, so decorous and so gentle, and not a touch of irony or self-consciousness or false sentiment in his kindly face. He drew close to her, gently making the handsome young man give way. Remember those tortured faces at Ellie's funeral? Not a one under 60, yet not a gray hair, not a sagging muscle. Nothing like this. Why, this is what they mean when they talk about the people. She lowered her eyes. Banks of flowers on either side of the velvet prie-dieu. She moved forward, her nails digging into Mr. Lonergan before she could stop herself. She struggled to relax her hand, and to her utter amazement she felt she was going to fall. The Englishman took hold of her left arm as Mr. Lonergan held her by the right one. "Rowan, listen to me," said the Englishman softly in her ear, in that clipped yet melodious accent. "Michael would be here if he could. I'm here in Michael's place. Michael will come tonight, just as soon as he can." She looked at him, shocked, the relief almost making her shudder. Michael was coming. Michael was somewhere close. But how could this be? Yes, very close, and unavoidably detained, he said, as sincerely as if he'd invented the words, and truly put out that he cannot be here. She saw the dim, dark, featureless First Street house again, the house Michael had been talking about all that time. And when she'd first seen him in the water, he had looked like a tiny speck of clothes floating on the surface. That can't be a drowned man, not out here, miles and miles from the land. "What can I do for you now?" said the Englishman, his voice low and secretive and utterly solicitous. "Do you want to step up to the coffin?" "Yes, please, take me up. Please help me. Make my legs move." But they were moving. He had slipped his arm around her, and he was guiding her so easily, and the conversation had started up again, thank God, though it was a low, respectful hum, from which she could extract various threads at will. She just didn't want to come to the funeral parlor, that's the truth of it. She's furious that we're all here. Keep quiet, she's 90 if she's a day, and it's 100 degrees outside. I know. Well, everyone can come to my place afterwards, I told you. She kept her eyes down on the silver handles, on the flowers, on the velvet kneeler right in front of her now. Sick again. Sick from the heat and this motionless, cool air, with the scent of the flowers hanging around her like an invisible mist. But you have to do this. You have to do it calmly and quietly. You cannot lose it. Promise me you'll never go back there. You'll never try to find out. The Englishman was holding her. Michael will come, his right hand comfortingly against her arm, his left hand steadying her left wrist as she touched the velvet-covered side of the casket. Slowly she forced herself to look up from the floor, to raise her eyes, until she saw the face of the dead woman lying right there on the satin pillow, and slowly her mouth began to open, to pull open, the rigidity shifting into a spasm. She struggled with all her strength to keep from opening her mouth. She clenched her teeth, and the shudder that passed through her was so violent that the Englishman tightened his grip. He, too, was looking down. He had known her. Look at her. Nothing else matters now. It is not important to hurry, or to think of anything else, or to worry. Just look at her. Look at her face, with all its secrets locked away now forever. And Stella's face was so beautiful in the coffin. She had such beautiful black hair. "She is going to faint. Help her. Piers, help her." "No, we have her. She's all right," said Jerry Lonergan. So perfectly, hideously dead she looked, and so lovely. Groomed she was for eternity, with the pink lipstick gleaming on her shapely mouth, and the rouge on the flawless girlish cheeks, and her black hair brushed out on the satin like girl's hair, free and beautiful, and the rosary beads, yes, rosary beads, threaded through her fingers, which are like dough as they lie on her breast, not human hands at all, but something made crudely by a sculptor. In all these years Rowan had never seen such a thing. She had seen them drowned and stabbed, and after they had died on the wards in their sleep, she had seen them colorless and pumped with chemicals, split open after weeks and months and even years for the anatomy lesson. She had seen them at the autopsy, with the blood-red organs being lifted out in the doctor's gloved hands. But never this. Never this dead and pretty thing in blue silk and lace, smelling of face powder, with her hands clasped over the rosary beads. Ageless she looked, almost like a giant little girl with her innocent hair, her face devoid of lines, even the shiny lipstick the color of rose petals. Oh, if it were only possible to open her eyes. I wish I could see my mother's eyes. And in this room filled with the very old, she is so young still. She bent down. She withdrew her hands ever so gently from the Englishman. She laid them on her pale hands, her softly melting hands. Hard, hard as the rosary beads, cold and hard. She closed her eyes and pressed her fingers into this unyielding white flesh, so absolutely dead, so beyond any breath of life, so firmly finished. If Michael were here, could he know from her hands if she had died without pain or fear? Could he know why the secrecy? Could he touch this horrid, lifeless flesh and hear the song of life still from it? Oh, please, God, whoever she was, why ever she gave me away, I hope it was without fear and pain that she died. In peace, in a sweetness like her face. Look at her closed eyes, her smooth forehead. Slowly she raised her hand and wiped the tears off her own cheek, and realized that her face was relaxed now, that she could speak if she wanted to, and that others around her were crying too, that the woman with the iron-gray hair was crying, and that the poor black-haired woman who had been crying all along was sobbing silently against the chest of the man beside her, and that the faces of those who didn't cry, everywhere she looked in the glow beyond the coffin, had become thoughtful and quiet, and rather like those faces in great Florentine paintings where the passive, faintly sad souls regard the world beyond the frame as if from a dream, gazing out from the corners of their eyes languidly. She backed away, but her eyes remained fixed on the woman in the coffin. She let the Englishman guide her again, away to a small room that waited. Mr. Lonergan was saying it was time for them all to come up one by one, that the priest was here, and he was ready. In astonishment, Rowan saw a tall old man bend gracefully and kiss the dead woman's forehead. Beatrice, the pretty one with the gray hair, came next, and whispered something as she kissed the dead woman in the same manner. A child was lifted next to do the same, and the old bald man came, heavy with his big belly making it hard, but he bent to give the kiss, whispering hoarsely for everyone to hear, "Goodbye, darling." Mr. Lonergan pushed her gently down in the chair. As he turned, the crying woman with the black hair suddenly bent near and looked into her eyes. "She didn't want to give you up," she said, her voice so thin and quick it was like a thought. "Rita May," Mr. Lonergan hissed, turning on her, taking her by the arm and drawing her back. "Is that true?" Rowan whispered. Rowan reached out to capture her retreating hand. Mr. Lonergan's face flushed. His jowls shivered slightly. He pushed the black-haired woman away, out of the door, down a small hallway. The Englishman looked down at her from the door to the big room. He gave her a little nod, his eyebrows rising as if it filled him with sadness and wondering. Slowly Rowan withdrew her gaze from him. She stared at the procession, still coming one by one, each bending as if to drink from the cool splash of a low water fountain. "Goodbye, Deirdre, dear." Did they all know? Did they all remember? The older ones, the ones who had come up to her at first? Had all the children heard in one form or another, at some time or another? The handsome one was watching her from far away. "Goodbye, sweetheart." On and on they came, seemingly without end, the rooms behind them dark and crowded as the line pressed in tighter. "Didn't want to give you up." What must it feel like to kiss her smooth, hard skin? And they did it as if it were the most natural thing in the world, the simplest thing in the world, the baby held aloft, the mother bending, the man coming so quick, and then another very old one with spotted hands and thinning hair. "Help me up, Cecil." Her foot on the velvet prie-dieu. The 12-year-old with the hair ribbon stood on tiptoe. "Rowan, do you want to be alone with her again?" Lonergan's voice. "That's your time at the end, when they've all passed. The priest will wait, but you don't have to." She looked into the Englishman's mild gray eyes. But he wasn't the one who'd spoken. It was Lonergan with his flushed and shining face and china blue eyes. Far down the little hallway stood his wife, Rita May, not daring now to come closer. "Yes, alone. One more time," Rowan whispered. Her eyes searched out the eyes of Rita May in the shadows at the end of the little hall. "True," Rita May mouthed the word as she nodded gravely. "Yes." To kiss her goodbye. Yes. The way they are kissing her. 25. The File on the Mayfair Witches. Part 10. Rowan Mayfair. Strictly confidential, this summary, and updated 1989. See Confidential File, Rowan Mayfair, London, for all related materials. Computer password required. Rowan Mayfair was adopted legally by Ellen Louise Mayfair and her husband Graham Franklin on the date of Rowan's birth, November 7th, 1959. At this point, Rowan was taken by plane to Los Angeles, where she lived with her adopted parents until she was 3 years old. The family then moved to San Francisco, California, where they lived in Pacific Heights for 2 years. When Rowan was 5, the family made its final move to a house on the shore of Tiburon, California, across the bay from San Francisco, which had been designed by architects Trammell, Porter, and Davis, expressly for Graham and Ellie and their daughter. The house is a marvel of glass walls, exposed redwood beams, and modern plumbing fixtures and appliances. It includes enormous decks, its own 25-foot pier, and a boat channel which is dredged twice yearly. It commands a view of Sausalito across Richardson Bay and San Francisco to the south. Rowan lives alone in this house now. At the time of this writing, Rowan is almost 30 years old. She is 5 feet 10 inches tall. She has short, softly bobbed blonde hair and large, pale gray eyes. She is undeniably attractive, with remarkably beautiful skin and dark straight eyebrows and dark eyelashes and an extremely beautiful mouth. Yet, for the sake of comparison, it can be said that she has none of the glamour of Stella, or the sweet prettiness of Antha, or the dark sensuality of Deirdre. Rowan is delicate, yet boyish. In some of her pictures, her expression, on account of her straight dark eyebrows, is reminiscent of Mary Beth. It is my belief that she resembles Peter Van Abel, but there are definite differences. She does not have his deep-set eyes, and her blonde hair is ashen rather than gold. But her face is narrow, like that of Peter Van Abel, and there is a Nordic look to Rowan, just as there is to Peter in his portraits. Rowan appears cold to people, yet her voice is warm and deep and slightly husky, what is called a whiskey voice in America. People say you have to know her, really, to like her. This is strange, because our investigation indicates that very few people know her, but she is almost universally liked. Summary of materials on Rowan's adoptive parents, Ellie Mayfair and Graham Franklin. Ellen Louise Mayfair was the only daughter of Sheffield, son of Cortland Mayfair. She was born in 1923 and 6 years old when Stella died. Ellie lived in California almost exclusively from the time that she entered Stanford University at 18 years of age. She married Graham Franklin, a Stanford law graduate, when she was 31. Graham was 8 years younger than Ellie. Ellie seems to have had very little contact with her family even before she went to California, as she went away to a boarding school in Canada when she was only 8, 6 months after her mother's death. Her father, Sheffield Mayfair, seems never to have recovered from the loss of his wife, and though he visited Ellie often, taking her on shopping sprees in New York, he kept her away from home. He was the most quiet and reclusive of Cortland's sons, and possibly the most disappointing, in that he worked doggedly in the family firm, but seldom excelled or participated in important decisions. Everyone depended upon him, Cortland said after his death. What is relevant here is that after the age of 8, Ellie saw very little of the Mayfairs, and her lifelong friends in California were people she had met there, along with a few girls from the Canadian boarding school with whom she kept in touch. We don't know what she knew of Antha's life and death, or even of Deirdre's life. Her husband, Graham Franklin, knew nothing about Ellie's family, apparently, and some of the remarks he made over the years are entirely fanciful. She came from a great plantation down there. They're the sort of people who keep gold under the floorboards. I think they were probably descended from the Buccaneers. Oh, my wife's people? They were slave traders, weren't they, honey? They all have colored blood. Family gossip at the time of the adoption said that Ellie had signed papers for Carlotta Mayfair, saying she would never let Rowan discover anything about her true background and never permit her to return to Louisiana. Indeed, these papers are part of the official adoption records, being formalized personal agreements between the parties and involving staggering transfers of money. During the first year of Rowan's life, over $5 million was transferred in successive installments, from the account of Carlotta Mayfair in New Orleans to the accounts of Ellie Mayfair in California, in the Bank of America and the Wells Fargo Bank. Ellie, rich in her own right, through the trust funds left to her from her father Sheffield and later from her grandfather Cortland. Maybe Cortland would have changed this arrangement had there been time, but the paperwork had been done decades before. Set up an immense trust fund for her adoptive daughter Rowan, to which half of this $5 million was added over the next 2 years. The remaining half was transferred, as it came in, directly to Graham Franklin, who invested the money prudently and successfully, largely in real estate, a gold mine in California, and who continued to invest Ellie's money, regular payments from her trust, in community property and investments over the years. Though he made a very high salary as a successful lawyer, Graham had no family money, and his enormous estate, owned in common with his wife at the time of his death, was the result of his skillful use of her inherited money. There is considerable evidence that Graham resented his wife, and resented his emotional as well as financial dependence upon her. He could not have possibly supported his lifestyle, yachts, sports cars, extravagant vacations, a palatial modern house in Tiburon, on his salary. And he funneled enormous sums of Ellie's money directly out of their joint account into the hands of various mistresses over the years. Several of these women had told our investigators that Graham was a vain and slightly sadistic man, yet they found him irresistible, giving up on him only when they realized that he really loved Ellie. It wasn't just her money. He couldn't live without her. He has to get back at her from time to time, and that's the only reason he cheats. Graham once explained to a young airline stewardess whom he subsequently put through college that his wife swallowed him, and that he had to have something on the side, meaning a woman, or he was nothing and nobody at all. When he discovered that Ellie had fatal cancer, he went into a panic. Legal partners and friends have described in detail his total inability to deal with Ellie's sickness. He would not discuss the illness with her. He would not listen to her doctors. He refused to enter her hospital room. He moved his mistress into a Jackson Street apartment right across from his office in San Francisco and went over to see her as often as 3 times a day. He immediately instigated an elaborate scheme to strip Ellie of all the family property, which now amounted to an immense fortune, and was in the process of trying to declare Ellie incompetent so that he could sell the Tiburon house to his mistress, when he himself died suddenly, 2 months before Ellie, from a stroke. Ellie inherited his entire estate. Graham's last mistress, Karen Garfield, an exquisite young fashion model from New York, poured out her woes to one of our investigators over cocktails. She had been left with $500,000, and that was just fine, but she and Graham had planned a whole life together. The Virgin Islands, the Riviera, the works. Karen herself died of a series of massive heart attacks, the first of which occurred an hour after Karen visited Graham's house in Tiburon to try to explain things to his daughter Rowan. That bitch! She wouldn't even let me have his things. All I wanted were a few keepsakes. She said, "Get out of my mother's house." Karen lived for 2 weeks after the visit, long enough to say many unkind things about Rowan, but apparently Karen never connected her sudden and inexplicable cardiac deterioration to her visit. Why should she? We did make this connection, as the following summary will show. When Ellie died, Rowan told Ellie's closest friends that she had lost her best and only friend in this world. This was probably true. Ellie Mayfair was all her life a very sweet and somewhat fragile human being, beloved by her daughter and her numerous friends. According to these friends, she always evinced something of a Southern belle charm, though she was an athletic, modern California woman in every way, easily passing for 20 years younger than she was, which was not uncommon with her contemporaries. Indeed, her youthful looks may have constituted her only obsession, other than the welfare of her daughter Rowan. She had cosmetic surgery twice in her 50s, facial tightening, frequented expensive beauty salons, and dyed her hair continuously. In pictures with her husband, taken a year before her death, she appears to be the younger person. Devoted to Graham and completely dependent upon him, she ignored his affairs, and with reason. As she told one friend, "He's always home at 6 o'clock for dinner, and he's always there when I turn out the lights." Indeed, the source of Graham's charm for Ellie and for others other than his looks was apparently his great enthusiasm for living and the easy affection he lavished on those around him, including his wife. One of his lifelong friends, an older lawyer, explained it this way to our investigator. "He got away with those affairs because he was never inattentive to Ellie. Some of the other guys around here should take a lesson from that. What women hate is when you turn cold to them. If you treat them like queens, they'll let you have a concubine or two outside the palace." At this point, we simply do not know how important it is to gather more information about Graham Franklin and Ellie Mayfair. What seems relevant here is that they were normal, upper-middle-class Californians and extremely happy in spite of Graham's deceptions until the very last year of their lives. They went to the San Francisco Opera on Tuesday nights, the symphony on Saturday, the ballet now and then. They owned a dazzling succession of Bentleys, Rolls-Royces, Jaguars, and other fine cars. They spent as much as $10,000 a month on clothes. On the open decks of their beautiful Tiburon home, they entertained friends lavishly and fashionably. They flew to Europe or Asia for brief, luxurious vacations. And they were extremely proud of "our daughter the doctor," as they called Rowan, light-heartedly, to their many friends. Though Ellie was supposed to be telepathic, it was a parlor game type of thing. She knew who it was when the phone rang. She could tell you what playing card you were holding in your hand. Otherwise, there was nothing unusual about this woman, except perhaps that she was very pretty, resembling many other descendants of Rowan Mayfair, and had her great-grandfather's ingratiating manner and seductive smile. The last time I myself saw Ellie was at the funeral of Nancy Mayfair in New Orleans in January of 1988. She was at that time 63 or 4, a beautiful woman, about 5 feet 6 inches in height, with darkly tanned skin and jet-black hair. Her blue eyes were concealed behind white-rimmed sunglasses. Her fashionable cotton dress flattered her slender figure, and, indeed, she had something of the glamour of a film actress, to wit, a California patina. Within half a year she was dead. When Ellie died, Rowan inherited everything, including Ellie's family trust fund, and an additional trust fund which had been set up, Rowan knew nothing about it, when Rowan was born. As Rowan was then and is now an extremely hard-working physician, her inheritance has made almost no appreciable difference in her day-to-day life. But more on that in the proper time. Rowan Mayfair, From Childhood to the Present Time. Non-obtrusive surveillance of Rowan indicated that this child was extremely precocious from the beginning, and may have had a variety of psychic powers of which her adoptive parents appeared unaware. There is also some evidence that Ellie Mayfair refused to acknowledge anything strange about her daughter. Whatever the case, Rowan seems to have been the pride and joy of both Ellie and Graham. As already indicated, the bond between mother and child was extremely close until the time of Ellie's death. However, Rowan never shared her mother's love of parties, lunches, shopping sprees, and other such pursuits, and was never, even in later adolescence or young adulthood, drawn into Ellie's wide circle of female friends. Rowan did share her parents' passion for boating. She accompanied the family on boat trips from her earliest years, learning to manage Graham's small sailboat, the Wind Singer, on her own when she was only 14. When Graham bought an ocean-going cruiser named the Great Angela, the whole family took long trips together several times a year. By the time Rowan was 16, Graham had bought her her own seaworthy twin-engine, full-displacement hull yacht, which Rowan named the Sweet Christine. The Great Angela was at that time retired, and the whole family used the Sweet Christine, but Rowan was the undisputed skipper, and over everyone's advice and objections, Rowan frequently took the enormous boat out of the harbor by herself. For years it was Rowan's habit to come directly home from school and to go out of San Francisco Bay into the ocean for at least 2 hours. Only occasionally did she invite a close friend to go along. "We never see her till 8 o'clock, Ellie would say, "and I worry, oh, how I worry, but to take that boat away from Rowan would be to kill her. I just don't know what to do." Though an expert swimmer, Rowan is not a daredevil sailor, so to speak. The Sweet Christine is a heavy, slow, 40-foot Dutch-built cruiser designed for stability in rough seas, but not for speed. What seems to delight Rowan is being alone in it, out of sight of land, in all kinds of weather. Like many people who respond to the Northern California climate, she seems to enjoy fog, wind, and cold. All who have observed Rowan seem to agree that she is a loner and an extremely quiet person who would rather work than play. In school she was a compulsive student, and in college a compulsive researcher. Though her wardrobe was the envy of her classmates, it was, she always said, Ellie's doing. She herself had almost no interest in clothes. Her characteristic off-duty attire has been for years rather nautical: jeans, yachting shoes, oversized sweaters and watch caps, and a sailor's peacoat of navy blue wool. In the world of medicine, particularly that of neurosurgery, Rowan's compulsive habits are less remarkable, given the nature of the profession, yet even in this field Rowan has been seen as obsessive. In fact, Rowan seems born to have been a doctor, though her choice of surgery over research surprised many people who knew her. When she was in the lab, said one of her colleagues, her mother had to call her and remind her to take time out to sleep or eat. One of Rowan's early elementary school teachers noted in the record when Rowan was 8 that this child thinks she is an adult. She identifies with adults. She becomes impatient with other children, but she is too well behaved to show it. She seems terribly, terribly alone. Telepathic powers. Rowan's psychic powers began to surface in school from the time she was 6 years old. Indeed, they may have surfaced long before that, but we have not been able to find any evidence before that time. Teachers queried informally, or deviously, about Rowan tell truly amazing stories about the child's ability to read minds. However, nothing we have discovered indicates that Rowan was ever considered an outcast or a failure or maladjusted. She was throughout her school years an overachiever and an unqualified success. Her school pictures reveal her to have been an extremely pretty child, always, with tanned skin and sun-bleached blonde hair. She appears secretive in these pictures, as if she does not quite like the intrusion of the camera, but never affected or ill at ease. Rowan's telepathic abilities became known to teachers rather than to other students, and they follow a remarkable pattern. "My mother had died," said a first-grade teacher. "I couldn't go back to Vermont for the funeral, and I felt terrible. Nobody knew about this, you understand. But Rowan came up to me at recess. She sat beside me, and she took my hand. I almost burst into tears at this tenderness. 'I'm sorry about your mother,' she said. She sat there with me in silence. Later, when I asked her how she knew, she said, 'It just popped into my head.' I think that child knew all kinds of things that way. She knew when the other kids were envious of her. How lonely she always was." Another time, when a little girl was absent from school for 3 days without explanation, and school authorities could not reach her, Rowan quietly told the principal there was no reason to be alarmed. The girl's grandmother had died, said Rowan, and the family had gone off to the funeral in another state, completely forgetting to call the school. This turned out to be true. Again, Rowan could not explain how she had known, except to say, "It just came into my head." We have some 24 stories similar to this one, and what characterizes almost all of them is that they involve not only telepathy, but empathy and sympathy on the part of Rowan, a clear desire to comfort or minister to a suffering or confused person. That person was invariably an adult. The telepathic power is never connected with tricks, frightening people, or quarrels of any kind. In 1966, when Rowan was 8, she used this telepathic ability of hers for the last time, as far as we know. During her 4th-grade term at a private school in Pacific Heights, she told the principal that another little girl was very sick and ought to see a doctor, but Rowan didn't know how to tell anyone. The little girl was going to die. The principal was horrified. She called Rowan's mother and insisted that Rowan be taken to a psychiatrist. Only a deeply disturbed little girl would say something like that. Ellie promised to talk with Rowan. Rowan said nothing further. However, the little girl in question was diagnosed within a week as having a rare form of bone cancer. She died before the end of the term. The principal has told the story over dinner countless times. She deeply regretted her censure of Rowan. She wished, in particular, that she had not called Mrs. Mayfair, because Mrs. Mayfair became so terribly upset. It may have been concern on Ellie's part which put an end to this sort of incident in Rowan's life. Ellie's friends all knew about it. Ellie was damned near hysterical. She wanted Rowan to be normal. She said she didn't want a daughter with strange gifts. Graham thought the whole thing was a coincidence, according to the principal. He bawled out the woman for calling and telling Ellie when the poor little girl died. Coincidence or not, this entire affair seems to have put an end to Rowan's demonstrations of her power. It is safe to assume that she shrewdly decided to go underground as a mind reader, or even that she deliberately suppressed her power to the point where it became non-existent or extremely weak. Try as we might, we find nothing about her telepathic abilities from then on. People's memories of her all have to do with her quiet brilliance, her indefatigable energy, and her love of science and medicine. She was that girl in high school who collected the bugs and the rocks, calling everything by a long Latin name. Frightening, absolutely frightening, said her high school chemistry teacher. I wouldn't have been surprised if she had reinvented the hydrogen bomb one weekend in her spare time. It has been speculated within the Talamasca that Rowan's suppression of her telepathic power may have something to do with the growth of her telekinetic power, that she rechanneled her energy, so to speak, and that the two powers represent both sides of the same coin. To put it differently, Rowan turned away from mind and toward matter. Science and medicine became her obsessions from her junior high school years on. Rowan's only real boyfriend during her teenage years was also brilliant and reclusive. He seems to have been unable to take the competition. When Rowan was admitted to UC Berkeley and he was not, they broke up bitterly. Friends blamed the boyfriend. He later went east and became a research scientist in New York. One of our investigators bumped into him at a museum opening and brought the conversation around to psychics and mind readers. The man opened up about his old high school sweetheart who had been psychic. He was still bitter about it. I loved that girl, really loved her. Her name was Rowan Mayfair, and she was very unusual looking, not pretty in an ordinary way. But she was impossible. She knew what I was thinking even before I knew it. She knew when I'd been out with someone else. She was so damned quiet about it. It was eerie. I heard she became a neurosurgeon. That's scary. What will happen if the patient thinks something negative about her before he goes under the anesthesia? Will she slice the thought right out of his head? The fact is, no one reporting on Rowan mentions pettiness in connection with her. She is described as formidable, just as Mary Beth Mayfair was once described, but never small-minded or vindictive, or unduly aggressive in any personal way. By the time Rowan entered UC Berkeley in 1976, she knew that she wanted to be a doctor. She was a straight-A student in the pre-medicine program, took courses every summer, though she still went on vacation often with Graham and Ellie, skipped an entire year, and graduated at the top of her class in 1979. She entered medical school when she was 20, apparently believing that neurological research would be her life's work. Her academic progress during this period was thought to be phenomenal. Numerous teachers speak of her as the most brilliant student I have ever had. She isn't just smart, she's intuitive. She makes astonishing connections. She doesn't just read a book, she swallows it and comes up with 6 different implications of the author's basic theory, of which the author never dreamed. The students have nicknamed her Dr. Frankenstein because of her talk about brain transplants and creating whole new brains out of parts. But the thing about Rowan is she's a real human being. No need to worry about brilliance without a heart. Oh, Rowan? Do I remember Rowan? You have to be kidding. Rowan could have been teaching the class instead of me. You want to know something funny? And don't you ever tell anyone this. I had to go out of town at the end of the term, and I gave Rowan all the class papers to grade. She graded her own class. Now, if that ever gets out, I'm ruined. But we struck a bargain, you see. She wanted a key to the laboratory over the Christmas break, and I said, well, how about grading these papers? And the worst part of it was the first time I didn't get a single student complaint about a grade. Rowan, I wish I could forget her. People like Rowan make the rest of us feel like jerks. She isn't brilliant. That's what people think, but there's more to it. She's some sort of mutant. No, seriously. She can study the research animals and tell you what's going to happen. She would lay her hands on them and say, this drug isn't going to do it. I'll tell you something else she did, too. She could cure those little creatures. She could. One of the older doctors told me once that if she didn't watch it, she could upset the experiments by using her powers to cure. I believe it. I went out with her one time, and she didn't cure me of anything, but boy, was she ever hot. I mean, literally hot. It was like making love to somebody with a fever. And that's what they say about faith healers, you know, the ones who have been studied. You can feel a heat coming from their hands. I believe it. I don't think she should have gone into surgery. She should have gone into oncology. She could have really cured people. Surgery? Anybody can cut them up. Let us add that this doctor himself is an oncologist, and non-surgeons frequently make extremely pejorative statements about surgeons, calling them plumbers and the like, and surgeons make similar pejorative remarks about non-surgeons, saying things such as, all they do is get the patients ready for us. Rowan's power to heal. As soon as Rowan entered the hospital as an intern, her third year of medical school, stories of her healing powers and diagnostic powers became so common that our investigators could pick and choose what they wanted to write down. In sum, Rowan is the first Mayfair witch to be described as a healer since Marguerite Mayfair at Riverbend before 1835. Just about every nurse ever questioned about Rowan has some fantastic story to tell. Rowan could diagnose anything. Rowan knew just what to do. Rowan patched up people who looked like they were ready for the morgue. She can stop bleeding. I've seen her do it. She grabbed a hold of this boy's head and looked at his nose. Stop, she whispered. I heard her. And he just didn't bleed any more after that. Her more skeptical colleagues, including some male and female doctors, attribute her achievements to the power of suggestion. Why, she practically uses voodoo, you know, saying to a patient, "Now we're going to make this pain stop." Of course it stops. She's got them hypnotized. Older black nurses in the hospital know Rowan has the power, and sometimes ask her outright to lay those hands on them when they are suffering severe arthritis or other such aches and pains. They swear by Rowan. She looks into your eyes. "Tell me about it, where it hurts," she says, and she rubs with those hands, and it don't hurt. That's a fact. By all accounts, Rowan seems to have loved working in the hospital, and to have experienced an immediate conflict between her devotion to the laboratory and her newfound exhilaration on the wards. "You could see the research scientist being seduced," said one of her teachers sadly. "I knew we were losing her. And once she stepped into the operating room, it was all over. Whatever they say about women being too emotional to be brain surgeons, no one would ever say such a thing about Rowan. She's got the coolest hands in the field." Note the coincidental use of cool and hot in reference to the hands. There are indications that Rowan's decision to abandon research for surgery was a difficult, if not traumatic, one. During the fall of 1983, she apparently spent considerable time with a Dr. Carl Lemley of the Keplinger Institute in San Francisco, who was working on cures for Parkinson's disease. Rumors at the hospital indicated that Lemley was trying to lure Rowan away from university with an extremely high salary and ideal working conditions, but that Rowan did not feel she was ready to leave the emergency room or the operating room or the wards. During Christmas of 1983, Rowan seems to have had a violent falling out with Lemley, and thereafter would not take his calls. Or so he told everyone at university over the next few months. We have never been able to learn what happened between Rowan and Lemley. Apparently Rowan did agree to see him for lunch in the spring of 1984. Witnesses saw them in the hospital cafeteria, where they had quite an argument. A week later, Lemley entered the Keplinger private hospital, having suffered a small stroke. Another stroke followed, and then another, and he was dead within the month. Some of Rowan's colleagues criticized her severely for her failure to visit Lemley. Lemley's assistant, who later took his place at the Institute, said to one of our investigators that Rowan was highly competitive and jealous of his boss. This seems unlikely. No one, to our knowledge, has ever connected the death of Lemley with Rowan. However, we have made the connection. Whatever happened between Rowan and her mentor, she frequently described him as such before their falling out, Rowan committed herself to neurosurgery shortly after 1983 and began operating exclusively on the brain after she completed her regular residency in 1985. She is, at the time of this writing, completing her residency in neurosurgery and will undoubtedly be board certified and probably hired as the staff attending at university within the year. Rowan's record as a neurosurgeon so far, though she is still a resident and technically operating under the eye of the attending, is as exemplary as one might expect. Stories abound of her saving lives on the operating table, of her uncanny ability to know in the emergency room whether surgery will save a patient, of her patching up axe wounds, bullet wounds, and skull fractures resulting from falls and car collisions, of her operating for 10 hours straight without fainting, of her quiet and expert handling of frightened interns and cranky nurses, and of disapproving colleagues and administrators who have advised her from time to time that she takes too many risks. Rowan, the miracle worker, has become a common epithet. In spite of her success as a surgical resident, Rowan remains extremely well liked at the hospital. She is a doctor upon whom others can rely. Also, she elicits exceptional devotion from the nurses with whom she works. In fact, her relationship with these women, there are a few male nurses, but the profession is still predominantly female, is so exceptional as to beg for an explanation. And the explanation seems to be that Rowan goes out of her way to establish personal contact with nurses, and that indeed she displays the same extraordinary empathy regarding their personal problems that she displayed with her teachers years ago. Though none of these nurses report telepathic incidents, they say repeatedly that Rowan seems to know when they are feeling bad, to be sympathetic with their family difficulties, and that Rowan finds some way to express her gratitude to them for special services. And this from an uncompromising doctor who expects the highest standards of those on the staff. Rowan's conquest of the operating room nurses, including those famous for being uncooperative with women surgeons, is something of a legend in the hospital, whereas other female surgeons are criticized as having a chip on their shoulder, or being too superior, or just plain bitchy, remarks which seem to reflect considerable prejudice, all things considered. The same nurses speak of Rowan as if she were a saint. She never screams or throws a tantrum like the men do. She's too good for that. She's as straight as a man. I'd rather be in there with her than some of these men doctors, I tell you. She's beautiful to work with. She's the best. I love just to watch her work. She's like an artist. She's the only doctor who's ever going to open my head, I can tell you that. To put this more clearly into perspective, we are still living in a world in which operating room nurses sometimes refuse to hand instruments to women surgeons, and patients in emergency rooms refuse to be treated by women doctors, and insist that young male interns treat them, while older, wiser, and more competent women doctors are forced to stand back and watch. Rowan appears to have transcended this sort of prejudice entirely. If there is any complaint against her among members of her profession, it is that she is too quiet. She doesn't talk enough about what she's doing to the young doctors who must learn from her. It's hard for her, but she does the best she can. As of 1984, she seemed to have escaped completely the curse of the Mayfairs, the ghastly experiences that plagued her mother and her grandmother, and to be on the way to a brilliant career. An exhaustive investigation of her life had turned up no evidence of Lasher's presence, or indeed any connection between Rowan and ghosts or spirits or apparitions. And her strong telepathic powers and healing powers seemed to have been put to extraordinarily productive use in her career as a surgeon. Though everyone around her admired her for her exceptional accomplishments, no one thought of her as weird or strange, or in any way connected with the supernatural. As one doctor put it when asked to explain Rowan's reputation, she's a genius. What else can I say? Later discoveries. However, there is more to the story of Rowan which has surfaced only in the last few years. One part of that story is entirely personal and no concern of the Talamasca. The other part of it has us alarmed beyond our wildest expectations as to what may happen to Rowan in the years that lie ahead. Allow us to deal with the insignificant part first. In 1985, the complete lack of any social life on the part of Rowan aroused our curiosity. We asked our investigators to engage in closer surveillance. Within weeks, they discovered that Rowan, far from having no social life, has a very special kind of social life, including very virile working-class men whom she picks up from time to time in any one of 4 different San Francisco bars. These men are predominantly firefighters or uniformed policemen. They are invariably single. They are always extremely good-looking and extremely well-built. Rowan sees them only on the Sweet Christine, in which they sometimes go out to sea and other times remain in the harbor, and she rarely sees any one of them more than 3 times. Though Rowan is very discreet and unobtrusive, she has become the subject of some gossip in the bars she frequents. At least 2 men have been embittered by their inevitable rejection by her, and they talked freely to our investigators. But it became apparent that they knew almost nothing about Rowan. They thought she was a rich girl from Tiburon who had snubbed them or used them. They had no idea she was a doctor. One of them repeatedly described the Sweet Christine as Daddy's fancy boat. Other men who have known Rowan are more objective. She's a loner, that's all. I liked it, actually. She didn't want any string attached, and neither did I. I would have liked it once or twice more, maybe, but it's got to be mutual. I understand her. She's an educated girl who likes old-fashioned men. A superficial investigation of 12 different men seen leaving Rowan's house between 1986 and 1987 indicated that all were highly regarded firefighters or policemen, some with sterling records and decorations, and all considered by their peers and later girlfriends to be nice guys. Further digging also confirmed that Rowan's parents knew about her preference for this sort of man as early as her undergraduate years. Graham told his secretary that Rowan wouldn't even speak to a guy with a college degree, that she only went out with hairy-chested galoots, and one of these days she was going to discover that these non-compos mentis apes were dangerous. Ellie also expressed her concern to her friends. She says they're all cops and firemen, and that those kind of men only save lives. I don't think she knows what she's doing, but as long as she doesn't marry one of those men, I suppose it's all right. You should see the one she brought home last night. I got a glimpse of him on the side deck. Beautiful red hair and freckles. Just the cutest Irish cop you ever saw. As things stand now, I have put a halt to this investigation. I feel we have no grounds to pursue this aspect of Rowan's life further. And, indeed, the bars in which Rowan picks up her cops and firemen are so few that asking questions about Rowan truly violates her privacy by drawing attention to her. And in some instances, our questions have encouraged rather degrading talk on the part of crude men who actually knew nothing about Rowan, but claimed to have heard this or that vulgar detail from someone else. I do not think that this aspect of Rowan's life is any concern of ours, except to note that her tastes seemed similar to that of Mary Beth Mayfair, and that such a pattern of random and limited contacts reinforces the idea that Rowan is a loner and a mystery to everyone who knows her. That she does not talk about herself to these bed partners is obvious. Perhaps she cannot talk about herself to anyone, and this may be one key to understanding her compulsions and her ambitions. Rowan's telekinetic power. The other aspect of Rowan's life, only lately discovered, is far more significant and represents one of the most disturbing chapters in the entire history of the Mayfair family. We have only begun to document this second secret aspect of Rowan, and we feel compelled to continue our investigations and to consider the possibility of contact with Rowan in the very near future, though we are deeply troubled about disturbing her ignorance regarding her family background, and we cannot in conscience make contact without disturbing her ignorance. The responsibilities involved are immense. In 1988, when Graham Franklin died of a cerebral hemorrhage, our investigator in the area wrote us a brief description of the event, adding only a few details, namely that the man had died in Rowan's arms. As we knew of the deep division between Graham Franklin and his dying wife Ellie, we read this report with some care. Could Rowan have somehow caused Graham's death? We were curious to know. As our investigators sought more information about Graham's plan to divorce his wife, they came in contact with Graham's mistress, Karen Garfield, and reported in due time that Karen had suffered several severe heart attacks. Then they reported her death, 2 months following that of Graham. Attaching no significance to it whatsoever, they had also reported a meeting between Rowan and Karen the day that Karen was rushed to the hospital with her first major attack. Karen had spoken to our investigator. "You're a cute guy, I like you," only hours after seeing Rowan. She was in fact talking to the man when she broke off because she wasn't feeling well. The investigations did not make the connection, but we did. Karen Garfield was only 27. Her autopsy records, which we obtained fairly easily, indicated that she had had an apparent congenital weakness of the heart muscle and a congenital weakness of the artery wall. She sustained a hemorrhage in the artery and then major heart failure, and after the initial damage to the heart muscle, she simply could not recover. The subsequent bouts of heart failure weakened her progressively until she finally died. Only a heart transplant could have saved her, and as she had a very rare blood type, that was out of the question. And besides, there wasn't time. The case struck us as very unusual, especially since Karen's condition had never given her any trouble before. When we studied Graham's autopsy, we discovered that he, too, had died of an aneurysm, or weakness of the artery wall. A massive hemorrhage had killed him almost instantly. We ordered our investigators to go back through Rowan's life as best they could and look for any sudden death through heart failure, cerebrovascular accident, or any such internal traumatic cause. In sum, this meant making casual and unobtrusive inquiries of teachers who might remember Rowan and her classmates, and inquiries of students who might remember such things at UC Berkeley or University Hospital. Not such an easy thing to accomplish, but easier than one unfamiliar with our methods might suppose. In truth, I expected the investigation to turn up nothing. People with this kind of telekinetic power, the power to inflict severe internal damage, are almost unheard of, even in the annals of the Talamasca. And certainly we had never seen anyone in the Mayfair family who could bring death with that kind of force. Many Mayfairs moved objects, slammed doors, caused windows to rattle, but in almost every incident it could have been pure witchcraft, to wit, the manipulation of Lasher or other lowly spirits, rather than telekinesis. And if it was telekinesis, it was the garden variety and nothing more. Indeed, the history of the Mayfairs was the history of witchcraft, with only mild touches of telepathy or healing power or other psychic abilities mixed in. In the meantime, I studied all the information we had on Rowan. I could not help but believe that Deirdre Mayfair would be happy if she could read such a history, if she could know that her daughter was so deeply admired and so uniformly successful, and I vowed to myself that I would never do anything to disturb the happiness or the peace of mind of Rowan Mayfair, that if the Mayfair history, as we knew it and understood it, was coming to an end in the liberated figure of Rowan, then we could only be glad for Rowan, and could do nothing to affect that history in any way. After all, only a tiny bit of information about the past might change the course of Rowan's life. We could not risk such intervention. In fact, I felt we had to be prepared to close the file on Rowan and on the Mayfair witches as soon as Deirdre was released in death. On the other hand, we had to be prepared to do something if, when Ellie died, Rowan went back to New Orleans to find out about her past. Within 2 weeks of Ellie's funeral, we knew that Rowan was not going back. She had just commenced her final year as senior resident in neurosurgery and could not possibly take the time. Also, our investigators had discovered that Rowan had been asked by Ellie to sign a paper swearing officially that she would never go to New Orleans or seek to know who her real parents were. Rowan had signed this paper. There was no indication that she did not mean to honor it. Perhaps she would never set eyes on the First Street house. Perhaps, somehow, the curse would be broken. and Carlotta Mayfair would be victorious in the end. On the other hand, it was too soon to know, and what was to stop Lasher from revealing himself to this highly psychic young woman who could read people's minds more strongly perhaps than her mother or grandmother, and whose enormous ambition and strength echoed that of ancestors like Marie Claudette or Julien or Mary Beth, about whom she knew nothing, but about whom she might soon find out a lot. As I pondered all these things, I also found myself thinking often of Peter Van Abel. Peter, whose father had been a great surgeon and anatomist in Leiden, a name in the history books to this day. I longed to tell Rowan Mayfair, "See that name, that Dutch doctor who was famous for his study of anatomy? That is your ancestor. His blood and his skill, perhaps, have come down to you through all the generations and the years." These were my thoughts when, in the fall of 1988, our investigators began to report some amazing findings regarding traumatic deaths in Rowan's past. It seems that a little girl fighting with Rowan on the playground in San Francisco had suffered a violent cerebral hemorrhage and died within a few feet of the hysterical Rowan before an ambulance could even be called. Then, in 1974, when Rowan was a teenager, she was saved from assault at the hands of a convicted rapist when the man suffered a fatal heart attack as Rowan struggled to fight him off. In 1984, on the afternoon that he first complained of a severe headache, Dr. Carl Lemley of the Keplinger Institute told his secretary Berenice that he had just seen Rowan unexpectedly and that he could not understand the animosity she felt for him. She had become so angry when he tried to speak to her that she had cut him in front of the other doctors at university. In fact, she'd given him a bad headache. He needed some aspirin. He was hospitalized for the first of his successive hemorrhages that night, and died within a matter of weeks. That made 5 deaths from cerebrovascular or cardiovascular accident among Rowan's close associates. 3 of these people had died while Rowan was present. 2 had seen her within hours of taking ill. I told my investigators to run an exhaustive check on every single one of Rowan's classmates or colleagues, and to check each and every name with the death records in San Francisco and in the city of the person's birth. Of course, this would take months, but within weeks they had found yet another death. It was Owen Gander who called me, a man who has worked directly for the Talamasca for 20 years. He is not a member of the order, but he has visited the mother house, and he is one of our most trusted confidants, and one of the best investigators we have. This was his report. At UC Berkeley in 1978, Rowan had had a terrible argument with another student over some laboratory work. Rowan felt that the girl had deliberately meddled with her equipment. Rowan had lost her temper, an extremely rare occurrence, and thrown a piece of equipment to the ground, breaking it, and then turned her back on the girl. The girl then ridiculed Rowan until other students came between them, insisting that the girl stop. The girl went home that night to Palo Alto, California, as the spring break began the following day. By the end of spring break, she had died of a cerebrovascular hemorrhage. There was no indication from the record that Rowan ever knew. When I read this, I called Gander immediately from London. "What makes you think Rowan didn't know?" I asked. "None of her friends knew. After I found the girl's death in the Palo Alto records, I researched her with Rowan's friends. They all remembered the fight, but they didn't know what happened to the girl afterward. Not a single one knew. I asked them pointedly. Never saw her again. Guess she dropped out of school. Never knew her very well. Don't know what happened to her. Maybe she went back to Stanford. That's it. UC Berkeley is an enormous university. It could have happened like that." I then advised the investigator to proceed with the utmost discretion to discover whether Rowan knew what had happened to Graham's mistress, Karen Garfield. "Call her sometime in the evening. Ask for Graham Franklin. When she tells you Graham is dead, explain that you are trying to find Karen Garfield, but try to upset her as little as possible and don't stay on the line very long." The investigator called back the following evening. "You're right." "About what?" I asked. "She doesn't know she's doing it. She doesn't have any idea that Karen Garfield is dead. She told me Karen lived somewhere on Jackson Street in San Francisco. She suggested I try Graham's old secretary. Aaron, she doesn't know." "How did she sound?" "Weary, faintly annoyed, but polite. She has a beautiful voice, really. Rather exceptional voice. I asked her if she'd seen Karen. I was really pushing it. She said that she didn't actually know Karen, that Karen had been a friend of her father's. I believe she was perfectly sincere." "Well, she had to know about her stepfather and about the little girl on the playground. And she had to know about the rapist." "Yes, but Aaron, probably none of them was deliberate. Don't you see? She was hysterical when that little girl died. She was hysterical after the rape attempt. As for the stepfather, she was doing everything she could to resuscitate him when the ambulance arrived. She doesn't know, or if she does know, she can't control it. It might be scaring her half to death." I told Gander to reconsider the matter of the young lovers in greater detail. Look for any relevant deaths among policemen or firefighters in San Francisco or Marin County. Go back to the bars Rowan frequented. Start a conversation with one of her former lovers. Say you're looking for Rowan Mayfair. Has anybody seen her? Does anybody know her? Be as discreet and non-disruptive as possible, but dig. Gander called 4 days later. There had been no such suspicious deaths among any young men in the departments who could conceivably be connected to Rowan, but one thing had emerged from the investigators' talks in the bar. One young fireman, who admitted to knowing Rowan and liking her, said she was no mystery to him, rather she was an open book. "She's a doctor, she likes saving people's lives, and she hangs around with us because we do the same thing." "Did Rowan actually say that to the young man?" "Yes, she told him that. He made a joke about it. Imagine, I went to bed with a brain surgeon. She fell in love with my medals. It was great while it lasted. Do you think if I pull somebody out of a burning building, she'll give me another chance?" Gander laughed. "She doesn't know, Aaron. She's hooked on saving people, and maybe she doesn't even know why." "She has to know. She's too good a doctor not to know," I said. "Remember, this girl is a diagnostic genius. She must have known with the stepfather. Unless, of course, we're wrong about the whole thing." "We're not wrong," said Gander. "What you've got here, Aaron, is a brilliant neurosurgeon descended from a family of witches who can kill people just by looking at them. And on some level she knows it. She has to. And she spends every day of her life making up for it in the operating room. And when she goes out on the town, it's with some hero who's just saved a kid from a burning attic or a cop who's stopped a drunk from stabbing his wife. She's sort of mad, this lady. Maybe as mad as all the rest." In December of 1988, I went to California. I had been to the States in January to attend the funeral of Nancy Mayfair, and I deeply regretted not having gone on to the coast at that time to try to get a glimpse of Rowan. But no one had an inkling then that both Ellie and Graham would be dead within 6 months. Rowan was now all alone in the house in Tiburon. I wanted to have a look at her, even if it was from a distance. I wanted to make some appraisal which depended upon my seeing her in the flesh. By that time we had not, thank God, turned up any more deaths in Rowan's past. As the senior resident in neurosurgery, she was working a hectic, if not inhuman, schedule at the hospital, and I found it far more difficult to get a glimpse of her than I ever imagined. She left the hospital from a covered parking lot and drove into a covered garage at home. The sweet Christine, moored at her very doorstep, was concealed entirely by a high redwood fence. At last I entered University Hospital, sought out the doctor's cafeteria, and hovered near it in a small visitors' area for 7 hours. To my knowledge, Rowan never passed. I resolved to follow her from the hospital, only to discover that there was no way to discover when she might be leaving. When she arrived was also a mystery. There was no discreet way to press anyone for details. I could not risk hanging about in the area adjacent to the operating rooms. It wasn't open to the public. The waiting room for the family members of those having surgery was strictly monitored, and the rest of the hospital was like a labyrinth. I didn't know, finally, what to do. I was thrown into consternation. I wanted to see Rowan, but I dreaded disturbing her. I could not bear the thought of bringing darkness into her life, of clouding the isolation from the past, which seemed on the surface to have served her so well. On the other hand, if she was actually responsible for the deaths of 6 human beings. Well, I had to see her before I could make a decision. I had to see her. Unable to come to any decision, I invited Gander for a drink at the hotel. Gander felt Rowan was deeply troubled. He had watched her off and on for over 15 years. She had had the wind knocked out of her by the death of her parents, he said, and we could now pretty fairly well confirm that her random contact with the boys in blue, as he called her lovers, had dropped off in the last few months. I told Gander I would not leave California without a glimpse of her. If I had to hover in the underground parking lot near her car, the absolutely worst way possible to achieve a sighting, until she appeared. "I wouldn't try that, old man," said Gander. "Underground parking lots are the spookiest places. Her little psyche antennae will pick you up instantly. Then she'll misinterpret the intensity of your interest in her, and you'll get a sudden stabbing pain in the side of your head. Next, you'll suddenly—" "I follow the drift, Owen," I said dismally. "But I must get a good look at her in some public place where she isn't aware of me." "Well, make it happen," said Gander. "Do a little witchcraft yourself. Synchronicity, isn't that what they call it?" The following day I decided to do some routine work. I went to the cemetery where Graham and Ellie were buried to photograph the inscriptions on the stones. I had twice asked Gander to do this, but somehow he had never gotten around to it. I think he enjoyed the other aspects of the investigation much more. While I was there, the most remarkable thing happened. Rowan Mayfair appeared. I was down on my knees in the sun, making a few notes on the inscriptions, having already taken the photographs, when I became aware of this tall young woman in a sailor's coat and faded dungarees coming up the hill. She seemed all legs and blowing hair for a moment, a very fresh-faced and lovely young creature. Quite impossible to believe she was 30 years old. On the contrary, her face had almost no lines in it at all. She looked exactly like the photographs taken of her years ago, yet she looked very much like someone else, and for one moment the resemblance so distracted me that I could not think who it was. Then it came to me. It was Peter Van Abel. She had the same blonde, pale-eyed look. It was very nearly Scandinavian, and she appeared extremely independent and extremely strong. She approached the grave and stopped only a few feet away where I knelt, clearly taking notes from her stepmother's headstone. At once I began to talk to her. I cannot remember precisely what I said. I was so flustered that I didn't know what I should say to explain my appearance there, and very slowly I sensed danger, just as surely as I had sensed it with Cortland years ago. I sensed enormous danger. In fact, her smooth, pale face, with its large gray eyes, seemed suddenly filled with pure malice. Then a wall went up behind her expression. She closed down, rather like a giant receiver which is suddenly and soundlessly turned off. I realized with horror that I had been talking about her family. I had told her that I knew the Mayfairs of New Orleans. It was my feeble excuse for what I was doing there. Did she want to have a drink, talk about old family matters? Dear God, what if she said yes? But she said nothing, absolutely nothing, at least not in words. I could have sworn, however, that the closed receiver suddenly became a highly focused speaker, and she communicated to me quite deliberately that she couldn't avail herself of my offer. Something dark and terrible and painful prevented her from doing it. And then she seemed lost in confusion, lost in misery. In fact, I have seldom, if ever in my life, felt such pure pain. It came to me in a silent flash that she knew she had killed people. She knew she was different in a horrible and mortal way. She knew it, and the knowledge sealed her up as if she were buried alive inside herself. Perhaps it had not been malice which I felt only moments before, but whatever had taken place was now concluded. I was losing her. She was turning away. Why she had come, what she meant to do, I would never know. At once I offered her my card. I put it in her hand. She gave it back to me. She wasn't rude when she did it. She simply did it. She put it right back in my hand. The malice leapt out of her like a flash of light from a keyhole. Then she went dim. Her body tensed, and she turned and walked off. I was so badly shaken that for a long moment I could not move. I stood in the cemetery watching her walk down the hill. I saw her get into a green Jaguar sedan. Off she drove without glancing back. Was I ill? Had I suffered a severe pain somewhere? Was I about to die? Of course not. Nothing like that had happened. Yet I knew what she could do. I knew, and she had told me. But why? By the time I reached the Campton Place Hotel in San Francisco, I was thoroughly confused. I decided I would do nothing further for the present. When I met with Gander, I said, "Keep up the surveillance. Get as close as you dare. Watch for anything that indicates she is using the power. Report to me at once." "Then you're not going to make contact?" "Not now. I can't justify it. Not until something else happens, and that could be either of two things. She kills someone else, deliberately or accidentally, or her mother dies in New Orleans and she decides to go home." "Aaron, that's madness. You have to make contact. You can't wait until she goes back to New Orleans. Look, old man, you have pretty much told me the whole story over the years, and I don't claim to know what you people know about it. But from everything you've told me, this is the most powerful psychic the family has ever produced. Who's to say she's not a powerful witch as well? When her mother finally goes, why would this spook Lasher miss an opportunity like this?" I couldn't answer, except to say what Owen already knew. There were absolutely no sightings of Lasher in Rowan's history. So he's biding his time. The other woman's still alive. She has the necklace, but when she dies, they have to give it to Rowan. From what you've told me, it's the law. I called Scott Reynolds in London. Scott is no longer our director, but he is the most knowledgeable person in the Order on the subject of the Mayfair witches next to me. "I agree with Owen. You have to make contact. You have to. What you said to her in the cemetery was exactly what you should have said, and on some level you know it. That's why you told her you knew her family. That's why you offered her the card. Talk to her. You have to." "No, I disagree with you. It isn't justified. Aaron, this woman is a conscientious physician, yet she's killing people. Do you think she wants to do that sort of thing? On the other hand—" "What?" "If she does know, this contact could be dangerous. I have to confess I don't know how I would feel about all this if I were there, if I were you." I thought it over. I decided that I would not do it. Everything that Owen and Scott had said was true, but it was all conjecture. We did not know whether Rowan had ever deliberately killed anyone. Possibly she was not responsible for the 6 deaths. We could not know whether she would ever lay her hands on the emerald necklace. We did not know if she would ever go to New Orleans. We did not know whether or not Rowan's power included the ability to see a spirit or to help Lasher to materialize. But of course we could pretty well conjecture that Rowan could do all that. But that was just it. It was conjecture. Conjecture and nothing more. And here was this hard-working doctor, saving lives daily in a big city operating room, a woman untouched by the darkness that shrouded the First Street house. True, she had a ghastly power, and she might again use it, either deliberately or inadvertently. And if that happened, then I would make contact. "I see. You want another body on the slab," said Owen. "I don't believe there is going to be another," I said angrily. "Besides, if she doesn't know she's doing it, why should she believe us?" "Conjecture," said Owen, "like everything else." Summation. As of January 1989, Rowan has not been connected with any other suspicious death. On the contrary, she has worked tirelessly at University Hospital at Working Miracles, and will very likely be appointed attending physician in neurosurgery before the end of the year. In New Orleans, Deirdre Mayfair continues to sit in her rocking chair, staring out over the ruined garden. The last sighting of Lasher, a nice young man standing beside her, was reported 2 weeks ago. Carlotta Mayfair is nearing 90 years of age. Her hair is entirely white, though the style of it has not changed in 50 years. Her skin is milky, and her ankles are perpetually swollen over the tops of her plain black leather shoes. But her voice remains quite steady, and she still goes to the office every morning for 4 hours. Sometimes she has lunch with the younger lawyers before she takes her regular taxi home. On Sundays she walks to Mother of Perpetual Help Chapel to go to Mass. People in the parish have offered to drive her to Mass, and indeed any place else that she would like to go, but she says that she likes walking. She needs the fresh air. It keeps her in good health. When Sister Bridget Marie died in the fall of 1987, Carlotta attended the funeral with her nephew, cousin actually, Gerald Mayfair, a great-grandson of Clay Mayfair. She is said to like Gerald. She is said to be afraid she may not live long enough to see Deirdre at peace. Maybe Gerald will have to take care of Deirdre after Carlotta is gone. To the best of our knowledge, Rowan Mayfair knows none of these people. She knows no more today of her family history than she did when she was a little girl. Ellie was so afraid Rowan would try to find out about her real parents, said a friend recently to Gander. I got the feeling it was an awful story, but Ellie would never talk about it, except to say that Rowan must be protected at all costs from the past. I am content to watch and to wait. I feel, irrationally perhaps, that I owe this much to Deirdre. That she did not want to give up Rowan is quite obvious to me. That she would have wanted Rowan to have a normal life is beyond doubt. There are times when I am tempted to destroy our file on the Mayfair witches. Has any other history involved us in so much violence and so much pain? Of course, such a thing is unthinkable. The Talamasca would never allow it, and never forgive it if I did it on my own. Last night, after I completed my final draft of the above summary, I dreamed of Stuart Townsend, whom I had met only once when I was a small boy. In the dream, he was in my room and had been talking to me for hours, yet when I awoke I could recall only his last words. "You see what I am saying? It's all planned." He was dreadfully upset with me. "I don't see," I said out loud when I woke up. In fact, it was my own voice which awakened me. I was amazed to discover that the room was empty, that I had been dreaming, that Stuart wasn't really there. I don't see. That is the truth. I don't know why Cortland tried to kill me. I don't know why such a man would go to such a ghastly extreme. I don't know what really happened to Stuart. I don't even really know why Stella was so desperate that Arthur Langtry take her away. I don't know what Carlotta did to Antha, or whether or not Cortland fathered Stella, Antha, and Deirdre's baby. I don't see. But there is one thing of which I am certain. Some day, regardless of whatever she promised Ellie Mayfair, Rowan Mayfair may go back to New Orleans, and if she does, she will want answers, dozens upon dozens of answers. And I fear I am the only one now. We in the Talamasca are the only ones who can possibly hope to reconstruct for her this sad tale. Aaron Leitner, The Talamasca, London, January 15th, 1989. 26. On and on it went, exotic and dreamlike still in its strangeness, a ritual from another country, quaint and darkly beautiful, as the whole party spilled out into the warm air, and then into a fleet of limousines which drove them silently through narrow, crowded, treeless little streets. Before a high brick church, St. Mary's Assumption, the long, lumbering, shiny cars stopped, one after another, oblivious to the derelict school buildings with their broken windows, and the weeds rising triumphant from every fissure and crack. Carlotta stood on the church steps, tall, stiff, her thin spotted hand locked on the curve of her gleaming wooden cane. Beside her an attractive man, white-haired and blue-eyed, and not much older than Michael, perhaps, whom the old woman dismissed with a brittle gesture, beckoning for Rowan to follow her. The older man stepped back with young Pierce after quickly clasping Rowan's hand. There was something furtive in the way he whispered his name, Rowan Mayfair, glancing anxiously at the old woman. Rowan understood he was young Pierce's father. And into the immense nave they all moved, the entire assemblage following the coffin on its rolling bier. Footfalls echoed softly and loudly under the graceful Gothic arches, light striking brilliantly the magnificent stained-glass windows and the exquisitely painted statues of the saints. Seldom even in Europe had she seen such elegance and grandeur. Faintly, Michael's words came back to her about the old parish of his childhood, about the jam-packed churches which had been as big as cathedrals. Could this have been the very place? There must have been 1,000 people gathered here now, children crying shrilly before their mothers shushed them, and the words of the priest ringing out in the vast emptiness as if they were a song. The straight-backed old woman beside her said nothing to her. In her wasted, fragile-looking hands she held with marvelous capability a heavy book, full of bright and lurid pictures of the saints. Her white hair, drawn back into a bun, lay thick and heavy against her small head, beneath her brimless black felt hat. Aaron Leitner remained back in the shadows by the front doors, though Rowan would have had him stay beside her. Beatrice Mayfair wept softly in the second pew. Pierce sat on the other side of Rowan, arms folded, staring dreamily at the statues of the altar, at the painted angels high above. His father seemed to have lapsed into the same trance, though once he turned and his sharp blue eyes fixed deliberately and unselfconsciously on Rowan. By the hundreds they rose to take Holy Communion, the old, the young, the little children. Carlotta refused assistance as she made her way to the front and then back again, her rubber-tipped cane thumping dully, then sank down into the pew with her head bowed as she said her prayers. So thin was she that her dark gabardine suit seemed empty, like a garment on a hanger, with no contour of a body at all within it, her legs like sticks plunging to her thick string shoes. The smell of incense rose from the silver censer as the priest circled the coffin. At last the procession moved out to the waiting fleet in the treeless street. Dozens of small black children, some barefoot, some shirtless, watched from the cracked pavements before a shabby, neglected gymnasium. Black women stood with bare arms folded, scowling in the sun. Can this really be America? And then through the dense shade of the garden district, the caravan plunged bumper to bumper, with scores of people walking on either side of it, children skipping ahead, all advancing through the deep green light. The walled cemetery was a veritable city of peaked-roof graves, some with their own tiny gardens, paths running hither and thither past this tumbling-down crypt, or this great monument to firefighters of another era, or the orphans of this or that asylum, or to the rich who had had the time and money to etch these stones with poetry, words now filled with dust and wearing slowly away. The Mayfair crypt itself was enormous and surrounded by flowers. A small iron fence encircled the little building, marble urns at the four corners of its gently sloping peristyle roof. Its 3 bays contained 12 coffin-sized vaults, and from one of these the smooth marble stone had been removed so that it gaped dark and empty for the coffin of Deirdre Mayfair to be placed inside like a long pan of bread. Urged politely to the front ranks, Rowan stood beside the old woman. The sun flashed in the old woman's small, round, silver-rimmed glasses as grimly she stared at the word Mayfair carved in giant letters within the low triangle of the peristyle. And Rowan, too, looked at it, her eyes once again dazzled by the flowers and the faces surrounding her, as, in a hushed and respectful voice, young Pierce explained to her that though there were only 12 slots, Numerous Mayfairs had been buried in these graves, as the stones on the front revealed. The old coffins were broken up in time to make way for new burials, and the pieces, along with the bones, were slipped into a vault beneath the grave. Rowan gasped faintly. "So they're all down there," she whispered, half in wonder. "Higgledy-piggledy underneath." "No, they are in hell or heaven," said Carlotta Mayfair, her voice crisp and ageless as her eyes. She had not even turned her head. Pierce backed away as if he were frightened of Carlotta, a quick flash of an uncomfortable smile illuminating his face. Ryan was staring at the old woman. But the coffin was now being brought forward, the pall-bearers actually supporting it on their shoulders, their faces red from the exertion, sweat dripping from their foreheads as they set down the heavy weight upon its wheeled stand. It was time for the last prayers. The priest was here again with his acolyte. The heat seemed motionless and impossible suddenly. Beatrice was blotting her flushed cheeks with a folded handkerchief. The elderly, save for Carlotta, were sitting down where they could on the ledges surrounding the smaller graves. Rowan let her eyes drift to the top of the tomb, to the ornamented peristyle with the words Mayfair in it, and above the name in bas-relief a long open door. Or was it a large open keyhole? She wasn't sure. When a faint, damp breeze came, stirring the stiff leaves of the trees along the pathway, it seemed a miracle. Far away by the front gate, the traffic moving in sudden vivid flashes behind him, Aaron Leitner stood with Rita Mae Lonergan, who had cried herself out and looked nearly bereft, like those who have waited on hospital wards with the dying all through a long night. Even the final note struck Rowan as a bit of picturesque madness, for as they drifted back out the main entrance, it became clear that a small party of them would now move into the elegant restaurant directly across the street. Mr. Leitner whispered his farewell to her, promising that Michael would come. She wanted to press him, but the old woman was staring at him coldly, angrily, and he had seen this, obviously, and was eager to withdraw. Bewildered, Rowan waved goodbye, the heat once again making her sick. Rita Mae Lonergan murmured a sad farewell to her. Hundreds said their goodbyes as they passed quickly. Hundreds came to embrace the old woman. It seemed to go on forever, the heat bearing down and then lifting, the giant trees giving a dappled shade. "We'll talk to you again, Rowan. Are you staying, Rowan? Goodbye, Aunt Carl. You took care of her." "We'll see you soon, Aunt Carl. You have to come out to Metairie." "Aunt Carl, I'll telephone you next week." "Aunt Carl, are you all right?" At last the street stood empty, except for the steady stream of bright, noisy, indifferent traffic, and a few well-dressed people wandering out of the obviously fancy restaurant and squinting in the sudden bright light. "I don't want to go in," said the old woman. She gazed coldly at the blue and white awnings. "Oh, come on, Aunt Carl, please, just for a little while," said Beatrice Mayfair. Another slender young man, Gerald was his name, held the old woman's arm. "Why don't we go for a few minutes?" she said to Carlotta. "Then I'll take you home." "I want to be alone now," said the old woman. "I want to walk home alone." Her eyes fixed on Rowan. Unearthly, their ageless intelligence flashing out of the worn and sunken face. "Stay with them as long as you wish," she said, as if it were an order, "and then come to me. I'll be waiting at the First Street house." "When would you like for me to come?" Rowan asked carefully. A cold, ironic smile touched the lips of the old woman, ageless like the eyes and the voice. "When you want to come. That will be soon enough. I have things to say to you. I'll be there." "Go with her, Gerald." I'm taking her, Aunt Bee. You may drive along beside me if you wish, Carlotta said, as she bowed her head and placed her cane before her. But I am walking alone. Once the glass doors of the restaurant called Commander's Palace had been shut behind them, and Rowan had realized they were now in a faintly familiar world of uniformed waiters and white tablecloths, she glanced back through the glass at the whitewashed wall of the graveyard and at the little peaked roofs of the tombs visible over the top of the wall. The dead are so close they can hear us, she thought. Ah, but you see, said the tall, white-haired Ryan, as if he'd read her mind, in New Orleans we never really leave them out. 27. An ashen twilight was deepening over Oak Haven. The sky was scarcely visible any more. The oaks had become black and dense, the shadows beneath them broadening to eat the last of the warm summer light that clung to the dim gravel road. Michael sat on the deep front gallery, chair tipped back, foot on the wooden railing, cigarette on his lip. He had finished the Mayfair history, and he felt raw and exhilarated and filled with quiet excitement. He knew that he and Rowan were now the new chapter yet unwritten. He and Rowan, who had been characters in this narrative for some time. For a long moment he clung almost desperately to the enjoyment of the cigarette and watched the changes in the dusky sky. The darkness gathered itself everywhere now on the far-flung landscape, the distant levee vanishing so that he could no longer make out the cars as they passed on the road, but only see the yellow twinkle of their lights. Each sound, scent, and shift of color aroused in him a deluge of sweet memories, some without place or mark of any kind. It was simply the certainty of familiarity, that this was home, that this was where the cicadas sang like no place else. But it was an agony, this silence, this waiting, this many thoughts crowding his brain. The lighted lamps in the room behind him grew brighter as the day died around him. Now it was their soft illumination falling on the manila folders in his lap. Why hadn't Aaron called him? Surely the funeral of Deirdre Mayfair was over. Aaron had to be on his way back, and maybe Rowan was with him. Maybe Rowan had instantly forgiven Michael for not being there. He hadn't forgiven himself yet, and was coming here to be with him, and they would talk together tonight, talk over everything in this safe and wholesome place. But there was one more folder to read, one more sheaf of notes, obviously intended for his eyes. Better get to it now, quickly. He crushed out the cigarette in the ashtray on the little camp table beside him, and lifting the folder into the yellow light, he opened it now. Loose papers, some handwritten, some typed, some printed. He began to read. Copy mailgram sent to Talamasca Mother House, London, from Aaron Leitner. August 1989, Parker Meridian Hotel, New York. Just completed casual meeting interview with Deirdre Mayfair's doctor from 1983, here in New York, as assigned. Several surprises. Will send full handwritten transcript of interview. Tape was lost. Doctor requested it from me and I gave it to him, which I will complete on the plane to California. But want to communicate an extremely interesting development and ask for a file search and study. This doctor claims to have seen Lasha, not only near Deirdre, but some distance away from the First Street house, on 2 occasions, and on at least one of these occasions, in a Magazine Street bar, Lasha clearly materialized. Note the heat, the movement of the air, all fully described by the man. Also, the doctor became convinced that Lasha was trying to stop him from giving Deirdre her tranquilizing medication, and that when Lasha later appeared to him, he was trying to get this doctor to come back to First Street and intervene in some way with Deirdre. The doctor only came to this interpretation at a later time. When the appearances were happening, he was frightened. He heard no words from Lasher. He received no clear telepathic message. On the contrary, he felt the spirit was trying desperately to communicate, and could only do it through his mute appearances. This doctor shows no evidence at all of being any sort of natural medium. Appropriate action. Pull every sighting of Lasher since 1958 and study each carefully. Look for any such sighting when Deirdre was not in the vicinity. Make a list of all sightings and give approximate distance from Deirdre. As it stands now, preliminary to such an investigation, I can only conclude that Lasher may have gained considerable strength in the last 20 years, or has always had more strength than we realize, and can in fact materialize where he chooses. I don't want to be hasty in drawing such a conclusion, but this seems more than likely, and Lasher's failure to implant any clear words or suggestions in the doctor's mind only reinforces my opinion that the doctor himself was not a natural medium and could not have been assisting these materializations. As we well know, with Peter Van Abel, Lasher was working with the energy and imagination of a powerful psyche with profound moral guilt and conflict. With Arthur Langtry, Lasher was dealing with a trained medium, and those appearances and/or materializations happened only on the First Street property in proximity to Antha and Stella. Can Lasher materialize when and where he wants to? Or does he merely have the strength to do it at greater distances from the witch? This is what we have to discover. Yours in the Talamasca, Aaron. P.S. Will not attempt sighting of Rowan Mayfair while in San Francisco. Attempted contact with Michael Curry takes precedence this trip. Phone call earlier today from Gander before I left New York indicated Curry is now a semi-invalid in his house. However, please notify me at the St. Francis Hotel if there are any new developments in the Mayfair case. Will remain in San Francisco as long as required to make contact and offer assistance to Curry. Note to file, August 1989. Handwritten, neatly, black ink on lined paper. I'm aboard a 747 heading for the coast. Have just reread the transcript. It's my firm opinion that there is something very unusual in this doctor's story. As I review the Mayfair file hastily, what hits me is this. Rita Mae Dwyer Lonergan heard Lasher's voice in 1955-56. This doctor claims to have seen Lasher a great distance from the First Street house. Maybe a casual meeting between Gander and Rowan should be attempted, so that Gander can try to determine whether or not Rowan has seen Lasher, but it seems so unlikely. Can't attempt this myself. Absolutely cannot do it now. Curry's situation too important. Feelings about Curry. I continue to believe that there is something very special about this man, apart from his harrowing experience. He needs us. There's no question of that. Gander is right about that. But my feeling has to do with him and us. I think he might want to become one of us. How can I justify such a feeling? 1. I have read over all the articles pertaining to his experience several times, and there is something unsaid here, something to do with his life being at a point of stasis when he was drowned. I have a strong impression of a man who was waiting for something. 2. The man's background is remarkable, especially his formal education. Gander confirms background in history, especially European history. We need that kind of person desperately. He is weak in languages, but everyone today is weak in languages. 3. But the main question regarding Curry is this. How do I get to see him? I wish the entire Mayfair family would go away for a while. I don't want to think of Rowan while I am on Curry. Michael quickly leafed through the rest of the last folder. All articles on him and articles he had read before. 2 large, glossy United Press International photographs of him, a typewritten biography of him, compiled mostly from the attached materials. Well, he knew the file on Michael Curry. He put all this aside, lighted a fresh cigarette, and returned to the handwritten account of Aaron's meeting in the Parker Meridian with the doctor. It was very easy to read Aaron's fine script. The descriptions of Lasha's appearances were neatly underlined. He finished the account, agreeing with Aaron's remark. Then he got up from the porch chair, taking the folder with him, and went inside to the desk. His leather-covered notebook lay there where he'd left it. He sat down, staring blindly at the room for a moment, not really seeing that the river breeze was blowing the curtains, or that the night was utter blackness outside, or that the supper tray lay on the ottoman before the wing chair, just as it had since it arrived, with the food beneath its several silver-domed covers untouched. He lifted his pen and began to write. I was 6 years old when I saw Lasha in the church at Christmas behind the crib. That would have been 1947. Deirdre would have been the same age, and she might have been in the church. But I have the strongest feeling that she wasn't there. When Lasha showed himself to me in the municipal auditorium, she might have been there too, but again, we can't know, to quote Aaron's favorite clause. Nevertheless, the appearances per se have nothing to do with Deirdre. I have never seen Deirdre in the garden of First Street, nor anywhere to my knowledge. Undoubtedly, Aaron has already written up what I've told him, and the same suggestion is relevant. Lasha appeared to me when he was not in the vicinity of the witch. He can probably materialize where he wants to. The question is still why. Why me? And other connections are even more tantalizing and nerve-wracking. For example, this may not matter much, but I know Rita Mae Dwyer Lonergan. I was with her and Marie Louise on the riverboat the night she got drunk with her boyfriend, Terry O'Neill. For that, she was sent to St. Rose, where she met Deirdre Mayfair. I remember Rita Mae going to St. Rose. Does this mean nothing? And something else, too. What if my ancestors worked in the garden district? I don't know that they did or didn't. I know my father's mother was an orphan, reared at St. Margaret's. I don't think she had a legal father. What if her mother had been a maid in the First Street house? But my mind is just going crazy. After all, look what these people have done in terms of breeding. When you do this with horses and dogs, it's called inbreeding or line breeding. Over and over again, the finest male specimens have inbred with the witches, so that the genetic mix is strengthened in terms of certain traits, undoubtedly including psychic traits. But what about others? If I read this damn thing properly, Cortland wasn't just the father of Stella and Rowan. He could have been the father of Anther, too, though everybody thought it was Lionel. Now, if Julien was Mary Beth's father... but they ought to do some kind of computer thing just on that aspect of it, the inbreeding, make a chart, and if they have the photographs, they can get into more genetic science. But I have to tell all this to Rowan. Rowan will understand all this. When we were talking, Rowan said something about genetic research being so unpopular. People don't want to admit what they can determine about human beings genetically. Which brings me to free will, and my belief in free will is part of why I'm going crazy. Anyway, Rowan is the genetic beneficiary of all this. Tall, slim, sexy, extremely healthy, brilliant, strong, and successful. A medical genius with a telekinetic power to take life who chooses instead to save life. And there it is. Free will again. Free will. But how the hell do I fit in, with my free will intact, that is? I mean, what is all planned, to use Townsend's words in The Dream? Christ. Am I perhaps related somehow to these people through the Irish servants that worked for them? Or is it simply that they outcross when they need stamina? But any of Rowan's police, firefighter heroes would have done the job. Why me? Why did I have to drown, if indeed they accomplished the drowning, which I still don't believe they did? But then Lasha was revealing himself alone to me all the way back to my earliest years. God, there is no one way to interpret any of this. Maybe I was destined for Rowan all along, and my drowning wasn't meant. And that's why the rescue happened. If the drowning was meant, I can't accept it. Because if that was meant, then too much else could be meant. It's too awful. I cannot read this history and conclude that the terrible tragedies here were inevitable. Deirdre to die like that. I could write on like this for the next 3 days, rambling, discussing this point or that, but I'm going crazy. I still haven't a clue to the meaning of the doorway. Not a single thing in what I've read illuminates this single image. Don't see any specific number involved in this either, unless the number 13 is on a doorway, and that has some meaning. Now, the doorway may simply be the doorway to First Street, or the house itself could be some sort of portal. But I'm reaching. There is no feeling of rightness to what I say. As for the psychometric power in my hand, I still don't know how that is to be used, unless I am to touch Lasher when he materializes, and thereby know what this spirit really is, whence he comes, and what he wants of the witches. But how can I touch Lasher unless Lasher chooses to be touched? Of course I will remove the gloves and lay my hands on objects related to this history, to First Street, if Rowan, who is now the mistress of First Street, will allow. But somehow the prospect fills me with terror. I can't see it as the consummation of my purpose. I see it as intimacy with countless objects, surfaces, and images, and also, for the first time, I'm afraid of touching objects which belonged to the dead. But I must attempt it. I must attempt everything. Almost 9 o'clock. Still Aaron isn't here. And it's dark and creepy and quiet out here. I don't want to sound like Marlon Brando in On the Waterfront, but the crickets make me nervous in the country, too. And I'm jumpy in this room, even with its nice brass lamps. I don't want to look at the pictures on the walls or in the mirrors for fear something's going to scare me. I hate being scared. And I can't stand waiting here. Perhaps it's unfair to expect Aaron to arrive the minute I finish reading. But Deirdre's funeral is over, and here I sit waiting for Aaron, with Mayfair's on the brain and pressing on my heart. But I wait. I wait because I promised I would. And Aaron hasn't called, and I have to see Rowan. Aaron is going to have to trust me on this, he really is. We'll talk tonight, tomorrow, and the next day. But tonight I'm going to be with Rowan. One final note. If I sit here and close my eyes, and I think back on the visions, if I evoke the feeling, that is, for all the facts are gone, I still find myself believing that the people I saw were good. I was sent back for a higher purpose, and it was my choice, free will, to accept that mission. Now, I cannot attach any negative or positive feeling to the idea of the doorway or the number 13, and that is distressing, deeply distressing. But I continue to feel that my people up there were good. I don't believe Lasher is good, not at all. The evidence seems incontrovertible that he has destroyed some of these women. Maybe he has destroyed everyone who ever resisted him. And Aaron's question, what is the agenda of this being, is the pertinent one. This creature does things on his own, but why am I calling him a creature? Who created him? The same person who created me? And who is that, I wonder? Go for entity. This entity is evil. So why did he smile at me in the church when I was sick? Surely he can't want me to touch him and discover his agenda. Or can he? Again, the words meant and planned are driving me mad. Everything in me revolts against such an idea. I can believe in a mission, in a destiny, in a great purpose. All those words have to do with courage and heroism, with free will. But meant and planned fill me with this despair. Whatever the case, I don't feel despair right now. I feel crazed, unable to stay in this room much longer, desperate to reach Rowan. and desperate to put all these pieces together to fulfill the mission I was given out there, because I believed that the best part of me accepted that mission. Why do I hear that guy in San Francisco, Gander, or whatever his name was, saying conjecture? I wish Aaron were here. For the record, I like him. I like them. I understand what they did here. I understand. None of us likes to believe that we are being watched, written about, spied upon, that sort of thing. But I understand. Rowan will understand. She has to. The resulting document is just too nearly unique, too important. And when I think about how deeply implicated in all this I am, how involved I've been from the moment that entity looked out at me through the iron fence, well, thank God they're here, that they watch, as they say, that they know what they know. Because otherwise... And Rowan will understand that. Rowan will understand perhaps better than I understand, because she will see things I don't see. And maybe that's what's planned. But there I go again. Aaron, come back. 28. She stood before the iron gate as the cab crawled away, the ruffling silence closing in around her. Impossible to imagine a house that was any more desolate or forbidding. The merciless light of the street lamp poured down like the full moon through the branches of the trees, on the cracked flags and the marble steps banked with dead leaves, and on the high, thick-fluted columns with their peeling white paint and black patches of rot, on the crumbling boards of the porch which ran back unevenly to the open door, and the dull, pale light from within wobbling ever so faintly. Slowly she let her eyes roam the shuttered windows, the dense, overgrown garden. A thin rain had begun to fall even as she left the hotel, and it was so very faint now that it was little more than a mist, giving its shine to the asphalt street and hovering in the gleaming leaves above the fence, and just touching her face and shoulders. Here my mother lived out her life, she thought, and here her mother was born, and her mother before her. Here in this house where Ellie sat near Stella's coffin. For surely it had been here, though all the late afternoon long, over the cocktails and the salad and the highly spiced food, they had spoken only superficially of such things. Carlotta will want to tell you, after you talk to Carlotta. Was the door open for her now? Had the gate been pushed back to welcome her? The great wooden frame of the door looked like a giant keyhole, tapering as it did from a flared base to a narrower top. Where had she seen that very same doorway shaped like a keyhole? Carved on the tomb in the Lafayette Cemetery. How ironic, for this house had been her mother's tomb. Even the sweet, silent rain had not alleviated the heat. But a breeze came now, the river breeze they had called it when they had said their farewells only blocks away at the hotel. And the breeze, smelling of rain, flowed over her as deliciously as water. What was the scent of flowers in the air, so savage and deep, so unlike the florist's scents that had surrounded her earlier? She didn't resist it. She stood dreaming, feeling light and almost naked in the fragile silk garments she had just put on, trying to see the dark house, trying to take a deep breath, trying to slow the stream of all that had happened, all she'd witnessed and only half understood. My life is broken in half, she thought, and all the past is the discarded part, drifting away, like a boat cut loose, as if the water were time, and the horizon was the demarcation of what would remain meaningful. Ellie, why? Why were we cut off? Why, when they all knew my name, knew yours, knew I was her daughter? What was it all about, with them there by the hundreds and speaking that name, Mayfair, over and over? Come to the office downtown after you've talked, the young Pierce had said. Pierce with his rosy cheek, who was already a partner in the firm founded so long ago by his great-grandfather. "Ellie's grandfather, too, you know," said Ryan of the white hair and the carefully chiseled features, who had been Ellie's first cousin. She did not know. She did not know who was who, or whence they came, or what it meant, and above all, why no one had ever told her. Flash of bitterness, Cortland this and Cortland that, and Julien and Clay and Vincent and Mary Beth and Stella and Antha and Catherine. Oh, what sweet southern music, words rich and deep like the fragrance she breathed now, like the heat clinging to her and making even the soft silk shirt she wore feel suddenly heavy. Did all the answers lie beyond the open door? Is the future beyond the open door? For after all, why could this not become, in spite of everything, a mere chapter of her life, marked off and seldom reread, once she had returned to the outside world where she had been kept all these years, quite beyond the spells and enchantments which were now claiming her? Oh, but it wasn't going to be, because when you fell prey to a spell this strong, you were never the same, and each moment in this alien world of family, south, history, kinship, proffered love, drove her 1,000 years away from who she'd been or who she had wanted to be. Did they know? Did they guess for a second how seductive it was? How raw she'd felt as they offered their invitations, their promises of visits and conversations yet to come, of family knowledge and family loyalty and family intimacy. Kinship. Could they guess how indescribably exotic that was after the barren, selfish world in which she'd spent her life, like a potted plant that had never seen the real sun nor the real earth, nor heard the rain except against double-paned glass? Sometimes I'd look around, Michael had said of California, and that all seemed so sterile here. She had known. She had understood before she had ever dreamed of a city such as this, where every texture, every color leapt out at you, where every fragrance was a drug, and the air itself was something alive and breathing. I went into medicine to find the visceral world, she thought, and only in the waiting rooms and corridors outside the emergency room have I ever glimpsed the gatherings of clans, the generations weeping and laughing and whispering together as the angel of death passes over them. You mean Ellie never even told you her father's name? She never spoke to you about Sheffield or Ryan or Grady or... Again and again she had said no. Yet Ellie had come back to stand in that very cemetery at Aunt Nancy's funeral, whoever the hell Aunt Nancy had been, and afterwards in that very restaurant had showed them Rowan's photograph from her wallet. Our daughter the doctor. And dying in a morphine dream, she had said to Rowan, I wish they would send me back down home, but they can't. They can't do that. There had been a moment after they'd left her off at the hotel, and after she'd gone upstairs to shower and change on account of the muggy heat, when she had felt such bitterness that she could not reason or rationalize or even cry. And of course she knew as surely as she knew anything else, that there were countless ones among them who would have loved nothing more than to escape it all, this immense web of blood ties and memories. Yet she couldn't really imagine it. All right, that had been the sweet side, overwhelming as the perfume of this flower in the dark, all of them there opening their arms. But what truths lay ahead behind this door about the child woman in the casket? For a long time, as they talked, voices splashing together like champagne, she had thought, do any of you by any miracle know the name of my father? Carlotta will want to, have her saved. So young when you were born. Father never actually told us. From here, in the electric moonlight on the broken flag, she could not see the side gallery which Ryan and Bea had described to her, the gallery on which her mother had sat in a rocking chair for 13 years. I don't think she suffered. that all she had to do now was open this iron gate, go up the marble steps, walk across the rotted boards, push back the door that had been left open. Why not? She wanted to taste the darkness inside so badly that she did not even miss Michael now. He couldn't do this with her. Suddenly, as if she'd dreamed it, she saw the light brighten behind the door. She saw the door itself moved back, and the figure of the old woman there, small and thin. Her voice sounded crisp and clear in the dark, with almost an Irish lilt to it, somber and low as it was. "Are you coming in, or not, Rowan Mayfair?" She pushed at the gate, but it didn't give, and so she moved past it. The steps were slippery, and she came up slowly and felt the soft boards of the wooden porch give ever so slightly under her. Carlotta had disappeared, but as Rowan entered the hallway now, she saw her small, dim figure far, far away at the entrance to a large room where the lone light was shining that illuminated all of the dim, high-ceilinged distance before her. She walked slowly after the old woman. She walked past the stairway, rising straight and impossibly high to a dark second floor of which she could see nothing, and on past doors to the right opening onto a vast living room. The lights of the street shone through the windows of this room beyond, making them smoky and lunar white, and revealing a long stretch of gleaming floor and a few indefinable pieces of scattered furniture. At last, passing a closed door to the left, she moved on into the light, and saw that she had come into a large dining room. 2 candles stood on the oval table, and it was their faintly dancing flames which gave the only interior illumination to everything. Amazingly even it seemed, rising thinly to reveal the murals on the walls, great rural scenes of moss-hung oaks and furrowed farmland. The doors and the windows soared to some 12 feet above her head. Indeed, as she looked back down the long hallway, the front door seemed immense, its surrounding frame covering the entire wall to the shadowy ceiling. She turned back, staring at the woman who sat at the end of the table. Her thick wavy hair looked very white in the dark, massed more softly around her face than before, and the candlelight made 2 distinct and frightening flames in her round glasses. "Sit down, Rowan Mayfair," she said. "I have many things to say to you." Was it stubbornness that caused her to take one last, slow look around her, or merely her fascination, which wouldn't be interrupted? She saw that the velvet curtains were almost ragged in some places, and the floor was covered with threadbare carpet. A smell of dust or mold rose from the upholstered seats of the carved chairs. Or was it from the carpet, perhaps, or the sad draperies? It did not matter. It was everywhere. But there was another smell, another delicious smell that made her think of wood and sunlight, and, strangely, of Michael. It smelled good to her, and Michael, the carpenter, would understand that smell, the smell of the wood in the old house, and the heat which had built up in it all day long. Faintly blended with the whole was the smell of the wax candles. The darkened chandelier above caught the candlelight, reflecting it in hundreds of crystal teardrops. "It takes candles," said the old woman. "I'm too old now to climb up to change them, and Eugenia is also too old. She can't do it." With a tiny gesture of her head, she pointed to the far corner. With a start, Rowan realized that a black woman was standing there, a wraith of a creature with scant hair and yellowed eyes and folded arms, seemingly very thin, though it was hard to tell in the dark. Nothing was visible of her clothes but a soiled apron. "You can go now, dear," said Carlotta to the black woman, "unless my niece would like something to drink. But you don't, do you, Rowan?" "No. No, thank you, Miss Mayfair." "Call me Carlotta, or Carl, if you will." It doesn't matter. There are thousands Mrs. Mayfair. The old black woman moved away, past the fireplace, and around the table and out the door into the long hall. Carlotta watched her go, as if she wanted to be completely alone before she said another word. Suddenly there was a clanging noise, oddly familiar, yet completely undefinable to Rowan, and then the click of a door being shut, and a dull, deep throb, as of a great motor churning and straining within the depths of the house. "It's an elevator," Rowan whispered. The old woman appeared to be monitoring the sound. Her face looked shrunken and small beneath the thick cap of her hair. The dull clank of the elevator coming to a halt seemed to satisfy her. She looked up at Rowan, and then gestured to a lone chair on the long flank of the table. Rowan moved towards it and sat down, her back to the windows that opened on the yard. She turned the chair so that she might face Carlotta. More of the murals became visible to her as she raised her eyes, a plantation house with white columns and rolling hills beyond it. She looked past the candles at the old woman, and was relieved to see no reflection any more of the tiny flames in her glasses. Only the sunken face and the glasses gleaming cleanly in the light, and the dark flowered fabric of the woman's long-sleeved dress, and her thin hands emerging from the lace at the sleeves, holding with knotted fingers what seemed a velvet jewel box. This she pushed forward sharply towards Rowan. "It's yours," she said. "It's an emerald necklace. It's yours, and this house is yours, and the land upon which it stands, and everything of any significance contained in it. Beyond that there is a fortune some 50 times beyond what you have now, perhaps 100 times, though that is now beyond my reckoning. But listen to what I say before you lay claim to what is yours. Listen to all I have to tell you." She paused, studying Rowan's face, and Rowan's sense of the agelessness of the woman's voice, indeed of her manner altogether, deepened. It was almost eerie, as if the spirit of some young person inhabited the old frame and gave it a fierce, contradictory animation. "No," said the woman. "I'm old, very old. What's kept me alive is waiting for her death, and for the moment I feared above all, the moment of your coming here. I prayed that Ellie would live a long life, that Ellie would hold you close in those long years, until Deirdre had rotted in the grave and until the chain was broken. But fate has dealt me another little surprise. Ellie's death, and not a word to tell me of it." "It was the way she wanted it," Rowan said. "I know," the old woman sighed. "I know what you say is true. But it's not the telling of it. It's the death itself that was the blow. And it's done, and couldn't be prevented." "She did what she could to keep me away," Rowan said simply. "She insisted I sign a promise that I'd never come. I chose to break it." The old woman was silent for a moment. "I wanted to come," Rowan said. And then, as gently, as imploringly as she could, she asked, "Why did you want to keep me away? Was it such a terrible story?" The woman sat silent, regarding her. "You're a strong woman," she said. "You're strong the way my mother was strong." Rowan didn't answer. "You have her eyes. Did they tell you that? Were there any of them old enough to remember her?" "I don't know," Rowan answered. "What have you seen with your eyes?" asked the old woman. "What have you seen that you knew should not be there?" Rowan gave a start. At first she had thought she misunderstood the words. Then, in a split second, she realized she had not, and she thought instantly of the phantom who had appeared at 3 o'clock, and confused with it suddenly and inexplicably was her dream on the plain of someone invisible touching her and violating her. In confusion, she saw the smile spread over the old woman's face, but it wasn't bitter or triumphant. It was merely resigned, and then the face went smooth again, and sad and wondering. In the dim light, the old woman's head looked like a skull for a moment. "So he did come to you," she said with a soft sigh, "and he laid his hands on you." "I don't know," Rowan said. "Explain this to me." But the woman merely looked at her and waited. "It was a man, a thin, elegant man. He came at 3 o'clock, at the hour of my mother's death. I saw him as plainly as I see you, but it was only for a moment." The woman looked down. Rowan thought she had closed her eyes. Then she saw the little gleam of light beneath her lids. The woman folded her hands before her on the table. "It was the man," she said. "It was the man who drove your mother mad, and drove her mother mad before her. The man who served my mother, who ruled all those around her. Did they speak of him to you, the others? Did they warn you?" "They didn't tell me anything," she said. "That's because they don't know. And at last they realize they don't know. And now they leave the secrets to us as they should have always done." "But what did I see? Why did he come to me?" Once again she thought of the dream on the plain, and she could find no answer for connecting the two. "Because he believes that you are his now," said the woman. "His to love, and his to touch, and his to rule with promises of servitude." Rowan felt the confusion again, and a dull heat in her face. His to touch. The haunting ambience of the dream came back. "He will tell you it's the other way around," said the old woman, "when he speaks into your ear so that no one can hear. He will say he is your slave, that he's passed to you from Deirdre. But it's a lie, my dear, a vicious lie. He'll make you his and drive you mad if you refuse to do his will. That is what he's done to them all." She stopped, her wrinkled brows tightening, her eyes drifting off across the dusty surface of the table. "Except for those who were strong enough to rein him in and make him the slave he claimed to be, and use him for their own ends." Her voice trailed off. "Their own endless wickedness." "Explain it to me." "He touched you, did he not?" "I don't know." "Oh, yes, you do. The color flies into your cheeks, Rowan Mayfair. Well, let me ask you, my girl, my independent young girl who has had so many men of her own choice, was it as good as a mortal man? Think before you speak. He'll tell you that no mortal man could give you the pleasure he gives. But was it true? It carries a terrible price, that pleasure." "I thought it was a dream." "But you saw him." "That was the night before. The touching was in a dream. It was different." "He touched her until the very end," said the woman. "No matter how much drugs they gave her, no matter how stupid her stare, how listless her walk. When she lay in bed at night, he came. He touched her. Like a common whore, she writhed on the bed under his touch." She bit down on her words. Then the smile came again, playing on her lips like the light. "Does that make you angry? Angry with me that I tell you this? Do you think it was a pretty sight?" "I think she was sick and out of her mind, and it was human. No, my dear, their intercourse was never human. You want me to believe that this is a ghost I saw, that he touched my mother, that I have somehow inherited him. Yes, and swallow back your anger, your dangerous anger. Rowan was stunned. A wave of fear and confusion passed over her. You're reading my mind. You've been doing it all along. Oh, yes. As best as I can, I do. I wish I could read it better. Your mother was not the only woman in this house with the power. 3 generations before, I was the one meant for the necklace. I saw him when I was 3 years old, so clear and strong that he could slip his warm hand in mine. He could lift me in the air, yes, lift my body, but I refused him. I turned my back on him. I told him, you go back to the hell from which you came, and I used my power to fight him. And this necklace now, it comes to me because I can see him? It comes to you because you are the only girl child, and choice is not possible. It would come to you no matter how weak your powers were. But that doesn't matter, because your powers are strong, very strong, and always have been. She paused, considering Rowan again, her face unreadable for a moment, perhaps devoid of any specific judgment. Imprecise, yes, and inconsistent, of course, and uncontrolled, perhaps, but strong. Don't overestimate them, said Rowan softly. I never do. Long ago, Ellie told me all about it, said the old woman. Ellie told me you could make the flowers wither. Ellie told me you could make the water boil. She's a stronger witch than ever Antha was or Deirdre was, that's what she told me, crying and begging me for advice as to what she could do. Keep her away, I said. See that she never comes home, see that she never knows, see that she never learns to use it. Rowan sighed. She ignored the dull pain at the mention of Ellie speaking to these people about her. Cut off, alone, and all of them here, even this wretched old woman here. Yes, and I can feel your anger again, anger against me, anger for what you think you know that I did to your mother. I don't want to be angry with you, said Rowan in a small voice. I only want to understand what you're saying. I want to know why I was taken away. Again the old woman lapsed into a thoughtful silence. Her fingers hovered over the jewel case and then folded down upon it and lay still, all too much like the flaccid hands of Deirdre in the casket. Rowan looked away. She looked at the far wall, at the panorama of painted sky above the fireplace. Oh, but don't these words bring you even the slightest consolation? Haven't you wondered all these years? Were you the only one in the world who could read others' thoughts, the only one who knew when someone near you was going to die, the only one who could drive a person back away from you with your anger? Look at the candles. You can make them go out, and you can light them again. Do it. Rowan did nothing. She stared at the little flames. She could feel herself trembling. If only you really knew. If only you knew what I could do to you now. But I do, you see. I can feel your strength because I too am strong. Stronger than Antha or Deirdre. And that is how I have kept him at bay in this house. That is how I have prevented him from hurting me. That is how I have put some 30 years between him and Deirdre's child. Make the candles go out. Light them again. I want to see you do it. I will not, and I want you to stop playing with me. Tell me what you have to tell, but stop your games. Stop torturing me. I have never done anything to you. Tell me who he is and why you took me from my mother. But I have. I took you from her in order to get you away from him, and from this necklace, from this legacy of curses and wealth founded upon his intervention and power. She studied Rowan and then went on, her voice deepening yet losing nothing of its preciseness. I took you away from her to break her will and separate her from a crutch upon which she would lean and an ear into which she would pour her tortured soul, a companion she would warp and twist in her weakness and her misery. Frozen in anger, Rowan gave no answer. Miserably she saw in her mind's eye the black-haired woman in her coffin. She saw the Lafayette Cemetery in her mind, only shrouded with the night and still and deserted. 30 years you've had to grow strong and straight, away from this house, away from this history of evil. And what have you become? A doctor, the like of which your colleagues have never seen. And when you've done evil with your power, you've drawn away in righteous condemnation of yourself, in shame that drove you on to greater self-sacrifice. How do you know these things? I see. What I see is imprecise, but I see. I see the evil, though I cannot see the acts themselves, for they're covered up in the very guilt and shame that advertises them. Then what do you want of me? A confession? You said yourself I turned my back on what I've done that was wrong. I sought for something else, something infinitely more demanding, something finer. Thou shalt not kill, whispered the woman. A shock of raw pain passed through Rowan, and then in consternation she watched the woman's eyes grow wide, mocking her. In confusion Rowan understood the trick and felt defenseless. For in a split second the woman had, with her utterance, provoked the very image in Rowan's mind for which the old woman had been searching. You have killed. In anger and rage you have taken life. You have done it willfully. That is how strong you are. Rowan sank deeper into herself, peering at the flat round glasses as they caught the light and then let it go, and the dark eyes scarcely visible behind them. Have I taught you something? The woman asked. You try my patience, Rowan said. Let me remind you that I have done nothing to you. I have not come to demand answers of you. I have made no condemnation. I haven't come to claim this jewel or this house or anything in it. I came to see my mother laid to rest. And I came through that front door because you invited me to do so. And I am here to listen. But I won't be played with much longer. Not for all the secrets this side of hell. And I don't fear your ghost, even if he sports the cock of an archangel. The old woman stared at her for a moment. Then she raised her eyebrows and laughed a short, sudden little laugh that had a surprisingly feminine ring to it. She continued to smile. Well put, my dear, she said. 75 years ago, my mother told me he could have made the Greek gods weep with envy, so beautiful was he when he came into her bedroom. She relaxed slowly in her chair, pursing her lips, then smiling again. But he never kept her from her handsome mortal men. She liked the same kind of men you do. Ellie told you that, too? She told me many things. But she never told me she was sick. She never told me she was dying. When people are dying, they become afraid, said Rowan. They are all alone. Nobody can die for them. The old woman lowered her eyes. She remained still for a long moment, and then her hands moved over the soft dome of the jewel box again, and grasping it, she snapped it open. She turned it ever so slightly so that the light of the candles blazed in the emerald that lay inside, caught on a bed of tangled golden chain. It was the largest jewel Rowan had ever seen. I used to dream of death, Carlotta said, gazing at the stone. I've prayed for it. She looked up slowly, measuring Rowan, and once again her eyes grew wide, the soft, thin flesh of her forehead wrinkling heavily above her gray brows. Her soul seemed closed and sunk in sadness, and it was as if for a moment she had forgotten to conceal herself somehow behind meanness and cleverness from Rowan. She was merely staring at Rowan. "Come," she said. She drew herself up. "Let me show what I have to show you. I don't think there's much time now." "Why do you say that?" Rowan whispered urgently. Something in the old woman's change of demeanor terrified her. "Why do you look at me like that?" The woman only smiled. "Come," she said. "Bring the candle if you will. Some of the lights still burn, others are burnt out, or the wires have long ago frayed and come loose. Follow me." She rose from the chair and carefully unhooked her wooden cane from the back of it and walked with surprising certainty across the floor, past Rowan, who stood watching her, guarding the tender flame of the candle in the curve of her left hand. The tiny light leapt up the wall as they proceeded down the hallway. It shone for a moment on the gleaming surface of an old portrait of a man who seemed suddenly to be alive and to be staring at Rowan. She stopped, turning her head sharply to look up, to see that this had only been an illusion. "What is it?" said Carlotta. "Only that I thought—" She looked at the portrait, which was very skillfully done, and showed a smiling, black-eyed man, most certainly not alive, and buried beneath layers of brittle, crazed lacquer. "What?" "Doesn't matter," Rowan said, and came on, guarding the flame as before. The light made him look as though he'd moved. The woman looked back fixedly at the portrait as Rowan stood beside her. "You'll see many strange things in this house," she said. "You'll pass empty rooms only to double back because you think you've seen a figure moving or a person staring at you." Rowan studied her face. She seemed neither playful nor vicious now, only solitary, wondering, and thoughtful. "You aren't afraid of the dark?" Carlotta asked. "No." "You can see well in the dark." "Yes, better than most people." The woman turned around and went on to the tall door at the foot of the stairs and pressed the button. With a muffled clank, the elevator descended to the lower floor and stopped heavily and jerkily. The woman turned the knob, opening the door and revealing a gate of brass, which she folded back with effort. Inside they stepped, onto a worn patch of carpet, enclosed by dark, fabric-covered walls, a dim bulb in the metal ceiling shining down on them. "Close the doors," said the woman, and Rowan obeyed, reaching out for the knob and then pushing shut the gate. "You might as well learn how to use what is yours," she added. A subtle fragrance of perfume rose from her clothes, something sweet like Chanel, mingled with the unmistakable scent of powder. She pressed a small black rubber button to her right, and up they went, fast, with a surge of power that surprised Rowan. The hallway of the second floor lay in even thicker darkness than the lower corridor. The air was warmer. No open doorway or window gave even a seam of light from the street, and the candlelight burst weakly on the many white-paneled doors and yet another rising stairway. "Come into this room," the old woman said, opening the door to the left and leading the way, her cane thumping softly on the thick-flowered carpet. Draperies, dark and rotting like those of the dining room below, and a narrow wooden bed with a high half-roof, carved, it seemed, with the figure of an eagle. A similar, deeply etched, symmetrical design was carved into the headboard. "In this bed your mother died," said Carlotta. Rowan looked down at the bare mattress. She saw a great dark stain on the striped cloth that gave off a gleam that was almost a sparkling in the shadows. Insects. Tiny black insects fed busily on the stain. As she stepped forward, they fled the light, scurrying to the four corners of the mattress. She gasped and almost dropped the candle. The old woman appeared wrapped in her thoughts, protected somehow from the ugliness of it. "This is revolting," said Rowan under her breath. "Someone should clean this room." "You may have it cleaned if you like," said the old woman. "It's your room now." The heat and the sight of the roaches sickened Rowan. She moved back and rested her head against the frame of the door. Other smells rose, threatening to nauseate her. "What else do you want to show me?" she asked calmly. "Swallow your anger," she whispered within herself, her eyes drifting over the faded walls, the little nightstand crowded with plaster statues and candles. Lurid, ugly, filthy. Died in filth. Died here. Neglected. "No," said the old woman. "Not neglected. And what did she know of her surroundings in the end? Read the medical records for yourself." The old woman turned past her once more, returning to the hallway. "And now we must climb these stairs," she said, "because the elevator goes no higher." Pray you don't need my help, Rowan thought. She shrank from the mere thought of touching the woman. She tried to catch her breath, to still the tumult inside her. The air, heavy and stale and full of the faintest reminders of worse smells, seemed to cling to her clothes, her face. She watched the woman go up, managing each step slowly but capably. "Come with me, Rowan Mayfair," she said over her shoulder. "Bring the light. The old gas jets above have long ago been disconnected." Rowan followed, the air growing warmer and warmer. Turning on the small landing, she saw yet another shorter length of steps, and then the final landing of the third floor. And as she moved up, it seemed that all the heat of the house must be collected here. Through a barren window to her right came the colorless light of the street lamp far below. There were two doors, one to the left and one directly before them. It was the left door which the old woman opened. "See there, the oil lamp on the table inside the door," she said. "Light it." Rowan set down the candle and lifted the glass shade of the lamp. The smell of the oil was faintly unpleasant. She touched the burning candle to the burnt wick. The large, bright flame grew even stronger as she lowered the shade. She held up the light to let it fill a spacious, low-ceilinged room full of dust and damp and cobwebs. Once more tiny insects fled the light. A dry, rustling sound startled her, but the good smell of heat and wood was strong here, stronger even than the smell of rotted cloth and mold. She saw that trunks lay against the walls. Packing crates crowded an old brass bed in the far corner beneath one of two square windows. A thick mesh of vines half covered the glass. The light caught in the wetness from the rain, which still clung to the leaves, making them ever more visible. The curtains had long ago fallen down and lay in heaps on the window-sills. Books lined the wall to the left, flanking the fireplace and its small wooden mantel, shelves rising to the ceiling. Books lay helter-skelter upon the old upholstered chairs, which appeared soft now, spongy with dampness and age. The light of the lamp glinted on the dull brass of the old bed. It caught the dull gleaming leather of a pair of shoes, tossed, it seemed, against a long, thick rug, tied in a lumpy roll and shoved against the unused fireplace. Something odd about the shoes, odd about the lumpy roll of rug. Was it that the rug was bound with rusted chain, and not the rope that seemed more probable? She realized the old woman was watching her. "This was my Uncle Julien's room," said the old woman. "It was through that window there that your grandmother Anther went out on the porch roof and fell to her death below on the flagstones." Rowan steadied the lamp, grasping it more firmly by the pinched waist of its glass base. She said nothing. "Open the first trunk there, to your right," said the old woman. Hesitating just a moment, though why she didn't know, Rowan knelt down on the dusty bare floor and set the lamp beside the trunk and examined the lid and the broken lock. The trunk was made of canvas and bound with leather and brass tacks. She lifted the lid easily and threw it back gently so as not to scar the plaster wall. "Can you see what's inside?" "Dolls," Rowan answered. "Dolls made of hair and bone." "Yes, bone and human hair and human skin and the parings of nails. Dolls of your female ancestors so far back there are no names for the oldest dolls, and they'll fall to dust when you lift them." Rowan studied them, row after row, set out carefully on a bed of old cheesecloth, each doll with its carefully drawn face and long hank of hair, some with sticks for arms and legs, others soft-bodied and almost shapeless. The newest and finest of all the dolls was made of silk, with a bit of pearl stitched to its little dress, its face of shining bone, with nose and eyes and mouth, drawn in dark brown ink, perhaps even in blood. "Yes, blood," said the old woman. "And that is your great-grandmother, Stella." The tiny doll appeared to grin at Rowan. Someone had stuck the black hair to the bone skull with glue. Bones protruded from the hem of the little tube of a silk dress. "Where did the bones come from?" "From Stella." Rowan reached down, then drew back, her fingers curling. She couldn't bring herself to touch it. She lifted the edge of the cheesecloth tentatively, seeing beneath yet another layer, and here the dolls were fast becoming dust. They had sunk deep into the cloth and probably could not be lifted intact from it. All the way back to Europe they go. Reach in. Take the oldest doll. Can you see which one it is?" "It's hopeless. It will fall to pieces if I touch it. Besides, I don't know which one it is." She laid the cloth back, smoothing the top layer gingerly, and when her fingers touched the bone, she felt a sudden jarring vibration. It was as if a bright light had flashed before her eye. Her mind registered the medical possibilities. Temporal lobe disturbance, seizure. Yet the diagnosis seemed foolish, belonging to another realm. She stared down at the tiny faces. "What's the purpose?" "Why?" "To speak to them when you would, and invoke their help, so they can reach out of hell to do your bidding." The woman pressed her withered lips into a faint sneer, the light rising and distorting her face unkindly, as if they would come from the fires of hell to do anyone's bidding. Rowan let out a long, low, derisive sigh, looking down again at the dolls, at the horrid and vivid face of Stella. "Who made these things?" "They all did, all along. Cortland crept down in the night and cut the foot off my mother, Mary Beth, as she lay in the coffin. It was Cortland who took the bones from Stella. Stella wanted to be buried at home. Stella knew what he would do, because your grandmother Antha was too little to do it." Rowan shuddered. She lowered the lid of the trunk, and lifting the lamp carefully, rose to her feet, brushing the dust from her knees. "This Cortland, this man who did this, who was he? Not the grandfather of Ryan at the funeral?" "Yes, my dear, the very same," said the old woman. "Cortland the beautiful, Cortland the vicious, Cortland the instrument of him who has guided this family for centuries, Cortland who raped your mother when she clung to him for help. I mean the man who coupled with Stella to father Antha, who then gave birth to Deirdre, who by him conceived you, his daughter and great-granddaughter." Rowan stood quiet, envisioning the scheme of births and entanglements. "And who has made a doll of my mother?" she asked, as she stared into the old woman's face, which now appeared ghastly in the light of the lamp playing on it. "No one, unless you yourself care to go to the cemetery and unscrew the stone and take her hands out of the coffin. Do you think you could do that? He will help you do it, you know, the man you have already seen. He'll come if you put on the necklace and call him." "You have no cause to want to hurt me," Rowan said. "I am no part of this. I tell you what I know. Black magic was their game, always. I tell you what you must know to make your choice. Would you bow to this filth? Would you continue it? Would you lift those wretched pieces of filth and call upon the spirits of the dead so that all the devils in hell could play dolls with you?" "I don't believe in it," Rowan said. "I don't believe that you do." "I believe what I have seen. I believe what I feel when I touch them. They are endowed with evil, as relics are endowed with sanctity. But the voices who speak through them are all his voice, the voice of the devil. Don't you believe what you saw when he came to you?" "I saw a man with dark hair. He wasn't a human being. He was some sort of hallucination." "He was Satan. He will tell you that is not so. He will give you a beautiful name. He will talk poetry to you. But he is the devil in hell for one simple reason. He lies and he destroys, and he will destroy you and your progeny if he can, for his ends. For his ends are what matter." "And what are they?" "To be alive as we are alive, to come through and to see and feel what we see and feel." The woman turned her back, and moving her cane before her, walked to the left wall by the fireplace, stopping at the lumpy roll of rug, and then looking up at the books that lined the shelves on either side of the panelled chimney above the mantel. "Histories," she said, "histories of all those who came before, written by Julien. This was Julien's room, Julien's retreat. In here he wrote his confessions. How with his sister Catherine he lay to make my mother Mary Beth, and then with her he lay to make my sister Stella. And when he would have lain with me, I spit into his face, I clawed at his eyes, I threatened to kill him." She turned to look fixedly at Rowan. "Black magic, evil spells, records of his petty triumphs as he punished his enemies and seduced his lovers. Not all the seraphim in heaven could have satisfied his lust, not Julien's." "This is all recorded there?" "All this and more. But I have never read his books, and I never shall. It was enough to read his mind, as he sat day by day in the library below, dipping his pen and laughing to himself and giving vent to his fantasies. That was decades and decades ago. I have waited so long for this moment." "And why are the books still here? Why didn't you burn them?" "Because I knew that if you ever came, you would have to see for yourself. No book has the power of a burned book. No. You must read for yourself what he was, for what he says in his own words can't do anything else but convict and condemn him." She paused. "Read and choose," she whispered. "Anther couldn't make the choice. Deirdre couldn't make the choice. But you can make it. You are strong and clever and wise already in your years, wise. I can see this in you." She rested both hands on the crook of her cane and looked away, out of the corner of her eyes, pondering. Once again her cap of white hair seemed heavy around her small face. "I chose," she said softly, almost sadly. "I went to church after Julien touched me, after he sang me his songs and told me his lies. I honestly think he believed his charms would win me over. I went to the shrine of Our Lady of Perpetual Help, and I knelt and prayed. and the strongest truth came through to me. Didn't matter if God in his heaven was a Catholic or a Protestant God or the God of the Hindus. What mattered was something deeper and older and more powerful than any such image. It was a concept of goodness, based upon the affirmation of life, the turning away from destruction, from the perverse, from man using and abusing man. It was the affirmation of the human and the natural. She looked up at Rowan. I said, God, stand by me. Holy Mother, stand by me. Let me use my power to fight them, to beat them, to win against them. Again her eyes moved off, gazing back into the past, perhaps. For a long moment they lingered on the rug at her feet, bulging in its circles of rusted chain. I knew what lay ahead even then. Years after I learned what I needed, I learned the same spells and secrets they used. I learned to call up the very lowly spirits whom they commanded. I learned to fight him in all his glory with spirits bound to me, whom I could then dismiss with the snap of my fingers. In some, I used their very weapons against them. She looked sullen, remote, studying Rowan's reactions, yet seemingly indifferent to them. I told Julien I would bear no incestuous child by him, to show me no fantasies of the future, to play no tricks on me, changing himself to a young man in my arms, when I could feel his withered flesh and knew it was there all along. Do you think I care if you are the most beautiful man in the world, you or your evil familiar? Do you think I measure my choices by such vanity and self-indulgence? That's what I said to him. If he touched me again, I promised I would use the power I had in me to drive him back. I would need no human hands to help me. And I saw fear in his eyes. Fear, even though I myself hadn't learned yet how to keep my threats. Fear of a power in me which he knew was there even when I was uncertain of it. But maybe it was only fear of one he couldn't seduce, couldn't confuse, couldn't win over. She smiled, her thin lips revealing a shining row of even false teeth. That is a terrible thing, you know, to one who lives solely by seduction. She lapsed into silence, caught perhaps in remembering. Rowan took a deep, long breath, ignoring the sweat that clung to her face and the warmth of the lamp. Misery was what she felt. Misery and waste and long, lonely years as she looked at the woman. Empty years. Years of dreary routine and bitterness and fierce belief. Belief that can kill. Yes, kill, sighed the woman. I have done that. To protect the living from him who was never living and would possess them if he could. Why us? Rowan demanded. Why are we the playthings of this spirit you were talking about? Why us in all the world? We aren't the only ones who can see spirits. The old woman gave a long sigh. Did you ever speak to him? Rowan asked. You said he came to you when you were a child. He spoke in your ears words that no one could hear. Did you ever ask who he was and what he really wanted? Do you think he would have told me the truth? He won't tell you the truth, mark my words. You feed him when you question him. You give him oil as if he were the flame in that lamp. The old woman drew closer to her suddenly. He'll take away from your mind the answer best suited to lead you on, to enthrall you. He'll weave a web of deceit so thick you won't see the world through it. He wants your strength, and he'll say what he must say to get it. Break the chain, child. You're the strongest of them all. Break the chain, and he'll go back to hell, for he has no other place to go in all the wide world to find strength like yours. Don't you see? He's created it. Bred sister to brother and uncle to niece and son to mother. Yes, that too, when he had to do it, to make an ever more powerful witch, only faltering now and then, and gaining what he lost in one generation by even greater strength in the next. What was the cost of Antha and Deirdre if he could have a Rowan? Witch? You spoke the word witch? Rowan asked. They were witches, every one, don't you see? The old woman's eyes searched Rowan's face. Your mother, her mother, and her mother before her, and Julien, that evil, despicable Julien, the father of Cortland, who was your father. I was marked for it myself until I rebelled. Rowan clenched her left hand, cutting her palm with her nails, staring into the old woman's eyes, repelled by her yet unable to draw away from her. Incest, my dear, was the least of their sins, but the greatest of their schemes. Incest to strengthen the line, to double up the powers, to purify the blood, to birth a cunning and terrible witch in each generation, going so far back it's lost in European history. Let the Englishman tell you about that. The Englishman who came with you to the church, the Englishman who held your arm. Let him tell you the names of the women whose dolls lie in that trunk. He knows. He'll sell you his brand of the black arts, his genealogy. I want to get out of this room, Rowan whispered. She turned around, throwing the beam of light on the landing. You know that it's true, said the old woman behind her. You've always known deep inside that an evil lived in you. You choose your word badly. You speak of the potential for evil. Well, know that you can put it to a finish. That can be the significance of your greater strength, that you can do as I have done and turn it against him, turn it against all of them. She pushed past Rowan, the hem of her dress scraping Rowan's ankle, her cane thudding lightly as before, as she walked out onto the landing, gesturing for Rowan to follow. Into the only remaining door on the third floor they went, a noxious, overpowering smell flooding out over them. Rowan drew back, scarcely able to breathe. Then she did what she knew she had to do. She breathed in the stench and swallowed it because there was no other way to tolerate it. Lifting the lamp high, she saw this was a narrow storage chamber. It was filled with jars and bottles on makeshift shelves, and the jars and bottles were filled with blackish, murky fluid. Specimens in these containers. Rotting, putrid things. Stench of alcohol and other chemicals, and most of all of putrefying flesh. Unbearable to think of these glass containers broken open and the horrid smell of their exposed contents. They were Marguerite's, said the old woman, and Marguerite was Julien's mother, and the mother of Catherine, who was my grandmother. I don't expect you to remember these names. You can find them in the ledger books in the other room. You can find them in the old records in the downstairs library. But mark what I say. Marguerite filled these jars with horrors. You'll see when you pour out the contents. And mind me, do it yourself if you don't want trouble. Horrible things in those jars. And she, the healer. She almost spat the word with contempt. With the same powerful gift that you have now, to lay hands on the ill and bring together the cells to patch the rupture or the cancer. And that's what she did with her gift. Bring your lamp closer. I don't want to see this now. Oh, you're a doctor, are you not? Haven't you dissected the dead of all ages? You cut them open now, do you not? I'm a surgeon. I operate to preserve and lengthen life. I don't want to see these things now. Yet even as she spoke, she was peering at the jars, looking at the largest of them, in which the liquid was still clear enough to see the soft, vaguely round thing floating there, half shrouded in shadow. But that was impossible, what she saw there. That looked just like a human head. She drew back as if she'd been burnt. Tell me what you saw. Why do you do this to me? She said in a low voice, staring at the jar, at the dark, rotted eyes swimming in the fluid and the seaweed hair. She turned her back on it and looked at the old woman. "I saw my mother buried today. What do you want of me?" "I told you." "No, you punish me for coming back. You punish me for merely wanting to know. You punish me because I violated your schemes." Was that a grin on the old woman's face? "Don't you understand that I am alone out there now? I want to know my people. You can't make me bend to your will." Silence. It was sweltering here. She did not know how long she could stand it. "Is that what you did to my mother?" she said, her voice burning out in her anger. "You made her do your will?" She stepped backward as if her anger was forcing her away from the old woman, her hand tightening uncomfortably on the glass lamp, which was now hot from the burning wick, so hot she could scarcely hold it any longer. "I'm getting sick in this room." "Poor dear," said the woman. "What you saw in that jar was a man's head. Well, look closely at him when the time comes, and at the others you find there. They're rotted, deteriorated. They're so old they're no good for any purpose, if they ever were. I want to get out of here." Yet she looked back at the jar, overcome with horror. Her left hand went to her mouth as if it could somehow protect her, and gazing at the clouded fluid, she saw again the dark hole of a mouth where the lips were slowly deteriorating and the white teeth shone brightly. She saw the gleaming jelly of the eyes. No, don't look at it. But what was in the jar beside it? There were things moving in the fluid. Worms moving. The seal had been broken. She turned and left the room, leaning against the wall, her eyes shut, the lamp burning her hand. Her heart thudded in her ears, and it seemed for a moment the sickness would get the better of her. She'd vomit on the very floor at the head of these filthy stairs with this wretched, vicious woman beside her. Dully she heard the old woman passing her again. She heard her progress as she went down the stairs, steps slower than before, gaining only a little speed as the woman reached the landing. "Come down, Rowan Mayfair," she said. "Put out the lamp, but light the candle before you do and bring it with you." Slowly Rowan righted herself. She pushed her left hand back through her hair. Fighting off another wave of nausea, she moved slowly back into the bedroom. She set down the lamp on the little table by the door from which she'd taken it, just when she thought her fingers couldn't take the heat any more, and for a moment she held her right hand to her lips, trying to soothe the burn. Then slowly she lifted the candle and plunged it down the glass chimney of the lamp, because she knew the glass of the chimney was too hot to touch now. The wick caught, wax dripping on the wick, and then she blew out the lamp and stood still for a moment, her eyes falling on that rolled rug and the pair of leather shoes tossed against it. No, not tossed, she thought. No. Slowly she moved towards the shoes. Slowly she extended her own left foot until the toe of her shoe touched one of those shoes, and then she kicked the shoe and realized that it was caught on something even as it fell loose, and she saw the gleaming white bone of the leg extending from the trouser within the rolled carpet. Paralyzed, she stared at the bone, at the rolled rug itself, and then, walking along it, she saw at the other end what she could not see before, the dark gleam of brown hair. Someone wrapped in the rug, someone dead a long time, and look, the stain on the floor, the blackish stain on the side of the rug, near the bottom, where the fluids long ago flowed out and dried up. And see, even the mashed and tiny insects fatally caught in the sticky fluid so long ago. "Rowan, promise me you will never go back. Promise me." From somewhere far below she heard the old woman's voice, so faint it was no more than a thought. "Come down, Rowan Mayfair." Rowan Mayfair, Rowan Mayfair, Rowan Mayfair. Refusing to hurry, she made her way out, glancing back once more at the dead man concealed in the rug, at the slender spoke of white bone protruding from it. And then she shut the door and walked sluggishly down the stairs. The old woman stood at the open elevator door, merely watching, the ugly gold light from the elevator bulb shining full on her. "You know what I found?" Rowan said. She steadied herself as she reached the newel post. The little candle danced for a moment, throwing pale translucent shadows on the ceiling. "You found the dead man wrapped in the rug." "What in God's name has gone on in this house?" Rowan gasped. "Are you all mad?" How cold and controlled the old woman seemed, how utterly detached. She pointed to the open elevator. "Come with me," she said. "There is nothing more to see, and only a little more to say." "Oh, but there's a lot more to say," Rowan said. "Tell me, did you tell my mother these things? Did you show her those horrible jars and dolls?" "I didn't drive her mad, if that's your meaning." "I think anyone who grew up in this house might be mad." "So do I. That's why I sent you away from it. Now come. Tell me what happened with my mother." She stepped after the woman into the small dusty chamber again, closing the door and the gate angrily. As they moved down, she turned and stared at the woman's profile. Old, old, yes she was. Her skin as yellow all over as parchment, and her neck so thin and frail, the veins standing out under her fragile skin. Yes, so fragile. "Tell me what happened to her," Rowan said, staring at the floor, not daring to look closely at the woman again. "Don't tell me how he touched her in her sleep, but tell me what happened, really happened." The elevator stopped with a jerk. The woman opened the gate and pushed back the door and walked out into the hallway. As Rowan closed the door, the light died out as if the elevator and its bare bulb had never existed. The darkness swept in close and faintly cool, and smelling of the rain from beyond the open front door. The night gleamed outside, noisy with comforting sounds. "Tell me what happened," Rowan said again, softly, bitterly. Through the long front parlor they walked, the old woman leading the way, lifting slightly to the left as she followed her cane, Rowan coming patiently behind her. The pale light of the candle slowly crept throughout the whole room, lighting it thinly to the ceiling. Even in decay, it was a beautiful room, its marble fireplaces and high mantel mirrors shining in the dreary shadows. All its windows were floor-length windows. Mirrors at the far ends gazed across the length of the room into each other. Dimly, Rowan saw the chandeliers reflected again and again and into infinity. Her own small figure was there, repeated over and over, and vanishing finally in darkness. "Yes," said the old woman, "it is an interesting illusion. Darcy Monaghan bought these mirrors for Catherine. Darcy Monaghan tried to take Catherine away from all the evil around her. But he died in this house of yellow fever. Catherine wept for the rest of her life. But the mirrors stand today, there and there, and over the fireplaces, just as Darcy fixed them." She sighed, once more resting her two hands on the crook of her cane. "We have all, from time to time, been reflected in these mirrors, as you see yourself in them now, caught in the same frame." Rowan didn't respond. Sadly, distantly, she longed to see the room in the light, to see the carvings in the marble fireplaces, to see the long silk draperies for what they really were, to see the plaster medallions fixed to the high ceilings. The old woman proceeded to the nearest of the two side floor-length windows. "Raise it for me," she said. "It slides up. You were strong enough." She took the candle from Rowan and set it on a small lamp table by the fireplace. Rowan reached up to unsnap the simple lock, and then she raised the heavy 9-paned window, easily pushing it until it was almost above her head. Here was the screened porch, and the night outside, and the air fresh as it was warm, and full of the breath of the rain again. She felt a rush of gratitude, and stood silently letting the air kiss her face and her hands. She moved to the side as the old woman passed her. The candle, left behind, struggled in an errant draught, then went out. Rowan stepped out into the darkness. Again that strong perfume came on the breeze, drenchingly sweet. "The night jasmine," said the old woman. All around the railings of this porch vines grew, tendrils dancing in the breeze, fine, tiny leaves moving like so many little insect wings beating against the screen. Flowers glimmered in the dark, white and delicate and beautiful. "This is where your mother sat day after day," said the old woman. "And there, out there on the flags, is where her mother died. Where she died when she fell from that room above which had been Julien's. I myself drove her out of that window. I think I would have pushed her with my own hands if she hadn't jumped. With my own hands I'd scratched at her eyes, the way I'd scratched at Julien's." She paused. She was looking out through the rusted screen into the night, perhaps at the high faint shapes of the trees against the paler sky. The cold light of the street lamp reached long and bright over the front of the garden. It fell upon the high unkempt grass. It even shone on the high back of the white wooden rocking chair. Friendless and terrible the night seemed to Rowan. Awful and dismal this house, a terrible, engulfing place. Oh, to live and die here, to have spent one's life in these awful, sad rooms, to have died in that filth upstairs. It was unspeakable, and the horror rose like something black and thick inside her, threatening to stop her breath. She had no words for what she felt. She had no words for the loathing inside her for the old woman. "I killed Antha," the old woman said. Her back was turned to Rowan, her words low and indistinct. "I killed her as surely as if I did push her. I wanted her to die. She was rocking Deirdre in the cradle, and he was there by her side. He was staring down at the baby and making the baby laugh, and she was letting him do it. She was talking to him in her simpering, weak little voice, telling him he was her only friend now that her husband was dead, her only friend in this whole world. She said, 'This is my house. I can put you out if I want to.' She said that to me. I said, 'I'll scratch your eyes out of your head if you don't give him up. You can't see him if you don't have eyes. You won't let the baby see him.'" The old woman paused. Sickened and miserable, Rowan waited in the muffled silence of the night sounds, of things moving and singing in the dark. "Have you ever seen a human eye plucked out of its socket, hanging on a woman's cheek by the bloody threads? I did that to her. She screamed and sobbed like a child, but I did that. I did it and chased her up the stairs as she ran from me, trying to hold her precious eye in her hands. And do you think he tried to stop me?" "I would have tried," Rowan said, thickly, bitterly. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because you wanted to know. And to know what happened to one, you must know what happened to the one before her. And you must know, above all, that this is what I did to break the chain." The woman turned and stared at Rowan, the cold white light shining in her glasses and making them blind mirrors suddenly. "This I did for you and for me and for God, if there is a God. I drove her through that window." "Let's see if you can see him if you're blind," I cried. "Then can you make him come? And your mother screaming in the cradle in that very room there. I should have taken her life. I should have snuffed it out then and there while Anther lay dead outside on the flagstones. Would to God I had had the courage." Again the old woman paused, raising her chin slightly, the thin lips once again spreading in a smile. "I feel your anger. I feel your judgment." "Can I help it?" Rowan whispered. The old woman bowed her head. The light of the street lamp settled on her white hair, her face in shadow. "I couldn't kill such a small thing," she said wearily. "I couldn't bring myself to take the pillow and put it over Deirdre's face. I thought of the stories from the old days of the witches who had sacrificed babies, who'd stirred the baby fat in the cauldron at the Sabbats. We are witches, we Mayfairs. And was I to sacrifice this tiny thing as they had done? There I stood ready to take the life of a small baby, a crying baby, and I could not bring myself to do what they had done." Silence once again. "And of course he knew I couldn't do it. He would have ripped the house apart to stop me had I tried." Rowan waited until she could wait no longer, until the hate and anger in her were silently choking her. In a thick voice she asked, "And what did you do to her later on, my mother, to break the chain, as you've said?" Silence. "Tell me." The old woman sighed. She turned her head slightly, gazing through the rusted screen. "From the time she was a small child," she said, "playing in that garden there, I begged her to fight him. I told her not to look at him. I schooled her in turning him away. And I had won my fight, won over her fits of melancholy and madness and crying and sickening confessions that she had lost the battle and let him come into her bed. I had won until Cortland raped her. And then I did what I had to do to see that she gave you up and she never went after you. I did what I had to do to see that she never gained the strength to run away, to search for you, to claim you again and bring you back into her madness and her guilt and her hysteria. When they wouldn't give her electric shock at one hospital, I took her to another, and if they wanted to take her off the drugs at that hospital, I took her to another, and I told them what I had to tell them to make them tie her to her bed and give her the drugs and give her the shock. I told her what I had to tell her to make her scream so they would do it. Don't tell me any more. Why, you wanted to know, didn't you? And yes, when she writhed in her bed covers like a cat in heat, I told them to give her the shots. Give them to her. Stop! Twice a day, or 3 times a day. I don't care if you kill her, but give it to her. I won't have her lie there, his plaything writhing in the dark. I won't. Stop it. Stop. Why? Till the day she died, she was his. Her last and only word was his name. What good was it all, except that it was for you, Rowan? Stop it! Rowan hissed at her, her own hands rising helplessly in the air, fingers splayed. Stop it! I could kill you for what you are telling me. How dare you speak of God and life when you did that to a girl, a young girl, that you had brought up in this filthy house? You did that to her. You did that to her when she was helpless and sick, and you... God help you. You were the witch, you sick and cruel old woman, that you could do that to her. God help you. God help you. God damn you. A look of sullen shock swept the old woman's face. For 1 second in the weak light she seemed to go blank, with her round, blank glass eyes shining like 2 buttons and her mouth slack and empty. Rowan groaned, Her own hands moved to the sides of her head, slipping into her hair, her lips pressed shut to stop her words, to stop her rage, to stop the hurt and pain.
"To hell with you for what you did,"
she cried, half swallowing the words, her body bent with the rage she couldn't swallow. The old woman frowned. She reached out, and the cane fell from her hand. She took a single shuffling step forward, and then her right hand faltered and plunged toward the left knob of the rocking chair in front of her. Her frail body twisted slowly and sank down into the chair. As her head fell back against the high slats, she ceased to move. Then her hand slipped off the arm of the chair and dangled beside it. There was no single noise in the night, only a dim, continuous purring, as if the insects sang and the frogs sang, and the faraway engines and cars, wherever they were, sang with them. It seemed a train passed somewhere close, clicking rhythmically and fast beneath the song. And there came the dull, faraway sound of a whistle, like a guttural sob in the darkness. Rowan stood motionless. Her hands dropped at her sides, limp and useless, as she stared dumbly through the rusted mesh of the screen at the soft, lacy movement of the trees against the sky. The deep singing of the frogs slowly broke itself away from the other night songs, and then faded. A car came down the empty street beyond the front fence, headlights piercing the thick, wet foliage. Rowan felt the light on her skin. She saw it flash over the wooden cane lying on the floor of the porch, over Carlotta's black high-top shoe, bent painfully in as if the thin ankle had snapped. Did anyone see through the thick shrubs the dead woman in the chair, and the tall blonde woman figure behind her? Rowan shuddered all over. She arched her back, her left hand rising and gripping a hank of her hair, and pulling it until the pain in her scalp was sharp, so sharp she couldn't quite bear it. The rage was gone. Even the faintest, most bitter flash of anger had died away, and she stood alone and cold in the dark, clinging to the pain as she held her own hair tight in her trembling fingers, cold as if the warm night were not there, alone as if the darkness were the darkness of the abyss from which all promise of light was gone and all promise of hope or happiness. The world gone, the world with all its history and all its vain logic and all its dreams and accomplishments. Slowly she wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, sloppily like a child, and she stood looking down at the limp hand of the dead woman, her own teeth chattering as the cold ate deep into her, truly chilling her. Then she went down on her knee and lifted the hand and felt for the pulse, which she knew wasn't there, and then laid it down in the woman's lap and looked at the blood trickling down from the woman's ear, running down her neck and into her white collar. "I didn't mean to," she whispered, barely forming the words. Behind her the dark house yawned, waited. She couldn't bear to turn around. Some distant, unidentifiable sound shocked her. It filled her with fear. It filled her with the worst and only real fear she'd ever known of a place in all her life. And when she thought of the dark rooms, she couldn't turn around. She couldn't go back into it, and the enclosed porch held her like a trap. She rose slowly and looked out over the deep grass, over a tangle of vine that clawed at the screen and shivered now against it with its tiny pointed leaves. She looked up at the clouds moving beyond the trees, and she heard an awful little sound issuing from her own lips, a kind of awful, desperate moaning. "I didn't mean to," she said again. "This is when you pray," she thought miserably and quietly. "This is when you pray to nothing and no one to take away the terror of what you've done, to make it right, to make it that you never, never came here." She saw Ellie's face in the hospital bed. "Promise me you'll never, never—"
"I didn't mean to do it."
It came so low, the whisper, that nobody but God could have heard.
"God, I didn't mean to. I swear it. I didn't mean to do this again."
Far away, somewhere in another realm, other people existed. Michael, and the Englishman, and Rita May Lonigan, and the Mayfairs gathered at the restaurant table. Even Eugenia, lost somewhere within the house, asleep and dreaming perhaps. All those others. And she stood here alone. She who had killed this mean and cruel old woman. Killed her as cruelly as she herself had ever killed. God damn her for it. God damn her into hell for all she said and all she'd done. God damn her. But I didn't mean it. I swear. Once again she wiped her mouth. She folded her arms across her breasts and hunched her shoulders and shivered. She had to turn around, walk through the dark house, walk back to the door, and leave here. Oh, but she couldn't do that. She had to call someone. She had to tell. She had to cry out for that woman Eugenia and do what had to be done, what was right to be done. Yet the agony of speaking to strangers now, of telling official lies, was more than she could endure. She let her head fall lazily to one side. She stared down at the helpless body, broken and collapsed within its sack of a dress. The white hair so clean and soft-looking. All her paltry and miserable life in this house, all her sour and unhappy life. And this is how it ends for her. She closed her eyes, bringing her hands up wearily to her face. And then the prayers did come. Help me, because I don't know what to do. I don't know what I've done, and I can't undo it. And everything the old woman said was true, and I've always known it was evil inside me and inside them, and that's why Ellie took me away. Evil. She saw the thin, pale ghost outside the glass in Tiburon. She felt the invisible hands touching her as she had on the plane. Evil. "And where are you?" she whispered in the darkness. "Why should I be afraid to walk back into this house?" She raised her head. In the long parlor there came another faint, cracking noise behind her, like an old board creaking under a step. Or was it just a rafter breathing? So faint it might have been a rat in the dark, creeping along the boards with its tiny, repulsive feet. But she knew it wasn't. With every instinct in her she felt a presence there, someone near, someone in the dark, someone in the parlor. Not the old black woman, not the scratching of her slippers. "Show yourself to me," she whispered, the last of her fear turning to anger. "Do it now." Once again she heard it. And slowly she turned around. Silence. She looked down one last time at the old woman, and then she walked into the long front room. The high, narrow mirrors stared at one another in the shadowy stillness. The dusty chandeliers gathered the light to themselves, sullenly in the gloom. "I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of anything here. Show yourself as you did before." The very furniture seemed alive for one perilous instant, as if the small curved chairs were watching her, as if the bookcases with their glass doors had heard her vague challenge and would bear witness to whatever took place. "Why don't you come?" she whispered aloud again. "Are you afraid of me?" Emptiness. A dull creak from somewhere overhead. With quiet, even steps, she made her way into the hallway, painfully aware of the sound of her own labored breathing. She gazed dumbly at the open front door. Milky, the light from the street, and dark and shining the leaves of the dripping oaks. A long sigh came out of her, almost involuntarily, and then she turned and moved away from this comforting light, back through the hallway, against the thick shadows, and towards the empty dining room, where the emerald lay waiting in its velvet box. He was here. He had to be. "Why don't you come?" she whispered, surprised at the frailty of her own voice. It seemed the shadows stirred, but no shape materialized. Maybe a tiny bit of breeze had caught the dusty draperies. A thin, dull snap sounded in the boards under her feet. There on the table lay the jewel box, smell of wax lingering in the air. Her fingers were trembling as she raised the lid and touched the stone itself. "Come on, you devil," she said. She lifted the emerald, vaguely thrilled by its weight, in spite of her misery, and she lifted it higher until the light caught it, then she put it on, easily manipulating the small, strong clasp at the back of her neck. Then, in one very strange moment, she saw herself doing this. She saw herself, Rowan Mayfair, ripped out of her past, which had been so far removed from all of this that it now lacked detail, standing like a lost wanderer in this dark and strangely familiar house. And it was familiar, wasn't it? These high tapering doors were familiar. It seemed her eyes had drifted over these murals 1,000 times. Ellie had walked here. Her mother had lived and died here. And how otherworldly and irretrievable seemed the glass and redwood house in faraway California. Why had she waited so long to come? She had taken a detour in the dark, gleaming path of her destiny. And what were all her past triumphs to the confrontation of this mystery? And to think this mystery in all its dark splendor belonged by right to her. It had waited here all these years for her to claim it, and now, at last, she was here. The emerald lay against the soft silk of her blouse heavily. Her fingers seemed unable to resist it, hovering about it as if it were a magnet. "Is this what you want?" she whispered. Behind her, in the hallway, an unmistakable sound answered her. The whole house felt it, echoed it, like the case of a great piano echoes the tiniest touch to a single string. Then again it came, soft but certain. Someone there. Her heart thudded almost painfully. She stood stranded, her head bowed, and as if in dreamy sleep she turned and raised her eyes. Only a few feet away she made out a dim and indistinct figure, what seemed a tall man. All the smallest sounds of the night seemed to die away and leave her in a void as she struggled to pick this thing out from the murky dark that enmeshed it. Was she deceiving herself, or was that the scheme of a face? It seemed that a pair of dark eyes was watching her, that she could just make out the contour of a head. Perhaps she saw the white curve of a stiff collar. "Don't play games with me," she whispered. Once again the whole house echoed the sound with its uncertain creaks and sighs. And then, wondrously, the figure brightened, confirmed itself magically, and yet even as she gasped aloud it began to fade. "No, don't go," she pleaded, doubting suddenly that she had ever seen anything at all. And as she stared into the confusion of light and shadow, searching desperately, a darker form suddenly loomed against the dull, faint light from the distant door. Closer it came through the swirling dust, with heavy, distinct footfalls. Without any chance of mistake, she saw the massive shoulders, the black, curly hair. "Rowan! Is that you, Rowan?" Solid, familiar, human. "Oh, Michael!" she cried, her voice soft and ragged. She moved into his waiting arms. Michael, thank God. 29. Well, she thought to herself, silent, hunched over, sitting alone at the dining table, the supposed victim of the horrors in this dark house. I am becoming one of those women now who just falls into a man's arms and lets him take care of everything. But it was beautiful to watch Michael in action. He made the calls to Rowan Mayfair and to the police, to Lonergan and Sons. He spoke the language of the plainclothesmen who came up the steps. If anyone noticed the black gloves he wore, they did not say so, maybe because he was talking too fast, explaining things and moving things along to hasten the inevitable conclusions. "No, she just got here. She doesn't have the faintest idea who in the hell this guy is up in the attic. The old woman didn't tell her, and she's in shock now. The old woman just died out there. Now, this body in the attic has been there a long time, and what I'm asking you is not to disturb anything else in the room, if you can just take the remains, and she wants to know who this man was as much as you want to know. And look, this is Rowan Mayfair coming. Ryan, Rowan is in there. She's in awful shape. Before Carlotta died, she showed her a body upstairs." "A body? Are you serious?" "They need to take it out. Could you or Pierce go up there, see that they don't touch all those old records and things? Rowan's in there. She's exhausted. She can talk in the morning." At once Pierce accepted the mission. Thunder of people going up the old staircase. In hushed voices, Ryan and Michael talked. Smell of cigarette smoke in the hall. Ryan came into the dining room and spoke to Rowan in a whisper. "Tomorrow I'll call you at the hotel. Are you sure you don't want to come with me and with Pierce out to Metairie?" "Have to be close," she said. "Want to walk over in the morning." "Your friend from California is a nice man, a local man." "Yes, thank you." Even to old Eugenia, Michael had been the protector, putting his arm around her shoulder as he escorted her in to see old Miss Carl before Lonergan lifted the body from the rocker. Poor Eugenia, who cried without making a sound. "Honey, do you want me to call someone for you? You don't want to stay tonight in the house alone, do you? You tell me what you want to do. I can get someone to come here and stay with you." With Lonergan, his old friend, he fell right into stride. He lost all the California from his voice and was talking just like Jerry and just like Rita, who had come out with him in the wagon. Old friends. Jerry drinking beer with Michael's father on the front steps 35 years ago, and Rita double dating with Michael in the Elvis Presley days. Rita threw her arms around him. "Michael Curry!" Roaming to the front, Rowan had watched them in the glare of the flashing lights. Pierce was talking on the phone in the library. She had not even seen the library. Now a dull electric light flooded the room, illuminating old leather and Chinese carpet. "Well, now, Mike," said Lonergan, "you have to tell Dr. Mayfair this woman was 90 years old. The only thing keeping her going was Deirdre. I mean, we knew it was just a matter of time once Deirdre went, and so she can't blame herself for whatever happened here tonight. I mean, she's a doctor, Mike, but she ain't no miracle worker." No, not much, Rowan had thought. "Mike Curry? You're not Tim Curry's son," said the uniformed policeman. "They told me it was you. Well, hell, my dad and your dad were third cousins. Did you know that? Oh, yeah, my dad knew your dad real well. Used to drink beer with him at Corona's." At last, the body in the attic, bagged and tagged, was taken away, and the small dried body of the old woman had been laid on the white padded stretcher as if it were alive, though it was only being moved into the undertaker's wagon, perhaps to lie on the same embalming table where Deirdre had lain a day earlier. "No funeral, no interment ceremony, no nothing," said Ryan. She had told them that herself yesterday. Told Lonergan, too, the man said. "There will be a requiem mass in a week," said Ryan. "You'll still be here?" Where would I go? Why? I found where I belong. In this house. I'm a witch. I'm a killer. And this time I did it deliberately. And I know how terrible this has been for you. Wandering back into the dining room, she heard young Pierce in the library door. Now, she isn't considering staying in this house tonight, is she? No, we're going back to the hotel, Michael said. It's just that she shouldn't be here alone. This can be a very unsettling house, a truly unsettling house. Would you think me crazy if I told you that just now when I went into the library there was a portrait of someone over the fireplace and that now there's a mirror? Pierce, said Ryan wrathfully. I'm sorry, Dad, but not now, son, please. I believe you, said Michael with a little laugh. I'll be with her. Rowan. Ryan approached her again carefully. She, the bereaved, the victim, when in fact she was the murderer. Agatha Christie would have known. But then I would have had to do it with a candlestick. Yes, Ryan. He settled down at the table, careful not to touch the dusty surface with the sleeve of his perfectly tailored suit. The funeral suit. The light struck his thoroughbred face, his cold blue eyes, much lighter blue than Michael's. You know this house is yours. She told me that. Young Pierce stood respectfully in the doorway. Well, there's a lot more to it, said Ryan. Liens? Mortgages? He shook his head. No, I don't think you will ever have to worry about anything of that sort as long as you live. But the point is that whenever you want, you can come downtown and we'll go over it. Good God, said Pierce. Is that the emerald? He had spied the jewel case in the shadows at the other end. And with all these people just trooping through there? His father gave him a subdued, patient look. Nobody's going to steal that emerald, son, he said with a sigh. He glanced anxiously at Rowan. He gathered up the jewel case and looked at it, as if he didn't quite know what to do with it. What's wrong? Rowan asked. What's the matter? Did she tell you about this? Did anyone ever tell you? She asked, quietly, unchallengingly. Quite a story, he said with a subtle, forced smile. He laid the jewel box down in front of her and patted it with his hand. He stood up. Who was the man in the attic? Do they know? She asked. They will soon. There was a passport and other papers with the corpse, or what was left of it. Where's Michael? She asked. Here, honey, over here. Look, you want me to leave you alone? In the dark, his gloved hands were almost invisible. I'm tired. Can we go back? Ryan, can I call you tomorrow? When you want, Rowan. Ryan hesitated at the door, glanced at Michael. Michael made a move to leave. Rowan reached out and caught his hand, startled by the leather. Rowan, listen to me, said Ryan. I don't know what the hell Aunt Call told you. I don't know how that body got upstairs, or what that's about, or what she's told you about the legacy. But you have to clean out this old place. You've got to burn the trash up there, get people to come here, maybe Michael will help you, and throw things out. All those old books, those jars. You have to let the air in and take stock. You don't have to go through this place, examining every speck of dust and dirt and ugliness. It's an inheritance, but it isn't a curse. At least it doesn't have to be. I know, she said. Noise at the front door. The two young black men who had come to collect Grandma Eugenia were now standing in the hallway. Michael went upstairs to help her. Ryan and then Pierce swept down to kiss Rowan on the cheek. Rather like kissing the corpse, it seemed to her suddenly. Then she realized it was the other way around. They kissed the dead people here the way they kissed the living. Warm hands and the parting flash of Pierce's smile in the dark. Tomorrow, phone, lunch, talk, etc. Sound of the elevator making its hellish descent. People did go to hell in elevators in the movies. And you have your key, Eugenia. You just come on over tomorrow. You come in as you always did, if you need or want anything. Now, honey, do you need any money? I got my pay, Mr. Mike. Thank you, Mr. Mike. Thank you, Mr. Curry, said the younger black man, smooth, educated voice. The older policeman came back. He must have been in the very front hall because she could barely hear him. Yeah, Townsend. Passport, wallet, everything right there in the shirt. Doors closed, darkness, quiet. Michael coming back down the hallway. And now we are two, and the house is empty. He stood in the dining room doorway looking at her. Silence. He drew a cigarette out of his pocket, mashing the pack back into it. Couldn't be easy with the gloves, but they did not seem to slow him down. What do you say? He asked. Let's get the hell out of here for tonight? He packed his cigarette on the face of his watch. Explosion of a match, and the flash of light in his blue eyes as he looked up, taking in the dining room again, taking in the murals. There are blue eyes and blue eyes. Could his black hair have grown so much in such a short time? Or was it just the moisture in the warm air that made it so thick and curly? The silence rang in her ears. They were actually all gone. And the whole place lay empty and vulnerable to Rowan's touch, with its many drawers and cabinets and closets and jars and boxes. Yet the idea of touching anything was repugnant. It wasn't hers, it was the old woman's, all of it, dank and stale and awful, like the old woman. And Rowan had no spirit to move, no spirit to climb the stairs again or to see anything at all. His name was Townsend? She asked. Yeah, Stuart Townsend. Who the hell was he? Do they have any idea? Michael thought for a moment, flicked a tiny bit of tobacco off his lip, shifted his weight from one hip to another. Pure beefcake, she thought. Downright pornographic. I know who he was, he said with a sigh. Aaron Lightner, you remember him? He knows all about him. What are you talking about? You want to talk heel? His eyes moved over the ceiling again like antennae. I've got Aaron's car outside. We could go back to the hotel or downtown somewhere. His eyes lingered lovingly on the plaster medallion, on the chandelier. There was something furtive and guilty about the way he was admiring it in the middle of this crisis, but he didn't have to hide it from her. This is the house, isn't it? She asked. The one you told me about in California. His eyes homed to her, locked. Yeah, it's the one. He gave a little sad smile and a shake of his head. It's the one, all right. He tapped the ash into his cupped hand, and then moved slowly away from the table towards the fireplace. The heavy shift of his hips, the movement of his thick leather belt, all distractingly erotic. She watched him tip the ashes into the empty grate, the invisible little ashes that probably would have made no difference at all had they been allowed to drift to the dusty floor. What do you mean, Mr. Lightner knows who that man was? He looked uncomfortable. Extremely sexy and very uncomfortable. He took another drag off the cigarette and looked around, figuring. Lightner belongs to an organization, he said. He fished in his shirt pocket and drew out a little card. He placed it on the table. They call it an order, like a religious order, but it isn't religious. The name of it is the Talamasca. Dabblers in the black art? No. That's what the old woman said. Well, that's a lie. Believers in the black art, but not dabblers or practitioners. She told a lot of lies. There was truth in what she said, too. but every damned time it was entangled with hate, and venom, and meanness, and awful, awful lies. She shuddered. "I'm hot and I'm cold," she said. "I saw one of those cards before. He gave one to me in California. Did he tell you that? I met him in California?" Michael nodded uneasily. "At Ellie's grave." "Well, how is that possible? That you're his friend, and that he knows all about this man in the attic?" "I'm tired, Michael. I feel like I might start screaming and never be able to stop. I feel like if you don't start telling me—" She broke off, staring listlessly at the table. "I don't know what I'm saying," she said. "That man, Townsend," said Michael apprehensively. "He was a member of the Order. He came here in 1929 trying to make contact with the Mayfair family." "Why?" "They've been watching this family for 300 years, compiling a history," Michael said. "It's going to be hard for you to understand all this. And just by coincidence, this man's your friend?" "No, slow down. None of it was coincidence. I met him outside this house the first night I got here. And I saw him in San Francisco, too. You saw him, remember? The night you picked me up at my place, but we both thought he was a reporter. I had never spoken to him. Before that night, I'd never seen him before." "I remember." "And then, outside this house, he was there. I was drunk. I'd gotten drunk on the plane. Remember I promised you I wouldn't? Well, I did. And I came here, and I saw this other man in the garden. Only it wasn't a real man. I thought it was, and then I realized it wasn't. I'd seen that guy when I was a kid. I'd seen him every time I ever passed this house. I told you about him, do you remember? Well, what I have to somehow explain is he's not a real man." "I know," she said. "I've seen him." The most electrical feeling passed through her. "Keep talking. I'll tell you about it when you finish, please." But he didn't keep talking. He looked at her anxiously. He was frustrated, worried. He was leaning on the mantel, looking down at her, the light from the hallway half illuminating his face, his eyes darting over the table and finally returning to her. It aroused a complete tenderness in her to see the protectiveness in him, to hear in his voice the gentleness and the fear of hurting her. "Tell me the rest," she said. "Look, don't you understand? I have some terrible things I have to tell you, because you're the only one I can tell." "So you tell me your story, because you're actually making it easier for me." "Because I didn't know how I was going to tell you about seeing that man. I saw him after you left, on the deck in Tiburon. I saw him at the very moment my mother died in New Orleans, and I didn't know she was dying then. I didn't know anything about her." He nodded, but he was still confused, stymied. "If I can't trust you, for what it's worth, I don't want to talk to anybody. What are you holding back? Just tell me. Tell me why that man, Aaron Leitner, was kind to me this afternoon at the funeral when you weren't there. I want to know who he is, and how you know him. Am I entitled to ask that question? Look, honey, you can trust me. Don't get mad at me, please. Oh, don't worry. It takes more than a lover's quarrel for me to blow somebody's carotid artery. Rowan, I didn't mean... I know, she whispered. But you know I killed that old woman. He made a small, forbidding gesture. He shook his head. You know I did. She looked up at him. You are the only one who knows. Then a terrible suspicion came into her mind. "Did you tell Leitner the things I told you about what I could do?" "No," he said, shaking his head earnestly, pleading with her quietly and eloquently to believe him. "No, but he knows, Rowan." "Knows what?" He didn't answer. He gave a little shrug and drew out another cigarette, and stood there staring off, considering, apparently, as he pulled out his matchbook and without even noticing it did that wonderful one-handed match trick of bending out one book match and closing the book, and then bending that match and striking it and putting the flame to the cigarette. "I don't know where to begin," he said. "Maybe at the beginning." He let out the smoke, resting his elbow on the mantel again. "I love you. I really do. I don't know how all this came about. I have a lot of suspicions, and I'm scared. But I love you. If that was meant, destined, well, then I'm a lost man, really lost, because I can't accept the destined part, but I won't give up the love. I don't care what happens." "Did you hear what I said?" She nodded. "You have to tell me everything about these other people," she said. But she also said, without words, "Do you know how much I love you and desire you?" She turned sideways in the chair, the better to face him. She rubbed the back of her arms again and hung the heel of her shoe on the chair rung. Looking up at him, she saw his hips again, the slant of his belt, the shirt tight across his chest. She couldn't stop wanting him physically. Best to get it over with, wasn't it? Oh, all right, let's eat all this delicious ice cream just to get rid of it. And so you can tell me what you're talking about with all this, and I can tell you about the man on the plane, and the old woman's question. Was it better than a mortal man? His face darkened as he looked at her. Loved her. Yes, this man. Just the best man she had ever known or touched or wanted ever. What would all this have been like without him? "Michael, talk straight to me, please," she said. "Oh, yeah. But, Rowan, don't freak out on me. Just listen to what I have to say." He picked up one of the dining room chairs from along the wall, swung it around so that the back faced her, and straddled it cowboy style, folding his arms on the back of it as he looked at her. That was pornographic, too. "For the last 2 days," he said, "I've been holed up about 60 miles from here, reading the history of the Mayfair family compiled by these people. The Talamasca." He nodded. "Now let me explain to you. 300 years ago, there was this man named Peter Van Abel. His father had been a famous surgeon at the University of Leiden in Holland. There are books still in existence that were written by this doctor, Jan Van Abel." "I know who he is," she said. "He was an anatomist." He smiled and shook his head. "Well, he's your ancestor, babe. You look like his son. At least, that's what Aaron says. Now, when Jan Van Abel died, Peter was orphaned, and he became a member of the Talamasca. He could read minds. He could see ghosts. He was what other people might have called a witch, but the Talamasca gave him shelter. Eventually, he went to work for them, and part of his work was saving people accused in other countries of witchcraft. And if they had real gifts, you know, the gifts that I have and you have and Peter Van Abel had, well, he would help those people to reach the mother house of the Talamasca in Amsterdam. Now, this Peter Van Abel went to Scotland to try to intervene in the trial of a witch named Suzanne Mayfair. But he came too late, and all he was able to do, which was plenty as it turned out, was take her daughter Deborah away from the town where she might eventually have been burnt too, and bring her to Holland. But before he did, he saw this man, this spirit. He saw, too, that the child Deborah saw it, and Peter conjectured that Deborah had made it appear, which proved to be accurate. Deborah didn't stay with the order. Eventually she seduced Peter, and by him had a child named Charlotte. Charlotte went to the New World, and it was she who founded the Mayfair family. But when Deborah died in France, a convicted witch, that brown-haired man, that spirit, went to Charlotte. So did this emerald necklace that is lying right here in this box. It passed along with the spirit to Charlotte. All the Mayfairs since are Charlotte's descendants. And in each generation of those descendants down to the present time, at least one woman has inherited the powers of Suzanne and Deborah, which included, among other things, the ability to see this brown-haired man, this spirit. And they are what the Talamasca calls the Mayfair witches. She made a little sound, half amazement, half nervous amusement. She drew herself up in the chair and watched the little changes in his face, as he silently sorted all the things he wanted to tell. Then she decided to say nothing. The Talamasca, he said, choosing his words with care. They're scholars, historians. They've documented 1,000 sightings of that brown-haired man in and around this house. 300 years ago in Saint-Domingue, when Peter Van Abel went there to talk to his daughter Charlotte, this spirit drove him mad. It eventually killed him. He took another drag off the cigarette, eyes moving around the room again, but not seeing it this time, rather seeing something else, and then returning to her. Now, as I explained before, he said, I've seen that man since I was 6 years old. I saw him every time I ever passed this house. And unlike the countless people interviewed by the Talamasca over the years, I've seen him other places. But the point is, the other night when I came back here, after all these years, I saw that man again. And when I told Aaron what I saw, when I told him that I'd been seeing that man since I was yay high, and when I told him that it was you who rescued me, well, then he showed me the Talamasca's file on the Mayfair witches. He hadn't known I was the one who pulled you out of the ocean? Michael shook his head. He'd come to San Francisco to see me because of my hands. That's their territory, so to speak. People who have special powers. It was routine. He was reaching out to me as routinely, perhaps, as Peter Van Abel went to try to intervene in the execution of Suzanne Mayfair. And then he saw you outside my house. He saw you come to pick me up. And do you know, he thought you'd hired me to come back here. He thought you'd hired a psychic to come back here and investigate your background. He took a final drag off the cigarette and pitched it into the grate. Well, for a while anyway, he thought that, until I told him why you'd really come to see me, and how you'd never seen this house or even seen a picture of it. But there you have it, you see. And what you have to do now is read the file on the Mayfair witches. But there's more to it. As far as I'm concerned, I mean more to it that has to do with me. The visions. Exactly. He smiled, his face warm and beautiful. Exactly. Because you remember I told you I saw a woman and there was a jewel. And you're saying it's the emerald. I don't know, Rowan, I don't know. And then I do know. I know as surely as I know I'm sitting here that it was Deborah Mayfair I saw out there. Deborah. And she was wearing the emerald around her neck, and I was sent here to do something. To fight that spirit? He shook his head. It's more complicated. That's why you have to read the file. And Rowan, you have to read it. You have to not be offended that such a file exists. You have to read it. What does the Talamasca get from all this? She asked. Nothing, he answered. To know. Yes, they'd like to know. They'd like to understand. It's like, they're psychic detectives. And filthy rich, I suppose. Yeah, he said, nodding. Filthy rich. Loaded. You're kidding. No, they've got money like you've got. They've got money like the Catholic Church has got, like the Vatican. Look, it's got nothing to do with their wanting anything from you. Okay, I believe it. It's just you're naive, Michael. You really are. You really are naive. What in the hell makes you say that, Rowan? Christ, where do you get the idea that I am naive? You said this before, and this is really crazy. Michael, you are. You really are. Okay, tell me the truth. Do you still believe that these visions were good? That these people who appeared to you were higher beings? Yes, I do, he said. This black-haired woman, this convicted witch, as you called her, with the jewel, was good. The one who knocked you off the rock right into the Pacific Ocean, where, Rowan, no one can prove a chain of controlled events like that. All I know, you saw this spirit man when you were sick. Let me tell you something, Michael. This man is not good. And you saw him here 2 nights ago? And this black-haired woman is not good either. Rowan, it's too early for you to make these interpretations. Okay, all right. I don't want to make you mad. I don't want to make you angry even for 1 second. I'm so glad you're here. You can't know how glad I am that you're here with me in this house, and you understand all this, that you're... Oh, it's a terrible thing to say, but I'm glad I'm not in it alone. And I want you here. That's the whole truth. I know. I understand. And the important thing is, I am here, and you aren't alone. But don't you make too many interpretations either. There is something terribly evil here, something I can feel like the evil in me. No, don't say anything, just listen to me. There's something so bad that it could spill out and hurt lots of people, more than it's ever hurt in the past. And you're like some starry-eyed knight who just rode over the drawbridge out of the castle. Rowan, that is not true. All right, okay. They didn't drown you out there. They didn't do that. And you're knowing all these people, Rita May and Jerry Lonigan, it's all not connected. It's connected, but the question is, how is it connected? It's crucial not to jump to conclusions. She turned back towards the table, resting her elbows on it and holding her head in her hands. She had no idea now what time it was. The night seemed quieter than before. Now and then something in the house would snap or creak. But they were alone. Completely alone. You know, she said, I think about that old woman, and it's like a cloud of evil descending on me. It was like walking with evil to be with her. And she thought she was the good one. She thought she was fighting the devil. It's tangled, but it's tangled even more obscurely than that. She killed Townsend, he said. She turned and looked at him again. You know that for sure? I laid my hands on him. I felt the bone. She did it. She tied him up in that rug. He was maybe drugged at the time, I don't know. But he died in the rug. I know that much. He chewed a hole in it. Oh, God. She closed her eyes, her imagination filling in the implications too vividly. And there were people in this house all the time, and they couldn't hear him. They didn't know he was dying up there, or if they did, they didn't do anything about it. Why would she do it? 'Cause she hated us. I mean, she hated the Talamasca. You said us. That was a slip, but a very informative one. I feel like I'm part of them. They've come to me and they've asked me to be, more or less. They've taken me into their confidence. But maybe what I really meant is that she hated anyone from outside who knew anything. There are dangers still to anybody from outside. There's danger to Aaron. You asked me what the Talamasca stands to get out of this.
It stands to lose another member.
Explain. On the way home from the funeral, coming back out to the country to get me, he saw a man on the road and swerved, rolled over twice, and just got out of the damned car before it exploded. It was that spirit thing. I know it was. So does he. I guess whatever this big plan is, this entanglement, Aaron has served his purpose.
Is he hurt?
Michael shook his head. He knew what was going down even as it was happening, but he couldn't take a chance. Suppose it hadn't been an apparition and he'd run down a real man, just couldn't chance it. He was belted in, too. I think he got slammed on the head pretty bad.
Did they take him to a hospital?
Yes, doctor, he's okay. That is why it took so long to get here. He didn't want me to come. He wanted you to come to them out there in the country, feed the fire out there. But I came on anyway. I knew that thing wasn't going to kill me. I haven't served my purpose yet.
The purpose of the vision?
No. He has his purpose and they have theirs, and they don't work together. They work against each other. What happens if you try to run away to Tibet? She asked. You want to go? If I go with you, you're not running away. But really, what if you do run away? I don't know. I don't intend to, so it doesn't compute. They want me to fight him and the little scheme he's been laying down all along. I'm convinced of it. They want you to break the chain, she said. That's what the old woman said. She said, break the chain, meaning this legacy that comes all the way down from Charlotte, I guess, though she didn't talk about anyone that far back. She said she herself had tried, and that I could do it. That's the obvious answer, yes. But there has to be more to it than that, having to do with him and why he's shown himself to me. Okay, she said. You listen to me now. I'm going to read the file, every page of it. But I've seen this thing, too, and it doesn't simply appear. It affects matter. When did you see it? The night my mother died, at the very hour. I tried to call you. I rang the hotel, but you weren't there. It scared the hell out of me. But the apparition isn't the significant part. It's what else happened. It affected the water around the house. It made the water so turbulent that the house was swaying on its pilings. There was absolutely no storm that night on Richardson Bay or San Francisco Bay, or any earthquake or any natural reason for that to happen. And there's something else, too. The next time, I felt this thing touch me. When did that happen? On the plane. I thought it was a dream, but it wasn't. I was sore afterwards, just as if I'd been with a large man. You mean it? I thought I was asleep. But the distinction I'm trying to make is this thing isn't limited to apparitions. It's involved with the physical in some very specific way. And what I have to understand is its parameters. Well, that's a commendable scientific attitude. Could I ask whether or not its touching you evoked any other, less scientific response? Of course it did. It was pleasurable because I was half asleep. But when I woke up, I felt like I'd been raped. I loathed it. Oh, lovely, he said anxiously. Just lovely. Well, look, you've got the power to stop this thing from that sort of violation. I know, and now that I know that's what it is, I will. But if anybody had tried to tell me day before yesterday that some invisible being was going to slip under my clothes on a flight to New Orleans, I wouldn't have been any more prepared than I was, because I wouldn't have believed it. But we know it doesn't want to hurt me. And we are fairly certain that it doesn't want to hurt you. What we have to keep in mind is that it does want to hurt anyone who interferes with its plans, apparently. And now this includes your friend Aaron. Right, Michael said. Now you look tired, like you're the one who needs to be taken back to the hotel and put to bed, she said. Why don't we go there? He didn't answer. He sat up and rubbed the back of his neck with his hands. There's something you're not saying. What? And I'm not saying it either. Well, then say it, she said softly, patiently. Don't you want to talk to him? Don't you want to ask him yourself who he is and what he is? Don't you think you can communicate with him better and more truly, maybe, than any of the rest of them? Maybe you don't, but I do. I want to talk to him. I want to know why he showed himself to me when I was a kid. I want to know why he came so close to me the other night that I almost touched him, touched his shoe. I want to know what he is. And I know that no matter what Aaron told me or what Aaron will tell me, I think I'm smart enough to get through to that thing and to reason with it, and maybe that's exactly the kind of pride it expects to find in everyone who ever sees it. Maybe it counts on that. Now, if you haven't felt that, well, then you're smarter and stronger than I am by a long, long way. I never really talked to a ghost or spirit or whatever he is, and boy, I wouldn't pass up the opportunity, not even knowing what I know and knowing what he did to Aaron. She nodded. Yeah, you've covered it all right. And maybe it does play on that, the vanity in some of us that we won't run the way the others did. But there's something else between me and this thing. It touched me, and it left me feeling raped. I didn't like it. They sat there in silence for a moment. He was looking at her, and she could all but hear the wheels turning in his head. He stood up and reached for the jewel case, sliding it across the smooth surface of the table. He opened it and looked at the emerald. Go ahead, she said. Touch it. It doesn't look like the drawing I made of it, he whispered. I was imagining it when I made the drawing, not remembering it. He shook his head. He seemed about to close the lid of the box again. Then he removed his glove and laid his fingers on the stone. In silence she waited, but she could tell by his face that he was disappointed and anxious. When he sighed and closed the box, she didn't press him. I got an image of you, he said, of your putting it around your neck. I saw myself standing in front of you. He put the glove back on carefully. That's when you came in? Yeah, he said, nodding. I didn't even notice that you were wearing it. It was dark. I saw only you. What does that matter? She shrugged. I took it off and put it back in the case. I don't know. Just now, when you touched it, did you see anything else? He shook his head. Only that you love me, he said in a small voice. You really do. You only have to touch me to discover that, she said. He smiled, but the smile was sad and confused. He shoved his hands in his pockets as if he were trying to get rid of them, and he bowed his head. She waited for a long moment, hating to see him miserable. Come on, let's go, she said. This place is getting to you worse than me. Let's go back to the hotel. He nodded. I need a glass of water, he said. You think there's some cold water in this house? I'm dry, and I'm hot. I don't know, she said. I don't even know if there's a kitchen. Maybe there's a well with a moss-covered bucket. Maybe there's a magic spring. He laughed softly. Come on, let's find some water. She got up and followed him out of the rear door of the dining room. Some sort of butler's pantry it was, with a little sink in it and high glass cabinets filled with china. He took his time passing through. He seemed to be measuring the thickness of the walls with his hands. Back here, he said, passing through the next door. He pushed in an old black wall button. A dingy overhead bulb flashed on, weak and dismal, revealing a long split-level room, the upper portion a sterile workplace, and the lower, 2 steps down, a small breakfast room with a fireplace. A long series of glass doors revealed the overgrown yard outside. It seemed the song of the frogs was louder here, clearer. The dark outline of an immense tree obscured the northern corner of the view completely. The rooms themselves were very clean and very streamlined in an old-fashioned way, very efficient. The built-in refrigerator covered half the inside wall, with a great heavy door like the doors of walk-in vaults in restaurants. "Don't tell me if there's a body in there. I don't want to know," she said wearily. "No, just food," he said, smiling, "and ice water." He took out the clear glass bottle. "Let me tell you about the South. There's always a bottle of ice water." He rummaged in one of the cabinets over the corner sink and caught up 2 jelly glasses with his right hand and set them down on the immaculate counter. The cold water tasted wonderful. Then she remembered the old woman. Her house, really? Her glass, perhaps. A glass from which she'd drunk. She was overcome with revulsion, and she set the glass in the small steel sink before her. Yes, like a restaurant, she thought, detaching herself slowly, rebelliously. The place was that well equipped long, long ago, when someone had ripped out the Victorian fixtures they so love these days in San Francisco, and put in all this shining steel. "What are we going to do, Michael?" she said. He stared down at the glass in his hand. Then he looked at her, and at once the tenderness and the protectiveness in his eyes went to her heart. "Love each other, Rowan. Love each other. You know as sure as I am about the visions, I'm sure that it isn't part of anyone's plan that we really love each other." She stepped up to him and slipped her arms around his chest. She felt his hands come up her back and close warmly and tenderly on her neck and her hair. He held her deliciously tight and buried his face in her neck and then kissed her again on the lips gently. "Love me, Rowan. Trust me and love me," he said, his voice heartbreakingly sincere. He drew back and seemed to retreat into himself a little, and then he took her hand and led her slowly towards the French door. He stood looking out into the darkness. Then he opened the door. No lock on it. Maybe there was no lock on any of them. "Can we go outside?" he asked. "Of course we can. Why do you ask me?" He looked at her as if he wanted to kiss her, but he didn't do it. And then she kissed him. But at the mere delicious taste of him, all the rest of it returned. She snuggled against him for a long moment, and then she led the way out. They found that they had come onto a screened porch, much smaller than the one on which the old woman had died, and they went out another door, like many an old-fashioned screen door, even to the spring that caused it to shut behind them. They went down the wooden steps to the flagstones. "All this is okay," he said. "It's not in bad repair, really." "But what about the house itself? Can it be saved, or is it too far gone?" "This house?" He smiled, shaking his head, his blue eyes shining beautifully as he glanced at her, and then up at the narrow open porch high overhead. "Honey, this house is fine, just fine. This house will be here when you and I are gone. I've never been in such a house, not in all my years in San Francisco. Tomorrow we'll come back and I'll show you this house in the sunlight. I'll show you how thick these walls are. I'll show you the rafters underneath if you want." He stopped, ashamed, it seemed, of relishing it so much, and caught again in the unhappiness and the mourning for the old woman, just as she had been. And then there was Deirdre, and so many questions yet unanswered about Deirdre, so many things in this history he described, and yet it seemed the darkest journey. Much rather look at him and see the excitement in him as he looks up at the walls, as he studies the door frames and the sills and the steps. "You love it, don't you?" "I've loved it ever since I was a kid," he said. "I loved it when I saw it 2 nights ago. I love it now, even though I know all kinds of things that happened in it, even what happened to that guy in the attic. I love it because it's your house, and because 'Cause it's beautiful, no matter what anybody has done in it or to it. It was beautiful when it was built. It will be beautiful 100 years from now. He put his arms around her again, and she clung to him, nestling against him and feeling him kiss her hair again. His gloved fingers touched her cheek. She wanted to rip off the gloves, but she didn't say so. "You know, it's a funny thing," he said. "In all my years in California, I worked on many a house, and I loved them all. But none of them ever made me feel my mortality. They never made me feel small. This house makes me feel that. It makes me feel it because it is going to be here when I'm gone." They turned and walked deeper into the garden, finding the flags in spite of the weeds that pressed against them, and the bananas that grew so thick and low that the great blade-like leaves brushed their faces. The shrubs closed out the kitchen light behind them as they climbed the low flagstone steps. Dark it was here, dark as the rural dark. A rank green smell rose, like the smell of a swamp, and Rowan realized that she was looking out at a long pool of water. They stood on the flagstone lip of this great black pool. It was so heavily overgrown that the surface of the water showed only in dim flashes. The water lilies gleamed boldly in the faintest light from the far-off sky. Insects hummed thickly and invisibly. The frogs sang, and things stirred the water so that the light skittered on the surface suddenly, even deep among the high weeds. There came a busy trickling sound, as though the pond were fed by fountains, and when she narrowed her eyes, she saw the spouts pouring forth their thin, sparkling streams. "Stella built this," he said. "She built it over 50 years ago. It wasn't meant to be like this at all. It was a swimming pool. And now the garden's got it. The earth has taken it back." How sad he sounded. It was as if he had seen something confirmed that he did not quite believe. And to think how that name had struck her when Ellie said it in the final weeks of fever and delirium. Stella in the coffin. He was looking off towards the front of the house, and when she followed his gaze, she saw the high gable of the third floor, with its twin chimneys floating against the sky, and the glint of the moon or the stars, she didn't know which, in the square windows high up there, in the room where the man had died, and where Antha had fled Carlotta. All the way down past those iron porches she had fallen, all the way down to the flags, before her cranium cracked on the flags, and the soft tissue of the brain was crushed, the blood oozing out of it. She pressed herself more closely against Michael. She locked her hands behind his back, resting her weight against him. She looked straight up at the pale sky and its few scattered yet vivid stars, and then the memory of the old woman came back again, and it was like the evil cloud wouldn't let go of her. She thought of the look on the old woman's face as she'd died. She thought of the words, and the face of her mother in the casket, slumbering forever on white satin. "What is it, darling?" he asked. A low rumble from his chest. She pressed her face against his shirt. She started to shiver as she had been doing on and off all night, and when she felt his arms come down tighter and almost hard, she loved it. The frogs were singing here, that loud, grinding woodland song, and far away a bird cried in the night. Impossible to believe that streets lay near at hand, and that people lived beyond the trees, that the distant tiny yellow lights twinkling here and there through the glossy leaves were the lights of other people's houses. "I love you, Michael," she whispered. "I do. I love you." But she couldn't shake the evil spell. It seemed to be part of the sky, and the giant tree looming over her head, and the glittering water down deep in the rank and wild grass. But it was not part of any one place. It was in her, part of her. And she realized, her head lying still against his chest, that this wasn't only the remembrance of the old woman and her brittle and personal malice, but a foreboding. Ellie's efforts had been in vain, for Rowan had known this foreboding long ago. Maybe even all her life she'd known that a dread and dark secret lay ahead, and that it was a great and immense and greedy and multi-layered secret, which once opened would continue to unfold forever. It was a secret that would become the world, its revelations crowding out the very light of ordinary life. This long day in the balmy tropical city of old-fashioned courtesies and rituals had merely been the first unfolding. Even the secrets of the old woman were the mere beginning. And it draws its strength, this big secret, from the same root from which I draw my strength, both the good and the bad, because in the end they cannot be separated. "Rowan, let me get you away from here," he said. "We should have left before. This is my fault." "No, it doesn't matter, leaving here," she whispered. "I like it here. It doesn't matter where I go. So why not stay here where it's dark and quiet and beautiful?" The soft, heavy smell of that flower came again, the one the old woman had called the night jasmine. "Ah, do you smell it, Michael?" She looked at the white water lilies glowing in the dark. "That's the smell of summer nights in New Orleans," he answered, "of walking alone and whistling and beating the iron pickets with a twig." She loved the deep vibration of his voice coming from his chest. "That's the smell of walking all through these streets." He looked down at her, struggling to make out her face, it seemed. "Rowan, whatever happens, don't let this house go. Even if you have to go away from it and never see it again, even if you come to hate it, don't let it go. Don't let it ever fall into the hands of anyone who wouldn't love it. It's too beautiful. It has to survive all this just as we do." She didn't answer. She didn't confess this dark fear that they weren't going to survive, that somehow everything that had ever given her consolation would be lost. And then she remembered the old woman's face, upstairs in the death room where the man had died years and years ago, and the old woman saying to her, "You can choose, you can break the chain." The old woman trying to break through her own crust of malice and viciousness and coldness, trying to offer Rowan something which she herself perceived to be shining and pure. And in the same room with that man who had died, bound helplessly in that rug, while life went on in the rooms below. "Let's go, darling dear," he said. "Let's go back to the hotel. I insist. And let's just get into one of those big soft hotel beds and snuggle together." "Can we walk, Michael? Can we walk slowly through the dark?" "Yes, honey, if you want to." They had no keys to lock up. They left the lights shining behind soiled or draped windows. They went down the path and out the rusted gate. Michael unlocked the car and took out a briefcase and showed it to her. It was the whole story, he said, but she couldn't read it before he explained a few things. There were things in there that were going to shock her, maybe even upset her. Tomorrow they'd talk about it over breakfast. He had promised Erin that he wouldn't put it into her hands without explanations, and it was for her that he was doing this. Erin wanted her to understand. She nodded. She had no distrust of Aaron Leitner. It wasn't possible for people to fool her, and Leitner had no need to fool anyone. And when she thought of him now, remembering his hand on her arm at the funeral, she had the uneasy feeling that he too was an innocent like Michael. And what made them innocent was that they really didn't understand the malice in people. She was so tired now. No matter what you see or feel or come to know, you get tired. You cannot grieve on and on, hour after hour, day after day. Yet glancing back at the house, she thought of the old woman, cold and small and dead in the rocker, her death never to be understood or avenged. If I had not killed her, I could have hated her with such freedom, but now I have this guilt on account of her, as well as all the other doubts and misery she brought to the fore. Michael stood stranded, staring at the front door. She gave a little tug to his sleeve as she drew close to him. "Looks like a great keyhole, doesn't it?" she asked. He nodded, but he seemed far away, lost in his thoughts. "That's what they called that style, the keyhole doorway," he murmured. "Part of the Egyptian, Greek, Italianate mishmash they loved so much when they built this house." "Well, they did a good job of it," she said wearily. She wanted to tell him about the door being carved on the tomb in the cemetery, but she was so tired. They walked on slowly together, winding over to Phillip Street and then up to Britannia and over to Jackson Avenue. They passed lovely houses in the dark. They passed garden walls. Then down to St. Charles they walked, past the shut-up stores and bars, and past the big apartment houses and towards the hotel, only an occasional car slipping by, and the streetcar appearing once with a great iron clatter as it rounded the bend, and then roared out of sight, its empty windows full of butter-yellow light. In the shower they made love, kissing and touching each other hastily and clumsily, the feel of the leather gloves exciting Rowan almost madly when they touched her naked breast and went down between her legs. The house was gone now, so was the old woman, and the poor, sad, beautiful Deirdre. Just Michael, just this hard chest of which she'd been dreaming, and his thick cock in her hands, rising out of its nest of dark, glossy, curling hair. Years ago, some idiot friend had told her over coffee on the campus that women didn't find men's bodies beautiful, that it was what men did that mattered. Well, she had always loved men for both what they did and their bodies. She loved this body, loved its hardness and its tiny, silky, soft nipples and the hard belly and this cock which she took into her mouth. She loved the feel of these strong thighs under her fingers, the soft hair in the curve of this backside. Silky and hard, that's what men were. She ran her hands down Michael's legs, scratching the backs of his knees and squeezing the muscles of his calves. So strong. She shoved him back against the tile, sucking in longer, more delicious strokes, her hands up to cup his balls and lift them and bind them against the base of the cock. Gently he tried to lift her, but she wanted him to spill in her mouth. She brought his hips more tightly against her. She wouldn't let him go, and then he spilled over, and the moan was as good as everything else. Later, when they climbed into the bed, warm and dry, with the air conditioning blowing softly, Michael stripped off the gloves, and they began again. "I can't stop touching you," he said. "I can't stand it, and I want to ask you what it was like when that thing happened, but I know I shouldn't ask you that. And, it's like I've seen the face of the man who touched you." She lay back on the pillow, looking at him in the dark, loving the delicious crush of his weight against her, and his hands almost pulling her hair. She made a fist of her right hand and rubbed her knuckles along the dark, shadowy stubble on his chin. "It was like doing it yourself," she said softly, reaching up and catching his left hand and bringing it down so that she could kiss the palm of it. He stiffened, this cock poking against her thigh. It wasn't the thunder and crackle of another person. It wasn't living cells against living cells. I love these living cells," he purred in her ear, kissing her roughly. He mauled her with his kisses, her mouth coming back at him as disrespectful and hungry and demanding as his own. When she awoke, it was 4 o'clock. Time to go to the hospital. No. Michael was deep asleep. He didn't feel the very gentle kiss she laid on his cheek. She put on the heavy white terry-cloth robe she found hanging in the closet, and went silently out into the living room of the suite. The only light came from the avenue. Deserted down there, quiet as a stage set. She loved early morning streets when they were like that, when you felt you could go down and dance on them if you wanted, as if they were stages, because their white lines and signal lights meant nothing. She felt clear-headed and all right, and safe here. The house was waiting, but the house had waited for a long time. The switchboard told her there was no coffee yet, but there was a message for her and for Mr. Curry from a Mr. Leitner that he would return to the hotel later that day and could be reached this morning at the retreat house. She jotted down the number. She went into the small kitchen, found a pot and coffee and made it herself, and then went back and carefully shut the bedroom door and the door to the little hallway between the bedroom and the living room. Where was the file on the Mayfair witches? What had Michael done with the briefcase he'd taken from the car? She searched the little living room with its skirted chairs and couch. She searched the small den and the closets and even the kitchen. Then she slipped back into the hallway and watched him sleeping there in the light from the window. Curly hair on the back of his neck. In the closet, nothing. In the bathroom, nothing. Clever, Michael, but I'm going to find it. And then she saw the very edge of the briefcase. He had slipped it behind the chair. Not very trusting. But then I'm doing just what I more or less promised I wouldn't, she thought. She drew it out, stopping to listen to the pace of his deep breathing, and then she shut the door and tiptoed down the hall and shut the second door and laid the briefcase on the coffee table in the light of the lamp. Then she got her coffee and her cigarettes and sat down on the couch and looked at her watch. It was 4:15. She loved this time, absolutely loved it. It was a good time to read. It had been her favorite time, too, for driving to the hospital, running one red light after another in the great quiet vacuum, her mind filled with orderly and detailed thoughts of the operations waiting for her. But it was an even better time to read. She opened the briefcase and removed the great stack of folders, each of which carried the curious title, The File on the Mayfair Witches. It made her smile. It was so literal. Innocent, she whispered. They are all innocent. The man in the attic probably innocent. And that old woman, a witch to the core. She paused, taking her first drag off the cigarette and wondering how she understood it so completely and why she was so certain that they, Aaron and Michael, did not. The conviction remained with her. Flipping quickly through the folders, she sized up the manuscript, the way she always did the scientific texts she wanted to devour in one sitting, and then she scanned one page at random for the proportion of abstractions to concrete words, and found it very comfortable, the latter outnumbering the former to an extremely high degree. A snap to cover this in 4 hours. With luck, Michael would sleep that long. The world would sleep. She snuggled back on the couch, put her bare feet against the rim of the coffee table, and began to read. At 9 o'clock she walked slowly back First Street until she reached the corner of Chestnut. The morning sun was already high in the sky, and the birds were singing almost furiously in the leafy canopy of branches overhead. The sharp caw of a crow cut through the softer chorus. Squirrels scurried along the thick, heavy branches that reached out low and far over the fences and the brick walls. The clean-swept brick sidewalks were deserted, and the whole place seemed to belong to its flowers, its trees, and its houses. Even the noise of the occasional traffic, was swallowed by the engulfing stillness and greenness. The clean blue sky shone through the web of overhead foliage, and the light, even in the shade, seemed somehow bright and pure. Aaron Leitner was already waiting for her at the gate, a small-boned man in light tropical clothing, with a prim British look to him, even to the walking stick in his hand. She had called him at 8 and asked for this appointment, and she could see even from a distance that he was deeply worried about her reaction to what she'd read. She took her time crossing the intersection. She approached him slowly, her eyes lowered, her mind still swimming with the long story and all the detail which she'd so quickly absorbed. When she found herself standing in front of him, she took his hand. She had not rehearsed what she meant to say. It would be an ordeal for her, but it felt good to be here, to be holding his hand, pressing it warmly, as she studied the expression on his open and agreeable face. "Thank you," she said, her voice sounding weak and inadequate to her. "You've answered all the worst and most tormenting questions of my life. In fact, you can't know what you've done for me. You and your watchers, they found the darkest part of me, and you knew what it was, and you turned a light on it, and you connected it to something greater and older and just as real." She shook her head, still holding his hand, struggling to continue. "I don't know how to say what I want to say," she confessed. "I'm not alone anymore. I mean me, all of me, not merely the name and the part that the family want. I mean who I am." She sighed. The words were so clumsy, and the feelings behind them so enormous as her relief. "I thank you," she said, "that you didn't keep your secret. I thank you from the bottom of my heart." She could see his amazement and his faint confusion. Slowly he nodded, and she felt his goodness, and above all his willingness to trust. "What can I do for you now?" he asked, with total and disarming candor. "Come inside," she said. "Let's talk." 30. 11 o'clock. He sat up in the dark, staring at the digital clock on the table. However did he sleep that long? He'd left the drapes open so the light would wake him, but somebody had closed them. And his gloves. Where were his gloves? He found them and slipped them on, and then climbed out of bed. The briefcase was gone. He knew it before he looked behind the chair. Foiled. At once he put on his robe and walked down the little hallway to the living room. No one here. Just the scorched smell of old coffee coming from the kitchen and the lingering perfume of a cigarette made him want one immediately. And there on the coffee table, the empty sack of a briefcase and the file, manila folders in 2 neat stacks. "Ah, Rowan," he groaned. And Aaron was never going to forgive him. And Rowan had read the part about Karen Garfield and Dr. Lemley dying after they had seen her. She'd read all the delicious gossip gleaned over the years from Rowan Mayfair and from Bea and from others whom she had most surely met at the funeral. That and 1,000 other things he couldn't even think of at the moment. If he went into the bedroom and discovered that all her clothes were gone. But her clothes weren't here anyway. They were in her room. He stood there scratching his head, uncertain what to do first, ring her room, call Aaron, or go screaming crazy. And then he saw the note. It was right beside the 2 stacks of manila folders, a single sheet of hotel stationery, covered in a very clear, straight hand. 8:30 a.m. Michael. Read the file. I love you. Don't worry. Going to 9 o'clock appointment with Aaron. Can you meet me at the house at 3 o'clock? I need some time alone there. I'll be looking for you around 3. If not, leave word for me here. The Witch of Endor. The Witch of Endor. Who was the Witch of Endor? Ah, the woman to whom King Saul had gone to conjure the faces of his ancestors? Don't overinterpret. It means she has survived the file. The whiz kid, the brain surgeon, read the file. It had taken him 2 days. Read the file. He peeled off his right glove and laid his hand on the note. Flash of Rowan, dressed, bending over the desk in the little room off this parlor. Then a flash of someone who'd put the stationery here days ago, a uniformed maid, and other foolish things cascading in, none of which mattered. He lifted his fingers, waited until the tingling stopped. "Give me Rowan," he said, and touched the paper again. Rowan, and Rowan not angry, but deeply secretive and... what? In the midst of an adventure? Yes, what he was sensing was a strange, defiant excitement, and this he understood perfectly. He saw her again with shocking clarity, only it was someplace else, and at once the image was confused, and then he lost it, and he put back on the glove. He sat there for a moment, drawing back into himself, instinctively hating this power, yet thinking about the question of excitement. He remembered what Aaron had told him last night. "I can teach you how to use it, but it will never be precise. It will always be confusing." God, how he hated it. Hated even the sharp sense of Rowan that had invaded him and wouldn't leave him. He would have much preferred the visceral memories of the bedroom, and her lovely, deep, grosgrain voice, speaking to him so softly and honestly and simply. Much preferred to hear it from her own lips. Excitement. He called room service. "Send me a big breakfast. Eggs Benedict, grits. Yeah, a big bowl of grits. Extra side of ham, toast, and a full pot of coffee. And tell the waiter to use his key. I'll be getting dressed. And add a 20% tip for the waiter, please, and bring me some cold, cold water." He read the note again. Aaron and Rowan were together now. This filled him with apprehension. And now he understood how fearful Aaron had been when he himself had begun to read the materials. And he hadn't wanted to listen to Aaron. He had wanted to read. Well, he couldn't blame Rowan. He couldn't shake this uneasiness either. She didn't understand Aaron, and he certainly didn't understand her. And she thought he was naive. He shook his head. And then there was Lasher. What did Lasher think? Last night, before he'd left Oak Haven, Aaron had said, "It was the man. I saw him in the headlights. I knew it was a trick, but I couldn't chance it." "So what are you going to do?" Michael had asked. "Be careful," said Aaron. "What else can I do?" And now she wanted him to meet her at the house at 3 o'clock, because she needed some time alone there. With Lasher? How was he going to put a lid on his emotions until 3 o'clock? "Well, you're in New Orleans, aren't you, old buddy? You haven't been back to the old neighborhood. Maybe it's time to go." He left the hotel at 11:45, the engulfing warm air surprising and delighting him as he stepped outside. After 30 years in San Francisco, he had been braced for the chill and the wind reflexively. And as he walked in the direction of uptown, he found he had been braced for a hill climb or hill descent in the same subconscious fashion. The flat, wide pavement felt wonderful to him. It was as if everything was easier, every breath he took of the warm breeze, every step, the crossing of the street, the gentle looking around at the mature, black-barked oaks that changed the cityscape as soon as he had crossed Jackson Avenue. No wind cutting his face, no glare of the Pacific Coast sky blinding him. He chose Phillip Street for the walk out to the Irish Channel, and moved slowly, as he would have in the old days, knowing the heat would get worse, that his clothes would get heavy, and that even the insides of his shoes would become moist after a little while, and he'd take off this khaki safari jacket sooner or later and sling it over his shoulder. But he soon forgot about all that. This was the landscape of too many happy memories. It drew him away from worrying about Rowan. It drew him away from worrying about the man. And he was just sliding back into the past, drifting by the old ivy-covered walls, and the young crepe myrtles growing thin and weedy and full of big floppy blossoms. He had to slap them back as he went on. And it came to him again, as strongly as it had before, that longing had embellished nothing. Thank God so much was still here. The tall Queen Anne Victorians, so much larger than those of San Francisco, were still standing right beside the earlier antebellum houses with their masonry walls and columns, as sturdy and magnificent as the house on First Street. At last he crossed Magazine, wary of the speeding traffic, and moved on into the Irish Channel. The houses seemed to shrink. Columns gave way to posts. The oaks were no more. Even the giant hackberry trees didn't go beyond the corner of Constance Street. But that was all right. That was just fine. This was his part of town, or at least it had been. Annunciation Street broke his heart. The fine renovations and fresh paint jobs he had glimpsed on Constance and Laurel were few and far between on this neglected street. Garbage and old tires littered the empty lots. The double cottage in which he'd grown up was abandoned, with big slabs of weathered plywood covering all its doors and windows, and the yard in which he'd played was now a jungle of weeds, enclosed by an ugly chain-link fence. He saw nothing of the old 4 o'clocks which had bloomed pink and fragrant summer and winter, and gone were the banana trees by the old shed at the end of the side alley. The little corner grocery was padlocked and deserted, and the old corner bar showed not the slightest sign of life. Gradually he realized he was the only white man to be seen. He walked on deeper, it seemed, into the sadness and the shabbiness. Here and there was a nicely painted house. A pretty black child with braided hair and round, quiet eyes clung to the gate, staring up at him. But all the people he might have known were long gone, and the dreary decay of Jackson Avenue at this point hurt him to see it. Yet on he walked, towards the brick tenements of the St. Thomas Project. No white people lived in there anymore. No one had to tell him that. This was the black man's town back here now, and he felt cold, appraising eyes on him as he turned down Josephine Street towards the old churches and the old school. More boarded-up wooden cottages, the lower floor of a tenement completely gutted, ripped and swollen furniture piled at a curb. In spite of what he had seen before, the decay of the abandoned school buildings shocked him. There was glass broken out from the windows of the rooms in which he'd studied in those long-ago years, and there the gymnasium he had helped to build appeared so worn, so past its time, so utterly forgotten. Only the churches of St. Mary's and St. Alphonsus stood proud and seemingly indestructible, but their doors were locked. And in the sacristy yard of St. Alphonsus, the weeds grew up to his knees. He could see the old electrical boxes open and rusted, the fuses torn out. "You want to see the church?" He turned. A small, balding man with a rounded belly and a sweating pink face was talking to him. "You can go in the rectory and they'll take you in," the man said. Michael nodded. Even the rectory was locked. You had to ring a bell and wait for the buzzer, and the little woman with the thick glasses and the short brown hair spoke through a glass. He drew out a handful of $20 bills. "Let me make a donation," he said. "I'd love to see both churches if I could." "You can't see St. Alphonsus," she said. "It isn't used now. It isn't safe. The plaster's falling." The plaster. He remembered the glorious murals on the ceiling, the saints peering down at him from a blue sky. Under that roof he had been baptized, made his first communion and later confirmation. And that last night here, he had walked down the aisle of St. Alphonsus in his white cap and gown with the other high school graduates, not even thinking to take a last slow look around because he was excited to be going with his mother out west. "Where did they all go?" he asked. "Moved away," she said, as she beckoned for him to follow her. She was taking him through the priest house itself into St. Mary's. "And the color don't come." "But why is it all locked?" "We've had one robbery after another." He couldn't conceive of it, not being able to wander into a quiet, shadowy church at any hour, not being able to escape the noisy, sun-cooked street and sit in the dim quiet, talking to the angels and the saints. while old women in flowered dresses and straw hats knelt whispering with dried lips their rosaries. She led him through the sanctuary. He had been an altar boy here. He had prepared the sacramental wine. He felt a little throb of happiness when he saw the rows and rows of wooden saints, when he saw the long high nave with its successive Gothic arches. All splendid, all intact. Thank God this was still standing. He was getting choked up. He shoved his hands in his pockets and lowered his head, only looking up slowly under his brows. His memories of masses here and masses across the street at St. Alphonsus mingled completely. There had been no German-Irish quarrel by his time, just all the German and Irish names jumbled together, and the grammar school had used the other church for morning mass. The high school had filled up St. Mary's. It took no imagination to see again the uniformed students filing out of the rows to go to communion, girls in white blouses and blue wool skirts, boys in their khaki shirts and trousers. But memory scanned all the years. When he was 8 years old, he'd swung the smoking incense here on these steps for benediction. "Take your time," the little woman said. "Just come back through the rectory when you're finished." For a half hour he sat in the first pew. He did not know precisely what he was doing. Memorizing, perhaps, the details he could not have called forth from his recollections. Never to forget again the names carved in the marble floor of those buried under the altar. Never to forget, perhaps, the painted angels high above. Or the window far to his right, in which the angels and the saints wore wooden shoes. How curious! Could anyone now have explained such a thing? And to think he'd never noticed it before. And when he thought of all those hours spent in this church. Think of Marie-Louise with her big breasts beneath the starched white uniform blouse, reading her missal at Mass. And Rita Mae Dwyer, who had looked like a grown woman at 14. She wore very high heels and huge gold earrings with her red dress on Sunday. Michael's father had been one of the men who moved down the aisles with the collection basket on its long stick, thrusting it into row after row, face appropriately solemn. You did not even whisper in a Catholic church in those days unless you had to. What did he think? That they would have all been here waiting for him? A dozen Rita Mays in flower dresses making a noon visit? Last night Rita Mae had said, "Don't go back there, Mike. Remember it the way it used to be." Finally he climbed to his feet. He wandered up the aisle towards the old wooden confessionals. He found the plaque on the wall listing those who had in the recent past paid for restoration. He closed his eyes, and just for a moment imagined he heard children playing in the schoolyard, the noontime roar of mingled voices. There was no such sound. No heavy swish of the swinging doors as the parishioners came and went, only the solemn, empty place, and the Virgin under her crown on the high altar. Small, far away the image seemed, and it occurred to him intellectually that he ought to pray to it. He ought to ask the Virgin or God why he had been brought back here, what it meant that he'd been snatched from the cold grip of death. But he had no belief in the images on the altar. No memory of childlike belief came back to him. Instead, the memory that came was specific and uncomfortable, and shabby and mean. He and Marie-Louise had met to exchange secrets right inside one of these tall front doors. In the pouring rain it had been, and Marie-Louise had confessed, reluctantly, that no, she wasn't pregnant. Angry for being made to confess it, angry that he was so relieved. "Don't you want to get married? Why are we playing these stupid games?" What would have happened to him if he had married Marie-Louise? He saw her big, sullen brown eyes again. He felt her sourness, her disappointment. He could not imagine such a thing. Marie-Louise's voice came back again. "You know you're going to marry me sooner or later. We're meant for each other." Meant? Had he been meant to leave here? Meant to do the things he'd done in his life? Meant to travel so far? Meant to fall from the rock into the sea and drift slowly out, away from all the lights of land? He thought of Rowan, not merely of the visual image, but of everything Rowan was to him now. He thought of her sweetness and sensuality and mystery, of her lean, taut body snuggled against his under the covers, of her velvety voice and her cold eyes. He thought of the way she looked at him before they made love, so unself-conscious, forgetting her own body completely, absorbed in his body. In sum, looking at him the way a man looked at a woman, just as hungry and just as aggressive, and yet yielding so magically in his arms. He was still staring at the altar, staring at the whole vast and gorgeously ornamented church. He wished he could believe in something, and then he realized that he did. He still believed in his visions, in the goodness of the visions. He believed in them and their goodness as surely as people believed in God or saints, or the God-given rightness of a certain path, as truly as they believed in a vocation. And this seemed as foolish as the other beliefs. But I saw, but I felt, but I remember, but I know. So much stammering. After all, he still couldn't remember. Nothing in the entire Mayfair history had really brought him back to those precious moments, except the image of Deborah, and for all his certainty that she had been the one who had come to him, he had no real details, no truly remembered moments or words. On impulse, his eyes still fixed on the altar, he made the sign of the cross. How many years had it been since he'd done that every day, 3 times a day? Curiously, thoughtfully, he did it again. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. His eyes still fixed on the Virgin. What do they want of me? He whispered. And trying to re-invoke what little he could of the vision, he realized in despair that the image of the dark-haired woman he had seen was now replaced by the descriptive image of Deborah in the history. One had blotted out the other. He had lost through his reading, not gained. After a little while more of standing there in silence, his gloved hands shoved in his pockets, he went slowly back down the aisle until he had come to the altar rail, and then he walked up the marble steps, crossed the sanctuary, and found his way out through the priest's house. The sun was beating down on Constance Street the way it always had, merciless and ugly. No trees here. And the garden of the priest's house, hidden behind its high brick walls, and the lawn beside St. Mary's, burned and tired and dusty. The holy store on the far corner, with all its pretty little statues and holy pictures, was no more. Boards on the windows, a real estate sign on the painted wooden wall. The little bald man with the sweaty red face sat on the rectory steps, his arms folded on his knees, eyes following a gust of gray-winged pigeons as they flew up the dreary, peeling facade of St. Alphonsus. "They ought to poison them birds," he said. "They dirty up everything." Michael lighted a cigarette, offered one to the man. The man took it with a nod. Michael gave him the near-empty matchbook. "Son, why don't you take off that gold watch and slip it inside your pocket?" the man said. "Don't walk around here with that thing on your wrist, you hear?" "They want my watch," Michael said. "They're gonna take my wrist with it, and the fist that's attached to it." The old man just shrugged and shook his head. Up on the corner of Magazine and Jackson, Michael went into a dark, evil-looking bar, in the sorriest old sagging wooden-clapboard building. In all his years in San Francisco, he had never seen such a run-down place. A white man hung like a shadow at the far end, staring at him with glittering eyes out of a cracked and caved-in face. The bartender, too, was white. "Give me a beer," Michael said. "What kind?" "I don't give a damn." He timed it perfectly. At 3 minutes before 3, he was crossing Camp Street, walking slowly so the heat would not kill him, and soothed once more by the sweet shade and random beauty of the garden district. Yes, all this was as it had always been, and at once he felt good. At once he felt he was where he wanted to be, and maybe even where he ought to be, if one could chart a course of one's own. At 3 p.m. exactly, he stood at the open gate. This was the first time he had seen the house in the sunlight, and his pulse quickened. Here, yes. Even in its neglect it was dignified, grand, merely slumbering beneath the overhanging vines, its long shutters caked with flaking green paint, yet still hanging straight on their iron hinges. Waiting. A giddiness overtook him as he looked at it, a swift delight that, for whatever reasons, he had come back. Doing what I am supposed to be doing. He went up the marble steps and pushed at the door, and when it opened, he walked into the long, broad hallway. Never in San Francisco had he been in such a structure, had he stood under such a high ceiling or looked at doorways so graceful and tall. A deep luster clung to the heart pine boards in spite of the margin of sticky dust that ran along the walls. Paint flaked from the high crown moldings, but they themselves were sound. He felt love for everything he saw, love for the workmanship of the tapering keyhole doorways and the fine newel posts and balusters of the long stairway. He liked the feel of the floor beneath his feet, so solid, and the warm, good wood smell of the house filled him with a sudden welcome contentment. A house smelled like this in only one place in the whole world. "Michael? Come in, Michael." He walked to the first of the two living-room doors. Dark and shadowy still, though she had opened all the drapes. The light was slatted coming through the shutters, and dim and soft pouring through the dirty screens of the porch beyond the side windows. Whiff of honeysuckle, so sweet and good. And was that the Queen's wreath bursting in little bright pink sprigs along the screen? He had not seen that lovely wild vine in all this time. She was sitting, small and very pretty, on the long brown velvet couch with its back to the front of the house. Her hair was falling down beautifully against her cheek. She had on one of those loose, wrinkled cotton overshirts that is as light as silk, and her face and throat looked darkly tanned against the white T-shirt under it. Legs long in the white pants, her toes naked and surprisingly sexy, with a thin flash of red polish in her white sandals. "The Witch of Endor," he said, swooping down to kiss her cheek and hold her face in his left hand, warm, tender. She took hold of both his wrists, clinging to him, kissing him roughly and sweetly on the mouth. He could feel the tremor in her limbs, the fever in her. "You've been here all alone." She sat back as he took his place beside her. "And why the hell not?" she asked in her slow, deep voice. "I quit the hospital officially this afternoon. I'm going to apply for a job here. I'm going to stay here, in this house." He let out a long, whistling sigh and smiled. "You mean it?" "Well, what do you think?" "I don't know. All the way over here, coming back from the Irish Channel, I kept thinking maybe you'd be here with your bag packed to go back." "No, not a chance. I've already discussed 3 or 4 different hospitals here with my old boss in San Francisco. He's making calls for me." "But what about you?" "What do you mean, what about me?" he asked. "You know why I'm here. Where am I going to go? They brought me here. They're not telling me to go anyplace else. They're not telling me anything. I still can't remember. I read 400 pages of the history, and I can't remember. It was Deborah I saw, I know that much, but I don't really know what she said." "You're tired and hot," she said, touching her hands to his forehead. "You're talking crazy." He gave a little surprised laugh. Listen to you, he said. The Witch of Endor. Didn't you read the history? What's going on, Rowan? Didn't you read all that? We're in a big spider web, and we don't know who's done the weaving. He held out his gloved hand, looking down at his fingers. We just don't know. She gave him a quiet, remote look, which made her face seem very cold, even though it was flushed, and her gray eyes were picking up the light wonderfully. Well, you read it, didn't you? What did you think when you read it? What did you think? Michael, calm down, she said. You're not asking me what I think. You're asking me what I feel. I've been telling you what I think. We're not stuck in any web, and nobody's doing the weaving. And you want my advice? Forget about them. Forget about what they want, these people you saw in your visions. Forget them from now on. What do you mean, forget? Okay, listen to me. I've been sitting here thinking for hours, thinking about it all. This is my decision. I'm staying here. And I'm staying here because this is my house, and I like it. And I like the family I met yesterday. I like them. I want to know them. I want to hear their voices and know their faces and learn what they have to teach. And also, I know I wouldn't be able to forget that old woman and what I did to her no matter where I went. She stopped, a flash of sudden emotion transfiguring her face for a second, then gone again, leaving it taut and cool. She folded her arms lightly, one foot up on the edge of the small coffee table. Are you listening? Yeah, of course. Okay. I want you to stay here too. I hope and pray you will stay here. But not because of this pattern or this web or whatever it is. Not because of these visions or because of the man. Because there is absolutely no way to figure out what these things mean, Michael, or what's meant, to use the word you wrote in your notes, or why you and I were thrown together. There is no way to know. She paused, her eyes scanning him intently. Then she went on. So I've made my decision, she said, her words coming more slowly. Based on what I can know, and what I can see, and what I can define and understand. And that is that this place is where I belong, because I want to belong. He nodded. I hear you, he said. What I'm saying is that I'm staying here in spite of this man and this seeming pattern, this coincidence of me pulling you up out of the ocean and you being what you are. He nodded again, a little hesitantly, and then sat back taking a deep breath, his eyes not letting go of hers. But you can't tell me, he said, that you don't want to communicate with this thing, that you don't want to understand the meaning of all this. I do want to understand, she said, I do, but that wouldn't keep me here by itself. Besides, it doesn't matter to this being whether or not we're in Montcleve, France, or Tiburon, California, or Donley, Scotland. And as for what matters to those beings you saw, they're going to have to come back and tell you what matters. You don't know. She paused, deliberately and obviously trying to soften her words, as if she feared she'd become too sharp. Michael, she said, if you want to stay, make up your mind based on something else. Like maybe wanting to be here for me, or because it's where you were born, or because you think you'd be happy here, because it was the first place you loved, this neighborhood, and maybe you could love it again. I never stopped loving it. But don't do anything else to give in to them. Do things in spite of them. Rowan, I'm here now in this room because of them. Don't lose sight of that fact. We did not meet at the yacht club, Rowan. She let out a long breath. I insist on losing sight of it, she said. Did Aaron talk to you about all this? Was this his advice to you? I didn't ask him for his advice, she said patiently. I met with him for two reasons. Firstly, I wanted to talk with him again and confirm for myself that he was an honest man. And he's everything you said he was. That I had to see him again, really talk to him. She paused. He's a bit of a spellbinder, that man. I know. I felt this when I saw him at the funeral, and there was the other time, when I met him at Ellie's grave. And you feel all right about him now? She nodded. I know him now, she said. He's not so different from you and me. How do you mean? He's dedicated, she said. She gave a little shrug. Just the way I'm a dedicated surgeon, and you're dedicated when you're bringing a house like this back to life. She thought for a minute. He has illusions, the way you and I have illusions. I understand. The second thing was, I wanted to tell him that I was grateful for what he'd given me in the history, that he didn't have to worry about resentment or a breach of confidence from me. He was so relieved that he didn't interrupt her, but he was puzzled. He filled in the largest and the most crucial blank in my life, she said. I don't think even he understands what it meant to me. He's too wary. And he doesn't really know about loneliness. He's been with the Talamasca ever since he was a boy. I know what you mean, but I think he does understand. But still, he's wary. This thing, this charming brown-haired apparition, or whatever he is, really tried to hurt him, you know. I know. But I tried to make him understand how grateful I was, that I wasn't challenging him in any way. 2 days ago, I was a person without a past or a family, and now I have both of those things. The most agonizing questions of my life have been answered. I don't think the full meaning of it has really sunk in. I keep thinking of my house in Tiburon, and each time I realize you don't have to go back there. You don't have to be alone there anymore. And it's a wonderful shock all over again. I never dreamed you'd respond that way. I have to confess, I thought you'd be angry, maybe even offended. Michael, I don't care what Aaron did to get the information. I don't care what his colleagues did or what they've done all along. The point is, the information wouldn't be there in any form whatsoever if he hadn't collected it. I'd be left with that old woman and the vicious things she said, and all the shiny-faced cousins smiling and offering sympathy, and incapable of telling the whole story because they don't know it. They only know little glittering parts. She took a deep breath. You know, Michael, some people can't receive gifts. They don't know how to claim them and make use of them. I have to learn how to receive gifts. This house is a gift. The history was a gift. And the history makes it possible for me to accept the family. And God, they are the greatest gift of all. Again he was relieved, profoundly relieved. Her words held a charm for him. Nevertheless, he could not get over his surprise. What about the part of the file on Karen Garfield? He asked. And Dr. Lemley. I was so afraid for you, reading that. The flash of pain in her face this time was stronger, brighter. Instantly he regretted his bluntness. It seemed suddenly unforgivable to have blurted out these words. You don't understand me, she said, her voice as even as before. You don't understand the kind of person I am. I wanted to know whether or not I had that power. I went to you because I thought if you touched me with your hand, you could tell me if this power was really there. Well, you couldn't. But Aaron has told me. Aaron has confirmed it, and nothing could be worse than suspecting it and being unsure. I see. Do you? She swallowed, her face working hard suddenly to preserve its expression of tranquility. And then her eyes went dull for a moment, and only brightened again with an obvious act of will. In a dry whisper, she said, "I hate what happened to Karen Garfield. I hate it. Lenley? Lenley was sick already. He'd had a stroke the year before. I don't know about Lenley. But Karen Garfield, that was my doing, all right. And, Michael, it was because I didn't know." "I understand," he said softly. For a long moment she struggled silently to regain her composure. When she spoke again, her voice was weary and a little frayed. "There was still another reason I had to see Aaron." "What?" She thought for a moment. Then, "I'm not in communication with this spirit, and that means I can't control it. It hasn't revealed itself to me. Not really. And it may not. Rowan, you've already seen it, and besides, it's waiting for you." She was pondering, her hand playing idly with a little thread on the edge of her shirt. "I'm hostile to it, Michael," she said. "I don't like it, and I think it knows. I've been sitting here for hours alone, inviting it to come, yet hating it, fearing it." Michael puzzled over this for a moment. "It may have overplayed its hand," she said. "You mean the way it touched you?" "No, I mean in me it may have overplayed its hand. It may have helped to create the very medium who can't be seduced by it or driven crazy by it. Michael, if I could kill a flesh-and-blood human being with this invisible power of mine, what do you think my hostility feels like to Lasher?" He narrowed his eyes, studying her. "I don't know," he confessed. Her hand shook just a little as she swept her hair back out of her face, the sunlight catching it for one moment and making it truly blonde. "My dislikes run very deep. They always have. They don't change with time. I feel an inveterate dislike for this thing. Oh, I remember what you said last night about wanting to talk to it, reason with it, learn what it wants. But the dislike is what's strongest right now." Michael watched her for a long, silent moment. He felt a curious, near inexplicable quickening of his love for her. "You know, you're right in what you said before," he said. "I don't really understand you, or what kind of person you are. I love you, but I don't understand you." "You think with your heart," she said, touching his chest gently with her left fist. "That's what makes you so good, and so naive. But I don't do that. There's an evil in me equal to the evil in people around me. They seldom surprise me, even when they make me angry." He didn't want to argue with her, but he was not naive. "I've been thinking for hours about all this," she said, "about this power to rupture blood vessels and aortas and bring about death as if with a whispered curse. If this power I have is good for anything, maybe it's good for destroying this entity. Maybe it can act on the energy controlled by him as surely as it acts upon flesh and blood cells." "That never even crossed my mind before." "That's why we have to think for ourselves," she said. "I'm a doctor, first and foremost, only a woman and a person second. And as a doctor, it's perfectly easy for me to see that this entity is existing in some continuous relationship with our physical world. It's knowable what this being is, knowable the way the secret of electricity was knowable in the year 700 A.D., though no one knew it." He nodded. "It's parameters. You used that word last night. I keep wondering about its parameters, if it's solid enough when it materializes for me to touch it." "Right, exactly. What is it when it materializes? I have to learn its parameters. And my power also works according to the rules of our physical world. And I have to learn the parameters of my power, too. The pain came back into her face, again like a flash of light, somehow distorting her expression, and then broadening until her smooth face threatened to rumple like that of a doll in a flame. Only gradually did she go blank again, calm and pretty and silent. Her voice was a whisper when she resumed. That's my cross, the power, just as your cross is the power in your hand. We'll learn to control these things so that we decide when and where to use them. Yeah, that's exactly what we have to do. I want to tell you something about that old woman, Carlotta, and about the power. You don't have to if you don't want to. She knew I was going to do it to her. She foresaw it, and then she calculatedly provoked me. I could swear she did. Why? Part of her scheme. I go back and forth thinking about it. Maybe she meant to break me, break my confidence. She always used guilt to hurt Deirdre, and she used it probably with Ansa. But I'm not going to get drawn into the lengthy pondering of her scheme. This is the wrong thing for us to do now, talk about them and what they want. Lasher, the visions, that old woman. They've drawn a bunch of circles for us, and I don't want to walk in circles. Yeah, do I ever know what you mean? He let go of her eyes slowly and rummaged in his pocket for his cigarette. 3 left. He offered her one, but she shook her head. She was watching him. Someday we can sit at the table, she said, drink white wine together, beer, whatever, and talk about them. Talk about Peter Van Abel and about Charlotte and about Julien and all that. But not now. Now I want to separate the worthy from the unworthy, the substantial from the mystical, and I wish you would do the same thing. I follow you, he said. He searched for his matches. No matches. Gave them to that old man. She slipped her hand in her pants pocket, drew out a slender gold lighter, and lighted his cigarette. Thanks, he said. Whenever we do focus on them, she said, the effect is always the same. We become passive and confused. You're right, he said. He was thinking about all the time he'd spent in the darkened bedroom on Liberty Street, trying to remember, trying to understand. But here he was in this house at last, and except for 2 instances last night, when he'd touched Townsend's remains and when he'd touched the emerald, he hadn't removed the gloves. The mere thought of it scared him, touching the door frames and the tables and the chairs that had belonged to the Mayfairs, touching the older things, the trunk of dolls in the attic, which Rowan had described to him, and the jars, those stinking jars. We become passive and confused, she said again, commanding his attention, and we don't think for ourselves, which is exactly what we must do. I agree with you, he said. I only wish I had your calmness. I wish I could know all these half-truths and not go spinning off into the darkness trying to figure things out. Don't be a pawn in somebody's game, she said. Find the attitude which gives you the maximum strength and the maximum dignity no matter what else is going on. You mean strive to be perfect, he said. What? You said in California that you thought we should all aim to be perfect. Yes, I did, didn't I? Well, I believe that. I'm trying to figure the perfect thing to do. So don't act like I'm a freak if I don't burst into tears, Michael. Don't think I don't know what I did to Karen Garfield or Dr. Lemley or that little girl. I know. I really do. I didn't mean... Oh, yeah, you did too, she said with slight sharpness. Don't like me better when I cry than when I don't. Rowan, I didn't. I cried for a year before I met you. I started crying when Ellie died, and then I cried in your arms. I cried when the call came from New Orleans that Deirdre was dead, and I'd never even known her or spoken to her or laid eyes on her. I cried and I cried. I cried when I saw her in the coffin yesterday. I cried for her last night, and I cried for that old woman, too. Well, I don't want to go on crying. What I have here is the house, the family, and the history Aaron has given me. I have you, a real chance with you. And what is there to cry about, I'd like to know? She was glaring at him, obviously sizzling with anger and with the conflict in herself, gray eyes flashing at him in the half-light. You're going to make me cry, Rowan, if you don't stop, he said. She laughed in spite of herself. Her face softened beautifully, her mouth twisting unwillingly into a smile. All right, she said. And there is one thing more that could make me cry. I should tell you that, in order to be perfectly truthful. And that is, I'd cry if I lost you. Good, he whispered. He kissed her quickly before she could stop him. She made a little gesture for him to sit back, to stay serious and to listen. He nodded and shrugged. Tell me, what do you want to do? I mean, what do you want to do? I'm not talking about what these beings want you to do. What's inside you now? I want to stay here, he said. I wish to hell I hadn't stayed away so long. I don't know why I did. Okay, now you're talking, she said. You're talking about something real. No doubt about it, he said. I've been walking back there in the old streets where I grew up. It's not the old neighborhood now. It was never beautiful, but it's squalid and ruined and all gone. He saw the concern in her eyes immediately. Yeah, well, it's changed, he said, with a little weary and accepting gesture. But New Orleans never was just that neighborhood to me. It was never Annunciation Street. It was here, the Garden District, and it was uptown. It was down in the French Quarter. It was all the other beautiful parts. And I love it, and I'm glad I'm back here. I don't want to leave again. Okay, she said. She smiled, the light glinting on the curve of her cheek and the edge of her mouth. You know, I kept thinking, I'm home, and no matter what does happen with all the rest, I don't want to leave home. The hell with them, Michael, she said. The hell with them, whoever they are, until they give us some reason to feel otherwise. Well put, he said. He smiled. How mysterious she was. Such a baffling mixture of sharpness and softness. Maybe his mistake was that he had always confused strength and coldness in women. Maybe most men did. They'll come to us again, she said. They have to. And when they do, then we'll think and we'll decide what to do. Yeah, right, he said. And what if I took off the gloves? Would they come to me now? But we're not holding our breath until then. No. He gave a little laugh. He grew quiet, filled with excitement, and yet filled with worry, though every word she spoke gladdened him and made him feel that this anxiety would lift any second. He found himself looking off to the mirror at the far end of the room and seeing their tiny reflections there, and the repeated chandeliers, caught in the two mirrors, marching on, countless, in a blur of silver light to eternity. Do you like loving me? She asked. What? Do you like it? Her voice had a decided tremor in it for the first time. Yeah, I love loving you. But it's scary, because you aren't like anyone else I've ever known. You're so strong. Yes, I am, she said thickly. Because I could kill you right now if I wanted to. All your manly strength wouldn't do you any good. No, that isn't what I meant, he said. He turned and looked at her, and for one moment in the shadows her face looked unspeakably cold and cunning, with her eyelids at half-mast and her eyes gleaming. She looked malicious, the way she had for one instant in the house in Tiburon, in the cold light coming through the glass into a darkened room. She sat up slowly, with a soft rustle of cloth, and he found himself shrinking from her instinctively, every hair standing on end. It was the hard wariness you feel when you see a snake in the grass 2 inches from your shoe, or you realize the man on the next bar stool has just turned towards you and opened a switchblade knife. "What the hell's the matter with you?" he whispered. But then he saw. He saw she was shaking, and her cheeks were blotched with pink, yet deathly white, and her hands reached out for him and then shrank back, and she looked at them and then clasped them together as if trying to contain something unspeakable. "God, I didn't even hate Karen Garfield," she whispered. "I didn't. So help me God, No, it was all a mistake," he said. "A terrible mistake, and you won't ever make that mistake again." "No, never," she said. "Even with that old woman, I swear I didn't really believe it." Desperately he wanted to help her, but he didn't know what to do. She was quivering like a flame in the shadows, her teeth stabbing her lower lip, her right hand clenching her own left hand cruelly. "Stop, honey, stop. You're hurting yourself," he said. But she felt like something made of steel, unbending when he touched her. "I swear I didn't believe it. It's like an impulse, you know, and you don't really believe you can possibly. I was so angry with Karen Garfield. It was outrageous, her coming there, her walking into Ellie's house. So stupidly outrageous." "I know, I understand." "What do I do to neutralize it? Does it come back inside me and burn me from within?" "No." She turned away from him, drawing up her knees and peering out into the room dully, a little calmer now, though her eyes were unnaturally wide, and her fingers were still working anxiously. "I'm surprised you haven't hit upon the obvious answer," she said. "The one that is so clear and so neat." "What do you mean?" "Maybe your purpose is simple. It's to kill me." "God, how could you think of such a thing?" He drew closer to her, brushing her hair back out of her face and gathering her near to him. She looked at him as if from a long, long distance away. "Honey, listen to me," he said. "Anybody can take a human life. It's easy. Very easy. There are a million ways. You know ways I don't know because you're a doctor. That woman Carlotta, small as she was, she killed a man strong enough to strangle her with one hand. When I sleep next to any woman, she can kill me if she wants to. You know that. A scalpel, a hat pin, a bit of lethal poison. It's easy. And we don't do those things. Nothing on earth can make most of us ever even think of them. And that's how it's been all your life with you. And now you find you've got a mutant power, something that exceeds the laws of choice and impulse and self-control, something that calls for more subtle understanding, and you have that understanding. You have the strength to know your own strength." She nodded, but she was still shaking all over, and he could tell that she didn't believe him. And, in a way, he wasn't sure he believed himself. What was the use of denying it? If she didn't control this power, she would inevitably use it again. But there was something else he had to say, and it had to do with the visions and the power in his hands. "Rowan," he said, "you asked me to take off the gloves the first night we met, to hold your hands. I've made love to you without the gloves, just your body and my body, and our hands touching and my hands touching you all over. And what is it I see, Rowan? What do I feel? I feel goodness, and I feel love. He kissed her cheek. He kissed her hair and brought it back off her forehead with his hand. You're right in many things you've said, Rowan, but not in that. I'm not meant to hurt you. I owe my life to you. He turned her head towards him and kissed her, but she was still cold and trembling and far, far beyond his reach. She took his hands and moved them down and away from her, gently, nodding, and then she kissed him gently, but she didn't want to be touched now. It didn't do any good. He sat there for a while, thinking, looking at the long, ornate room, looking at the high mirrors in their dark, carved frames, and the dusty old Bosendorfer piano at the far end, and the draperies, like long streaks of faded color in the gloom. Then he climbed to his feet. He couldn't sit still any longer. He paced the floor in front of the couch and found himself at the side window, looking out over the dusty screen porch. "What did you say a moment ago?" he asked, turning around. "You said something about passivity and confusion." "Well, this is it, Rowan. The confusion." She didn't answer him. She was sitting crouched there, staring at the floor. He went back to her and gathered her up, off the couch and into his arms. Her cheeks were still splotched with pink, and very pale. Her lashes were dark and long as she looked down. He pressed his lips against her mouth softly, feeling no resistance, almost no awareness, as if it were the mouth of someone unconscious or deep asleep. Then slowly she came back to life. She slipped her hands up around his neck and kissed him back. "Rowan, there is a pattern," he whispered in her ear. "There is a great web, and we're in it. But I believe now as I believed then. They were good, the people who brought us together. And what they want of me is good. I gotta figure it out, Rowan. I have to. But I know it's good, just as I know that you are good, too." He heard her sigh against him, felt the lift of her warm breasts against his chest. When at last she slipped away, it was with great tenderness, kissing his fingers as she let them go. She walked out towards the center of the long room. She stood under the high, broad archway that divided the space into two parlors, and she looked up at the beautiful carving in the plaster and at the way the arch curved down to meet the cornices at either end. She seemed to be studying this, to be lost in contemplating the house. He felt bruised and quiet. The whole exchange had hurt him. He couldn't shake a feeling of misery and suspicion, though it was not suspicion of her. "Who gives a damn?" she whispered, as if she were talking to herself, but she seemed fragile and uncertain. The dusty sunlight crept in from the screened porch and showed the amber wax on the old boards. The motes of dust swirled around her. "Talk, talk, talk," she said. "The next move is theirs. You've done everything you could, and so have I. And here we are, and let them come to us. Yes, let them come." She turned to him, inviting him silently to draw closer, her face imploring and almost sad. A split second of dread shocked him and left him empty. The love he felt for her was so precious to him, and yet he was afraid, actually afraid. "What are we going to do, Michael?" she said. And suddenly she smiled, a very beautiful and warm smile. He laughed softly. "I don't know, honey." He shrugged and shook his head. "I don't know." You know what I want from you right now? No, but whatever it is, you can have it. She reached out for his hand. Tell me about this house, she said, looking up into his eyes. Tell me everything you know about a house like this, and tell me if it really can be saved. Honey, it's just waiting for that. Just waiting. It's solid as any castle in Montclair or Donleith. Could you do it? I don't mean with your own hands. I'd love to do it with my own hands. He looked at them suddenly, these wretched gloved hands. How long since he'd held a hammer and nails, or the handle of a saw, or laid a plane to wood. And then he looked up at the painted arch above them, at the long sweep of the ceiling with its fractured and peeling paint. Oh, how I'd love to, he said. What if you had carte blanche? What if you could hire anybody and everybody you wanted? Plasterers, painters, roofers, people to bring it all back, to restore every nook and cranny. Her words went on, slow yet exuberant, but he knew everything she was saying. He understood, and he wondered if she could possibly understand all that it really meant to him. To work on a house like this had always been his greatest dream, but it wasn't merely a house like this. It was this house. And back he traveled in memory until he was a boy again, outside at the gate, a boy who went off to the library to pull down off the shelves the old picture books which had this house inside them, this very room, and that hallway, because he never dreamed he would see these rooms except in books. And in the vision the woman had said, converging upon this very moment in time, in this house, in this crucial moment when, Michael, you want to do it? Through a veil, he saw her face had lighted up like the face of a child, but she seemed so far away, so brilliant and happy and far away. Is that you, Deborah? Michael, take off the gloves, Rowan said, her sudden sharpness startling him. Go back to work. Go back to being you. For 50 years nobody's been happy in this house. Nobody's loved in this house. Nobody's won. It's time for us to love here and to win here. It's time for us to win the house back itself. I knew that when I finished the file on the Mayfair witches. Michael, this is our house. But you can alter. Never think for a moment that you do not have the power, for the power derives from... Michael, answer me. Alter what? Don't leave me like this. Tell me. But they were gone, just as if they'd never come near. And here he stood with Rowan in the sunshine and on the warm, amber-colored floor, and she was waiting for him to answer. And the house waited, the beautiful house, beneath its layers of rust and soil, beneath its shadows and its tangled, ragged vines, and in its heat and its dampness, it waited. Oh, yes, honey, yes, he said, as if waking from a dream. His senses flooded suddenly with the fragrance of the honeysuckle on the screens, and the singing of the birds outside, and the warmth of the sun itself coming in on them. He turned around in the middle of the long room. The light, Rowan. We have to let in the light. Come on, he said, taking her hand. Let's see if these old shutters still open. 31. Quietly, reverently, they began to explore the house. At first it was as if they had crept away from the guards in a museum and dared not abuse their accidental freedom. They were too respectful to touch the personal belongings of those who had once lived here. A coffee cup lying on a glass table in the sunroom, a magazine folded on a chair. Rather, they traveled the rooms and the hallways, opening the drapes and shutters, merely peeking now and then into closets and cabinets and drawers with the greatest care. But slowly, as the shadowy warmth became more and more familiar, they grew bolder. In the library alone they browsed for an hour, examining the spines of the leather-bound classics and the old plantation ledgers from Riverbend. saddened when they saw the pages were spongy and ruined. Almost nothing of the old accounts could be read. They did not touch the papers on the death, which Rowan Mayfair would collect and examine. They studied the framed portraits on the walls. "That's Julien. It has to be." Darkly handsome, smiling at them as they stood in the hallway. "What is that in the background?" It had darkened so badly Michael couldn't make it out. Then he realized Julien was standing on the front porch of this house. Yes, and there, that old photograph, that's apparently Julien with his sons. The one closest to Julien is Cortland. That's my father. Once again they were grouped on the porch, smiling through the faded sepia, and how cheerful, even vivacious they seemed. And what would you see if you touched them, Michael? And how do you know it isn't what Deborah wants you to do? He turned away quickly. He wanted to follow Rowan. He loved the way Rowan walked, her long, loose strides, the way her hair swayed with the rhythm. She turned in the dining-room doorway and smiled back at him. Coming? In the small, high-ceilinged pantry, they discovered shelves on top of shelves of gorgeous china. Minton, Lenox, Wedgwood, Royal Doulton. Flowered patterns, oriental patterns, patterns bordered in silver and gold. Old whiteware and oriental porcelain, antique blue willow and old spode. There were chests upon chests of sterling, heavy ornate pieces by the hundreds, nestled in felt, including very old sets with the English marks and the initial M in the European style engraved on the back. Michael was the one who knew such things. His long love affair with Victoriana in all forms stood him well. He could identify the fish knives and the oyster forks and the jelly spoons, and dozens of other tiny special items, of which there were a countless number in a dozen different ornate patterns. Sterling candlesticks they found, elaborate punch bowls and serving platters, bread plates and butter dishes and old water pitchers, and coffee urns and teapots and carafes. Exquisite chasing. Magically, the darkest tarnish gave way to a hard rub of the finger, revealing the old luster of pure silver beneath. Cut glass bowls of all sizes were pushed to the back of the cabinets, leaded crystal dishes and plates. Only the tablecloths and the piles of old napkins were too far gone, the fine linen and lace having rotted in the inevitable damp. The letter M showing proudly still here and there beneath the dark stain of mildew. Yet even a few of these had been carefully preserved in a dry, cedar-lined drawer, wrapped in blue paper. Heavy old lace that had yellowed beautifully, and tumbled among them were napkin rings of bone and silver and gold. Touch them? Did the MBM stand for Mary Beth Mayfair? And here is a ring with the letters JM, and you know to whom that must have belonged. He put it back, gloved fingers now as agile as their fingers, though his hands were hot and uncomfortable, and the cross, as she called it, was biting into him with its weight. The late afternoon sun came in long slanting rays through the dining-room windows. Look at her again in this setting. Rowan Mayfair. The murals sprang to life, revealing a whole population of little figures lost in the dreamy plantation fields. The great oblong table stood sturdy and fine, as it had perhaps for a century. The Chippendale chairs, with their intricately carved backs, lined the walls. Shall we dine here together soon with high flickering candles? Yes, she whispered. Yes. Then in the butler's pantry they found the delicate glassware, enough for a royal banquet. They found thin, fine-spun goblets and thick-bottomed tumblers etched with flowers, sherry glasses, glasses for brandy, for champagne, for white wine and red wine, and shot glasses, and dessert glasses, and decanters to go with them, with glass stoppers, and crystal cut-glass pitchers, And pretty dishes again, stacks of them, glimmering in the light. So many treasures, Michael thought, and all of them waiting, it seemed, for the touch of a wand to bring them back into service. "I'm dreaming of parties," Rowan said. "Of parties like in the old days, of bringing them all together and piling the table with food, of Mayfairs and Mayfairs." Michael gazed in silence at her profile. She held a delicate stem glass in her right hand, letting it catch the fragile sun. "It's all so graceful, so seductive," she said. "I didn't know life could be the way that it seems here. I didn't know there were houses like this anywhere in America. How strange it all is. I've traveled the whole world and never been to a place like this. It's as if time forgot this place completely." Michael couldn't help but smile. "Things change very slowly here," he said. "Thank God for that." "Yet it's as if I dreamed of these rooms and of a way of life that can be lived here, and never remembered on waking. But something in me must have remembered. Something in me felt alien and lost in the world we made out there." They wandered out into the sunshine together, roaming around the old pool and through the ruined cabana. "This is all solid," Michael explained as he examined the sliding doors and the wash basin and shower. "It can be repaired. Look, this is built of cypress, and the pipes are copper. Nothing destroys cypress. I could fix that plumbing in a couple of days." Back into the high grass they walked, where the old outbuildings had once stood. Nothing remained but one lone, sad, tumble-down wooden structure on the very inside edge of the rear lot. "Not so bad. Not so bad at all," Michael said, peering through the dusty screens. "Probably the men servants lived out here. It's a sort of garçonniere." Here was the old oak tree in which Deirdre had sought refuge, soaring to perhaps 80 feet over their heads. The foliage was dark and dusty and tight with the heat of the summer. It would break into a glorious mint green in the spring. Great clumps of banana trees sprang like monstrous grass in patches of sunlight. And a long, beautifully built brick wall stretched across the back of the property, overgrown with ivy and tangled wisteria, right to the hinges of the Chestnut Street gate. "The wisteria is still blooming," Michael said. "I love these purple blossoms. How I used to love to touch them when I went walking, to see the petals shiver. Why the hell can't you take off the gloves for a moment, just to feel those tender little petals in your hand?" Rowan stood with her eyes closed. Was she listening to the birds? He found himself staring at the long back wing of the main house, at the servants' porches with their white wooden railings and white privacy lattice, and just the sight of this lattice subdued him and made him feel happy. These were all the random colors and textures of home. Home, as if he had ever lived in such a place. Well, had any wandering observer ever loved it more? And, in a way, he had always lived in it. It was the place he had longed for when he went away, the place he had dreamed of. You cannot imagine the strength of the assault. "Michael?" "What is it, honey?" He kissed her, catching the delicious smell of the sun in her hair. The warmth gave a glisten to her skin, but the frisson of the visions lingered. He opened his eyes wide, letting the burnt afternoon light fill them, letting the soft hum of the insects lull him. Tangle of lies. Rowan went before him in the high grass. "There are flagstones here, Michael." Her voice so thin in the great openness. "All of this is flagstone. It's covered over." He wandered after her, back into the front garden. They found little Greek statues, cement satyrs beautifully weathered, peeping with blind eyes from beneath the overgrown boxwood, a marble nymph lost in the dark waxen leaf camellias, and the tiny yellow lantana blooming beautifully wherever the sun broke in. "Bacon and eggs, we call this little flower," he said, picking a sprig of it for her. "See the tiny brown and yellow petals mingled with the orange? And there's the blue kind. And see that flower? That's impatience. And look, that's hollyhock, the big blue flowers growing by the porch, but we always called it Althea." "Althea, that's so lovely." "That vine there is the Queen's wreath, or the coral wreath, but we called it Rose of Montana." They could just see the white streak of Deirdre's old rocking-chair above the lace of the vines. "They must have trimmed them for her to see out," he said. "See how they've grown up the other side, fighting the bougainvillea. Ah, but it's the queen of the wall, isn't it?" Almost violent, the fluorescent purple bracts that everyone thought were flowers. Lord God, how many times did I try to make all this in some little backyard in California before I turned over the key to the new owner? After I'd hung the Quaker lace curtains on the windows and done the floors with minwax gold and oak, and found the claw-footed tub from the salvage yard. And here the place looms, the genuine article. "And it's yours, too," she said. "Yours and mine." How innocent she seemed now, how full of eager sincerity her soft smile. She wound her arm around him again, squeezed his gloved hand with her naked fingers. "But what if it's all decayed inside, Michael? What would it take to cure everything that's wrong?" "Come here. Stand back here and look," he said. "See the way the servants' porches run completely straight up there? There's no weakness in the foundation of this house at all. There are no leaks visible on the first floor, no dampness seeping through. Nothing. And in the old days those porches were the hallways by which the servants came and went. That's why there are so many floor-length windows and doors. And, by the way, every window and door I've tried is level. And the house is all open on this side to catch the river breeze. All over the city you'll see that. Houses open on the riverside to catch the river breeze." She gazed up at the windows of Julien's old room. Was she thinking again of Ansa? "I can feel the curse lifting from this place," she whispered. "That's what was meant, that you and I should come and love each other here." "Yes, I believe that," he thought. But somehow or other he didn't say it. Maybe the stillness around him seemed too alive. Maybe he was afraid to challenge something unseen that watched and listened. "All these walls are solid brick, Rowan," he went on, "and some of them as much as 20 inches thick. I measured them with my hands when I walked through the various doorways. 20 inches thick. They'd been plastered over outside to make the house look like stone, because that was the fashion. See the scoring in the paint? To make it look like a villa built of great blocks of stone. It's a polyglot," he confessed, "with its cast-iron lace and Corinthian columns and Doric and Ionic columns and the keyhole doorways." "Yeah, keyholes," she said. "And I'll tell you about another place where I saw a doorway like that. It's on the tomb, at the very top of the Mayfair tomb." "How do you mean at the top?" "Just the carving of a doorway, like the doorways in this house. I'm sure that's what it was, unless it's really meant to be a keyhole. I'll show you. We can walk over there today or tomorrow. It's right off the main path." Why did that fill him with uneasiness? A doorway carved on the tomb? He hated graveyards. He hated tombs. But sooner or later he had to see it, didn't he? He went on talking, stifling the feeling, wanting to have the moment and the sight of the house before him, bathed in the lovely sun. "Then there are those curved Italianate windows on the north side," he said, and that's another architectural influence. But it's all of a piece, finally. It works because it works. It's built for this climate with its 15-foot ceilings. It's a great trap for light and cool breezes, a citadel against the heat. Slipping her arm around him, she followed him back inside and up the long shadowy stairs. See, this plaster is firm, he explained. It's almost surely the original, but it was done by master craftsmen. They probably ran those crown moldings by hand. There aren't even the minimum cracks you'd expect from settlement. When I get under the house, I'm going to find these are chain walls that go clear down to the ground, and that the sills that support this house are enormous. They have to be. Everything is level, firm. And I thought it was hopeless when I first saw it. Take this old wallpaper down with your imagination, he said. Paint the walls in your mind's eye with bright, warm colors. See all this woodwork shining white and clean. It's ours now, she whispered. Yours and mine. We're writing the file from now on. The file on Rowan and Michael, he said with a faint smile. He paused at the top of the stairs. Things up here on the second floor are simpler. The ceilings are about a foot lower, and you don't have the ornate crown moldings. It's all a smaller scale. She laughed and shook her head. And how high are these smaller rooms? 13 feet, perhaps? They turned and went down the hall to the first bedroom on the very front of the house. Its windows opened both to the front and the side porches. Belle's prayer book lay on the chest of drawers, with her name engraved in the cover in gold letters. There were photographs in gilt frames behind dim glass, hanging on dulled and rusted chains. Julien again. Has to be, said Michael. And Maribeth. Look, that woman looks like you, Rowan. So they told me, she said softly. Belle's rosary, with her name engraved on the back of the crucifix, lay still on the pillow of the four-poster bed. Dust rose from the feather comforter when Michael touched it. A wreath of roses peered down at him from the satin tester above. Gloomy it all seemed, with its fading flowered paper, and the heavy armoires tilting ever so slightly forward, and the carpet threadbare and the color of dust itself. The branches of the oaks looked like ghosts beyond the pongee curtains. The bathroom was clean and very plain, tile from Stella's time, Michael figured. A great old tub, such as one still finds now and then in old hotels, and a high pedestal lavatory, and stacks of towels layered with dust on a wicker stand. Oh, but Michael, this is the best room, Rowan said behind him. This is the one that opens to the south and the west. Help me with this window. They forced the stubborn sash. It's like being in a tree house, she said, as she stepped outside on the deep front gallery. She laid her hand on the fluted Corinthian column and looked into the twisted branches of the oak. Look, Michael, there are ferns growing in the branches. Hundreds of little green ferns. And there, a squirrel. No, there are 2 of them. We frightened them. This is so strange. It's like we're in the woods and we can jump out there and start climbing. We could just wander heavenward through this tree. Michael tested the rafters underneath. Solid, just like everything else. And the iron lace isn't rusted, not really. All it needs is paint. No leaks in the roof above, either. Just waiting all this time to be restored. He stopped and slipped off his khaki jacket. The heat was getting to him finally, even here where the river breezes did flood by. He flung the jacket over his shoulder and held it with one hooked finger. Rowan stood with arms folded, leaning on the cast-iron railing. She looked out over the quiet, still corner. He was looking down through the tangle of the little sweet olive trees at the front gate. He was seeing himself as a boy standing there, just seeing himself so clearly. She clasped his hand suddenly, and drew him after her back inside. Look, that door connects to the next bedroom. That could be a sitting room, Michael, and both lead onto that side porch. He was staring at one of the oval photographs. Stella? Had to be Stella. Wouldn't it be wonderful? She was saying. It has to be the sitting room. He glanced down again at the white leather cover of the prayer book with the words Belle Mayfair inscribed in gold. Just for a second, he thought. Touch it. And to think, Belle was so sweet, so good. How could Belle hurt you? You're in this house and not using the power. Michael? But he couldn't do it. If he began, how could he stop? And it would kill him, those electrical shocks passing through him, and the blindness, the inevitable blindness when the images swam around him like murky water, and the cacophony of all the voices. No, you don't have to. Nobody has told you that you have to. The thought suddenly that someone might make him do it, might tear off the glove and force his hand on these objects, made him cringe. He felt cowardly. And Rowan was calling him. He looked down at the prayer book as he moved away. Michael, this must have been Millie's room. It has a fireplace, too. She stood before a high dresser, holding a small monogrammed handkerchief. These rooms are like shrines, she said. Beyond the long window, the bougainvillea grew so thick over the side porch that the lower railings could no longer be seen. This was the porch above Deirdre's porch, open because only that lower part had been screened in. Yes, all these rooms have fireplaces, he said absently, his eyes on the fluorescent purple blossoms of the bougainvillea. I'm going to have a look at the fire bricks in the chimneys. These little shallow grates were never used for wood. They were used for coals. Now they housed gas heaters, and he rather liked that, for in all this time he'd never seen a little gas heater blazing away in the cozy winter dark with all those tiny blue and gold flames. Rowan stood at the closet door. What is that smell, Michael? Lord, Rowan Mayfair, you never smelled camphor in an old closet? She laughed softly. I've never even seen an old closet, Michael Curry. I've never lived in an old house nor visited an old hotel. State of the art was my adoptive father's motto. Rooftop restaurants and brass and glass. You can't imagine the lengths to which he went to maintain those standards. And Ellie couldn't stand the sight of anything old or used. Ellie threw out all her clothes after a year's wear. You must think you slipped off the planet. No, not really. Just slipped into another interpretation, she said, her voice trailing off. Thoughtfully she touched the old clothes hanging there. All he saw were shadows. And to think, she whispered, the century is almost over, and she lived all her life right here in this room. She stepped back. God, I hate this wallpaper. Look, there's a leak up there. Nothing major, honey. Just a little leak. There's bound to be one or more in a house this size. That's nothing. But I think the plaster's dead up there. Dead? The plaster is dead? Too old to take a patch. See the way it's crumbled? So we'll put in a new ceiling, he said, shrugging. 2 days' work. You're a genius. He laughed and shook his head. Look, there's an old bathroom there, she said. Each room has its own bathroom. I'm trying to see everything cleaned and finished. I see it, he said. I see it all with every step I take. Carlotta's room was the last major room at the end of the hallway. A great gloomy cavern, it seemed, with its black four-poster bed and its faded taffeta ruffles and a few dreary slip-covered chairs. A stale smell rose around them. A bookshelf held law texts and reference books. And there, the rosary and the prayer book, as if she'd only just laid them down. her white gloves in a tangle, and a pair of cameo earrings and a string of jet beads. "We used to call those grandma beads," he said with vague surprise. "I forgot all about those." He moved to touch them, and then drew back his gloved hand as if he'd drawn near to something hot. "I don't like it in here either," Rowan whispered. She was hugging the backs of her arms again in that chilled, miserable gesture. Scared, maybe. "I don't want to touch what belongs to her," she said, looking vaguely repelled by the items strewn on the dresser, repelled by the old furniture, beautiful as it was. "Ryan will take care of it," she murmured, becoming ever more uneasy. "He said that Gerald Mayfair will come and take away her things." She left her personal things to Gerald's grandmother. At last she turned as if something had startled her, then stared almost angrily at the mirror between the side windows. "There's that smell again. That camphor. And something else." "Verbena and rose water," he said. "See the bottle? They plant little things like that now in quaint Northern California bed and breakfast hotels. I've planted them on many a marble-top table. And there they sit, the real thing." "It's too real," she whispered. "It's dreary and unhappy." They moved on to the rear door of the room, which opened onto a little corridor and a short stairs, and then two small rooms following one upon the other. "The maids slept here in the old days," Michael explained. "Eugenia has that room back there now. Technically, we are looking into the servants' wing, and they would never have used this connecting door because it wasn't here until recent years. They cut through the brick wall to put it in. In the old days, the servants would have come into the main house by means of the porch." At the far end of the wing, they could see a dull light burning. "That's the stairway that leads down to the kitchen, and that old bathroom back there was Eugenia's. In the old days, Southern people had the black servants use a different bathroom. You've heard enough about all that, I imagine." They turned back into the larger room. Rowan moved carefully across the faded rug, and Michael followed her to the window and gently pushed back the soft, frail curtain so that they could look down on the brick sidewalks of Chestnut Street and the artful facade of the grand house across the way. "See, open to the riverside," said Michael, looking at the other building. "And look at the oak trees on that property, and the old carriage house is still standing. See the stucco peeling from the bricks? It, too, was made to look like stone." "From every window you see the oaks," Rowan said, speaking low as if not to disturb the dusk. "And the sky, such a deep blue. Even the light is different here. It's like the soft light of Florence or Venice." "That it is," Michael said. Again he found himself staring apprehensively at the belongings of this woman. Maybe Rowan's uneasiness had communicated itself to him. He imagined, compulsively and painfully, having to take off his glove and lay his naked hand upon things that had been hers. "What is it, Michael?" "Let's go," he said under his breath, clasping her hand again and moving back into the main hall. Only reluctantly did she follow Michael into Deirdre's old room. Here her confusion and revulsion seemed to deepen, yet he knew she was compelled to make this journey. He saw the way her eyes moved hungrily over the framed photographs and the little Victorian cane-seated chairs. Michael hugged her close as she stared down at the vicious stain on the mattress. "That's awful. I've got to call someone," he said. "Clean that up." "I'll do it," she said. "No, I will. You asked downstairs if I could take over, hire the people I needed to restore the whole place. Well, I can take care of that, too." He looked at the stain, a great oval of brown, the center of it sticky. Had the woman hemorrhaged when she was dying? Or had she lain there with her waist seeping out in the heat of this awful old room. I don't know, Rowan whispered, though he hadn't voiced the question. She gave a ragged sigh. I've already asked for the records. Ryan's requesting everything through legal channels. I talked to him today. I called the doctor. I talked to the nurse, too, Viola. Sweet old woman. She told it like Dickens. All the doctor said was that there was no reason to take her to the hospital. The whole thing was crazy. He didn't like my asking him questions. He suggested that I was wrong to ask him. He said it was the humane thing to let her die. He held her more tightly, grazing her cheek with his lips. What are those candles? She asked, staring at the little bedside altar. And that awful statue. What's that? The Blessed Mother, he said. When there's a naked heart on it like that, I guess you call it the Immaculate Heart of Mary. I don't really remember. The candles are blessed candles. I saw them flickering up here when I was outside that first night. I never dreamed she was dying. If I'd known, I don't know. I didn't even know who lived here when I first came. But why did they burn these blessed candles? It's to comfort the dying. The priest comes. He gives her what they call the last sacraments. I went with the priest a couple of times when I was an altar boy. They did that for her, but they didn't take her to the hospital. Rowan, if you had known, if you had come, do you think she could have been brought around? I don't think so, honey. I don't think it matters now. Ryan says no. She was hopeless. He says that once, about 10 years ago, Carlotta took her off the drugs. There was no response to any stimulus except reflex. Ryan says they did everything they could. But then Ryan is covering Ryan, isn't he? But I'll know when I see the records, and then I'll feel better. Or worse. She moved away from the bed, her eyes drifting more sluggishly over the room. She seemed to be forcing herself to evaluate it the way they had evaluated everything else. Tentatively, he pointed out to her that only in this room was there the ornamentation that was common to the lower floor. He drew her attention to the scroll work crowning the windows, a crystal chandelier covered with dust hanging from an ornate plaster medallion. The bed itself was huge and vaguely ugly. It's not like the others, the 4 posters, she said. It's newer. Machine-made, he explained. It's American. That was the kind they bought by the millions near the end of the last century. Probably Mary Beth bought it, and it was very much the thing. She stopped time, didn't she? Mary Beth? No, that hateful Carlotta. She stopped time here. She made everything grind to a halt. Think of young girls growing up in a house like this. There isn't a scrap of evidence that they ever had anything beautiful or special or contemporary of their own. Teddy bears, Michael whispered. Hadn't Deirdre said something about teddy bears in the garden in Texas? Rowan had not heard him. Well, her reign is over, she said, but it was without triumph or resolution. She suddenly moved forward and picked up the plaster Virgin with the exposed red heart and pitched it across the room. It landed on the marble floor of the open bathroom, the body breaking into 3 uneven pieces. She stared at it as if shocked by what she'd done. He was astonished. Something purely irrational and completely superstitious shook him. The Virgin Mary broken on the bathroom floor. He wanted to say something, some magic words or prayers to undo it, like tossing salt over your shoulder or knocking on wood. Then his eye caught something glittering in the shadows, a heap of tiny glittering things on the table at the far side of the bed. Look, Rowan, he said softly. slipping his fingers around the back of her neck. "Look, on the other table over there." It was the jewel box, and it stood open. It was the velvet purse. Gold coins heaped everywhere, and ropes of pearls and gems, hundreds of small glittering gems. "Good God," she whispered. She moved around the bed and stared down at it as if it were alive. "Didn't you believe it?" he asked her. But he wasn't sure now whether he had believed it himself. "They look fake, don't they? Like a motion picture treasure. Couldn't possibly be real." She looked at him across the barren, empty bed. "Michael," she said softly, "would you touch them? Would you lay your hands on them?" He shook his head. "I don't want to, Rowan," he said. She stood silent, drawing into herself, it seemed, her eyes becoming vague and unfocused. She hugged her arms again, the way she always did, it seemed, when she was upset, as if her interior misery made her cold. "Michael," she said again, softly, "would you touch something of Deirdre's? Her nightgown. Maybe the bed." "I don't want to, Rowan. We said we wouldn't." She looked down, her hair tumbling over her eyes so that he couldn't see them. "Rowan, I can't interpret it. It will just be confusion. I'll see the nurse that helped her dress, or maybe the doctor, or maybe a car that passed when she was sitting out there watching. I don't know how to use it. Aaron taught me a little, but I'm still not very good. I'll see something ugly and I'll hate it. And it scares me, Rowan, because she's dead. I touched all kinds of things for people in the beginning, but I can't now. Believe me, I mean, when Aaron teaches me, what if you saw happiness? What if you saw something beautiful like that woman in London saw, who touched her robe for Aaron?" "Did you believe in that, Rowan?" "They aren't infallible, these people in the Talamasca. They're just people." "No, they aren't just people," she said. "They're people like you and me. They have preternatural powers like you and I have preternatural powers." Her voice was mild, unchallenging, but he understood what she felt. He stared again at the blessed candles, and then at the broken statue, which he could just see in the shadows behind her on the bathroom floor. Flash of the May procession, and the giant statue of the Virgin tilting as it was carried through the street. Thousands of flowers. And he thought again of Deirdre. Deirdre in the botanical garden, talking in the dark to Aaron. "I want normal life." He moved around the bed and went to the old-fashioned dresser. He opened the top drawer. Nightgowns of soft white flannel, whiffs of sachet, very sweet, and lighter summer garments of real silk. He lifted one of these nightgowns, a thin sleeveless thing sewn with pale pastel flowers. He laid it down in a wrinkled heap on the dresser and took off his gloves. For a second he clasped his hands together tightly, and then he picked up the garment in both hands. He closed his eyes. "Deirdre," he said. "Only Deirdre." An enormous place gaped before him. Through the lurid flickering glare he saw hundreds of faces. He heard voices wailing and screaming, an unbearable sound. A man came towards him, stepping over the bodies of the others. "No, stop!" He had dropped the nightgown. He stood there with his closed eyes, trying to remember what he'd just glimpsed, though he couldn't bear to be surrounded by it again. Hundreds of people shifting and turning, and someone speaking to him in a rapid, ugly, mocking voice.
Christ, what was it?
He stared down at his hands. He had heard a drum behind all of it, a marching cadence, a sound he knew. Mardi Gras. Years ago. Rushing through the winter street with his mother. Going to see the mystic, cruel Comus. Yes, that had been the very drum song, and the glare had been the glare of the flickering, reeking flambeau. I don't understand, he said. What are you saying? I didn't see anything that made any sense. He looked down angrily at the nightgown. Slowly he reached out for it. Deirdre, in the last days, he said. Only Deirdre in the last days. He touched the soft, wrinkled cloth very gently. I'm seeing the view from the porch. The garden, he whispered. Yes, the Queen's wreath vine, and that is a butterfly climbing the screen, and his hand right there beside her. Lasher's there. She's glad he's there, and he's right beside her. And if he turned his head and looked up from the rocker, he'd see Lasher. He set the nightgown down again. And it was all sunlight and flowers, and she was all right. Thank you, Michael. I don't want to do it again, Rowan. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I don't want to. I understand, she said. She came towards him. I'm sorry. Her voice was low and sincere and soothing, but her eyes were full of bewilderment. What had he seen that first time around, she wanted to know. So did he, but what chance had he of knowing? Yet he was here, inside the house, and he had the power, which had been given to him, presumably by them, and he was being a coward with the power. He, Michael Curry, a coward. And he kept saying he meant to do what they wanted him to do. Hadn't they wanted him to come here? Didn't they want him to touch things? And she wanted him to. How could she not? He reached out and touched the foot of Deirdre's bed. Flash of midday, nurses, a cleaning woman pushing a tired vacuum, someone complaining, ceaselessly, a whine. It came so fast, finally it was blurred. He ran his fingers along the mattress. Her white legs, like a thing made out of dough, and Jerry Lonergan there, lifting her, saying under his breath to his assistant, Look at this place, will you look at it? And when he touched the walls, her face, suddenly, Deirdre, idiot smile, drool on her chin. He touched the door to the bathroom, a white nurse bullying her, telling her to come now, and move her feet. She knew that she could. Pain inside Deirdre, pain eating her inside. A man's voice speaking, the cleaning woman coming, going, the flush of the toilet, the hum of the mosquitoes, the sight of a sore on her back. Good God, look at it, where she has rubbed against the rocker over the years. A festering sore, caked with baby powder. Are you people crazy? And the nurse just holds her on the toilet. I can't. He turned and pushed past Rowan, brushing her hand away as she tried to stop him. He touched the post of the stairs. Flash of a cotton dress passing him, bead of footsteps on the old carpet, someone screaming, crying. Michael! He ran up the steps after them. The baby was roaring in the cradle. It echoed all the way up the 3 flights from the parlor. Stench of chemicals, rotted filth in those jars. He'd glimpsed it last night. She'd told him about it, but now he had to see it, didn't he? And touch it. Touch Marguerite's filthy jars. He'd smelled it last night when he'd come up to find Townsend's body, only it wasn't the body. His hand on the railing, caught a flash of Rowan with the lamp in her hand. Rowan, angry and miserable and trying to escape the old woman who was beating her with words, viciousness, and then the black woman with her dust mop, and a carpenter putting a pane of glass in this window that looked out over the roof. God, that is an awful smell up here, lady. Just do your job. Deirdre's bedroom, shrill clang of other voices, rising to a peak, then washing away, and another wave coming. And the door straight ahead, someone laughing, a man speaking French. What he's saying, let me hear one distinct word. The stench is behind it. But no, first Julien's room, Julien's bed. The laughing grew louder, but a baby's crying was mixed up with it, someone rushing up the stairs just behind him. The door gave him Eugenia again, dusting, complaining about the stench, Carlotta's voice droning on, the words indistinguishable, and then that awful stain there in the darkness where Townsend died, drawing his last breath through the hole in the carpet, and the mantle. Wavering flash of Julien. The same man. Yes, the same man he'd seen when he held Deirdre's nightgown. Yes, you, Julien, staring at him. I see you. And then footsteps running. No, I don't want to see this. But he reached out for the windowsill, grabbed the little cord of the shade, and up it ran, rattling at the top, revealing the dirty window panes. She flew past him, Antha, through the glass, scuttling out on the roof, terrified, tangle of hair over her wet face, her eye. Look at her eye. It's on her cheek, dear God. Sobbing, "Don't hurt me! Don't hurt me! Lasha, help me!" Rowan! And Julien, why didn't he do something? Why did he stand there crying silently, doing nothing? "You can call on the devil in hell and the saints in heaven. They won't help you," said Carlotta, her voice a snarl as she climbed through the window. And Julien helpless. "Kill you, bitch. Kill you. You will not." She's gone. She's fallen, her scream unfurling like a great billowing red flag against the blue sky. Julien with his face in his hands, helpless, shimmering, gone, a ghost witness. The chaos again, Carlotta fading. He clamped his hands on the iron bed. Julien sitting there, wavering yet distinct for an instant. I know you. Dark eyes, smiling mouth, white hair. Yes, you. Don't touch me. Eh bien, Michel, at last. His hand struck the packing crate lying on the bed, but he couldn't see them. He could see nothing but the light wavering and forming the image of the man sitting there under the covers, and then it was gone, and then it was there. Julien was trying to get out of the bed. "No, get away from me." "Michael!" He had shoved the boxes off the bed. He was stumbling over the books. The dolls. Where were the dolls? In the trunk. Julien said that, didn't he? He said it in French. Laughter. A chorus of laughter. Rustle of skirts around him. Something broke. His knee struck something sharp, but he crawled on towards the trunk. Latches rusted. No problem. Throw back the lid. Wavering, vanishing, Julien stood there, nodding, pointing down into the trunk. The rusted hinges broke completely as the lid slammed back into the old plaster and fell loose. What was that rustling? Like taffeta all around him, feet scraping the floor around him, figures looming over him like flashes of light through shutters, here and then gone. Let me breathe. Let me see. It was like the rustle of the nuns' skirts when he was in school, and they came thundering down the hallway to hit the boys, to make the boys get back in line. Rustling of beads and cloth and petticoats. But there are the dolls. Look, the dolls. Don't hurt them. They are so old and so fragile, with their dumb, scribble-scratch faces looking at you. And look, that one, with the button eyes, and the braids of gray, and her tiny little perfect man clothes of tweed to the very trousers. God! Bones inside. He held it. Mary Beth. The flapping gores of her skirts came against him. If he looked up, he'd see her looking down. He did see her. There was no limit to what he could see. He could see the backs of their heads as they closed in on him, but nothing would hold steady, even for an instant. It was all gossamer, and solid for 1 second, and then nothing. The room full of dusty nothing and crowded to overflowing. Rowan came through as if through the tear in a fabric, grabbing him by the arm, and in a glimmering flash he saw Charlotte, knew it was Charlotte. Had he touched the doll? He looked down. They were all higgledy-piggledy, and so fragile on the layer of cheesecloth. But where is Deborah? Deborah, you have got to tell me. He folded back the cloth, tumbling the newer dolls on each other. Were they crying? Somebody was crying. No, that was the baby screaming in the cradle, or Antha on the roof, or both of them. Flash of Julien again, talking rapidly in French, down on one knee beside him. I can't understand you. 1 millimeter of a second and gone. You're driving me crazy. What good am I to you or to anyone if I am crazy? Get these skirts away from me. It was so much like the nuns. Michael! He groped under the cloth. Where? Easy to tell, for there lay the oldest, a mere stick thing of bones, and one over from it the blonde hair of Charlotte. And that meant that the frail little thing between them was his Deborah. Tiny beetles raced from beneath it as he touched it. His hair was disintegrating. Oh, God, it's falling apart. Even the bones are turning to dust. And in horror he drew back. He had left the print of his finger in its bone face. The blast of a fire caught him. He could smell it, her body all crumpled up like a wax thing on top of the pyre. And that voice in French ordering him to do something, but what? Deborah, he said, touching it again, touching its little ragged dress of velvet. Deborah! It was so old his breath was going to blow it away. Stella laughed. Stella was holding it. Talk to me, she said, with her eyes squeezed shut, the young man beside her laughing. You don't really think this is going to work? What do you want of me? The skirts pushed closer around him, mingling voices in French and English. He tried to catch Julien this time. It was like trying to catch a thought, a memory, something flitting through your mind when you listened to music. His hand lay on the little Deborah doll, crushing it down into the trunk, the blonde hair doll tumbling against him. I'm destroying them. Deborah! Nothing, nothing. What have I done that you won't tell me? Rowan was calling him, shaking him. He almost hit her. Stop it, he shouted. They're all here in this house, don't you see? They're waiting. There's a name for it. They're hovering, earthbound. How strong she was. She wouldn't stop. She pulled him to his feet. Let me go. He saw them everywhere he looked, as if they were woven into a veil that was moving in the wind. Michael, stop it. It's enough. Stop. Have to get out of here. He grabbed for the doorframe. When he looked back at the bed, he saw only the packing crate. He stared at the books. He had not touched the books. The sweat was pouring down his face. His clothes. Look at his clothes. He ran his naked hands over his shirt, trembling. Flash of Rowan. Shimmer of them all around him again. Only he couldn't see their faces, and he was tired of looking for their faces, tired of the draining, zapping feelings running through him. I can't do this. God damn it, he shouted. This was like being underwater. Even the voices he heard as he clamped his hands to his ears were like wavering, hollow voices underwater. And the stench. Not possible to avoid it. The stench from the jars that were waiting. The jars. Is this what you wanted of me? To come back here and to touch things and to know and to find out? Deborah, where are you? Were they laughing at him? Flash of Eugenia with her dust mop. Not you. Go away. I want to see the dead, not the living. And that was Julien's laughter, wasn't it? Someone was definitely crying. A baby crying in a cradle, and a dull, low voice cursing in English. Kill you, kill you, kill you. It's enough. Stop.
Don't. No, it isn't. The jars are there. It is not enough. Let me do it, once and for all, with all of it.
He pushed her aside, amazed again at the strength with which she tried to stop him, and shoved open the door to the room of the jars. If only they would shut up. If only that baby would stop crying, and the old woman cursing, and that voice in French.
I can't.
The jars. A gust of air came up the stairway and moved the sluggish stench for an instant. He was standing with his hands over his ears, looking at the jars. He took a deep breath, but the stench went into his lungs. Rowan was watching him. Is this what you want me to touch? And they wanted to come back, like a great floppy veil again closing around him, but he wouldn't let them. He sharpened his focus. The jars only. He took another breath. The smell was enough to kill you, but it can't. It can't really hurt you. Look. And now, in the swimming ugly light, he put his hand on the dingy glass and through his splayed fingers saw an eye looking at him.
Christ!
It's a human head. But what was he getting from the jar itself? Through his tortured fingers, nothing. Nothing but images so faint they were like the thing inside, a cloud surrounding him, in which the visual and the audio were blended and ever dissolving, and trying to be solid and breaking apart again. The jar was there, shining. These were his fingers scratching at the wax seal. And the beautiful flesh and blood woman in the door was Rowan. He broke the seal open and plunged his hand into the liquid, while the fumes from it went up his nose like poison gas. He gagged, but that didn't stop him. He grabbed the head inside by the hair, though it fell away in his fingers, slipped like seaweed. The head was slimy and falling to pieces. Chunks of it rose against the glass, pushing against his wrist, but he had a hold of it, his thumb sinking into the putrid cheek. He drew it up out of the jar, knocking the jar on the floor so that the stinking liquid splattered on him. He held the head. Dim flash of the head speaking, the head laughing, the features mobile though the head was dead, and the hair was brown hair, the eyes bloodshot but brown, and blood seeping from the dead mouth that talked. Aye, Michael, flesh and blood, when you are nothing but bones. The whole man sat on the bed, naked and dead, yet alive with Lasher in him, the arms thrashing and the mouth opening. And beside him Marguerite, with her hag hair and her hands on his shoulders, her big wide taffeta skirts out like a circle of red light around her, holding the dead thing, just as Rowan was trying to hold him now. The head slipped out of his hands. It slid in the muck on the floor. He went down on his knees. God. He was sick. He was going to vomit. He felt the convulsion and the pain in a circle around his ribs. Vomit. I can't help it. He turned towards the corner, tried to crawl away. It poured out of him. Rowan held him by the shoulder. When you're this sick, you don't give a damn who's touching you. But again, he saw the dead thing on the bed. He tried to tell her. His mouth was sour and full of vomit. God, look at his hands. The mess was all over the floor, on his clothes. But he got to his feet, his fingers slipping off the doorknob, pushing Julien out of the way and Mary Beth, and then Rowan, and groping for the fallen head, squashed fruit on the floor, breaking apart like a melon.
Lasher,
he said to her, wiping at his mouth.
Lasher, in that head, in the body of that head.
And the others? Look at them, filled with heads. Look at them. He snatched at another, smashed it against the wood of the shelf so that the greenish remains slid down soft and rotten like a giant greenish egg yolk onto the floor, oozing off the skull that emerged dark and shrunken, as he caught it and held it, the face just dripping away. Aye, Michael, when you are nothing but bones, like the bones you hold in your hand.
Is this flesh? He cried. Is this flesh?
He kicked the rotten head on the floor. He threw down the skull and kicked the skull.
Like rubber. You aren't going to get her. Not for this, not for anything. Michael!
He was sick again, but he wasn't going to let it come. His hand caught the edges of the shelf. Flash of Eugenia. Sure hate the smell of this attic, Miss Carl. You leave it, Eugenia. He turned around, and wiping both his hands on his coat, wiping them furiously, he said to Rowan,
He came into the dead bodies. He possessed them. He looked through their eyes, and he spoke through their vocal cords and used them. But he couldn't make them come alive again. He couldn't make the cells begin to multiply again. And she saved the head. He came into the head long after the bodies were gone, and he looked through the eyes.
Turning, he snatched up one jar after another. She stood beside him. They were peering through the glass, the shimmer of the images almost blinding him to what he meant to see, but he was determined to see. Heads with brown hair. And look, a blonde head with streaks of brown in it. And look, the face of a black man with blotches of white skin on it, and streaks of lighter hair. And here another, with the white hair streaked with brown.
Dear God, don't you see? He not only went into them, he changed the tissues. He caused the cells to react. He changed them, but he couldn't keep them alive.
Heads, heads, heads. He wanted to smash all the jars.
You see that? He caused a mutation, a new cell growth. But it was nothing compared to being alive. They rotted. He couldn't stop them. And they won't tell me what they want me to do.
His slippery fingers closed in a fist. He smashed at one of the jars and saw it fall. She didn't try to stop him, but she had her arms around him, and she was begging him to come out of the room with her, dragging him. If she didn't watch it, they were both going to go down in this muck for sure, this filthy muck.
But look, you see that?
Far back on the shelf, behind the jar he'd just broken. The finest of them, the liquid clear, the thick seal tar-like and intact. Through the flicker of meaningless, indistinguishable images and sounds, he heard her. "Open it. Break it," she said. He did. The glass fell away soundlessly into the ashy layer of whispering voices. And he held this head, no longer even caring about the stench or the spongy, moldering texture of the thing he held. Again the bedroom. Marguerite at the dressing table, tiny-waisted, big skirt, turning to smile at him, toothless, eyes dark and quick, hair like a great ugly cascade of Spanish moss, and Julien, weed-thin and white-haired and young, with his arms folded. You devil, let me see you, Lasso. And then the body on the bed, beckoning for her to come, and then her lying down beside him, and the dead, rotting fingers tearing open her bodice and touching her living breast, the dead cock erect between his legs. Look at me, change me, look at me, change me. Had Julien turned his back? No such luck. He stood at the foot of the bed, his hands on the pillars of the bed, his face beating with the faint light of the candle blowing in the wind from the open windows, fascinated, fearless. Yes, and look at this thing in your hands now. This was his face, wasn't it? His face, the face you saw in the garden, in the church, in the auditorium, the face that you saw all those many times. And the brown hair. Oh, yes, the brown hair. He let it slide to the floor with the others. He backed away from it, but the eye pits were staring up at him, and the lips were moving. Did Rowan see it? Do you hear it talking? Voices all around him, but there was only one voice, one clear, searing, soundless voice. You cannot stop me.
You cannot stop her. You do my bidding. My patience is like the patience of the Almighty. I see to the finish. I see the 13. I shall be flesh when you are dead. He's speaking to me. The devil's speaking to me. You hear it?
He was out of the door and down the stairs before he realized what he was doing, or that his heart was thundering in his ears and that he couldn't breathe. He couldn't endure it any longer. He had always known it would be like this, the plunging into the nightmare. And that was enough, wasn't it? What did they want of him? What did she want? That bastard had spoken to him. That thing he had seen standing in the garden had spoken to him, and through that rotted head. He was no coward. He was a human man, but he couldn't take any more of it. He'd torn off his coat and thrown it away in the corner of the hallway. Ah, the muck on his fingers. He couldn't wipe it off. Belle's room, clean and quiet. I'm sorry about the filth. Please let me lie down on the clean bed. She was helping him. Thank God for that, not trying to stop him. The bedspread was clean and white and full of dust, but the dust was clean, and the sun coming through the opened windows was beautiful and full of dust. Belle. Belle is what he touched now, the soft, sweet spirit of Belle. He was lying on his back. She had the gloves for him. She was wiping his hands with the warm washcloth so lovingly, and her face was full of concern. She pressed her fingers to his wrist. Lie quiet, Michael. I have the gloves here. Lie quiet. What was that cold, hard thing near his cheek? He reached up. Belle's rosary, and it was tangling painfully in his hair when he pulled it loose, but that was okay. He wanted it. And there was Belle. Oh, how lovely. He tried to tell Rowan Belle was standing there. Rowan was listening to his pulse. But Belle was gone. He had a rosary in his hands. He'd felt its cold beads next to his face, and Belle had been right there, talking to him. There she was. Rest, Michael, Belle said. Sweet, tremulous voice like Aunt Viv. She was fading, but he could still see her. Don't be afraid of me, Michael. I'm not one of them. That's not why I'm here. Make them talk to me. Make them tell me what they want. Not them, but the ones who came to me. Was it Deborah? Lie quiet, Michael, please. What did you say, Rowan? His mouth hadn't moved. We aren't meant to have these powers, he said. They destroy the human in us. You're human when you're at the hospital. I was human when I had the hammer and nails in my hands. Everything was sliding. How could he explain to her? It had been like scaling a mountain. It had been like all the physical work he'd ever put his hands to and his back to, done in a single hour. But she wasn't there. She'd kissed him and laid a quilt over him and gone out because he was asleep. Belle was sitting at the dresser. Such a lovely picture. Sleep, Michael. Are you going to be here when I wake up? No, darling. I'm not really here now. It's their house, Michael. I'm not one of them. Sleep. He clutched at the rosary beads. Millie dear said, time to go to church. The rooms are so clean and quiet. They love each other. Poor gray gabardine. It has to become our house. That's why I loved it so when I was small and I'd walk here. Loved it. Our house. Never any quarrel between Belle and Millie dear. So nice. Something almost adorable about Belle.
with her face so pretty in old age, like a flower pressed in a book, tinted still and fragrant. Deborah said to him, "Incalculable power, power to transmute." He shuddered. "Not easy. So difficult you can scarce imagine it. The hardest thing, perhaps, that you... I can do this." Sleep. And through his sleep he heard the comforting sound of breaking glass. When he awoke, Aaron was there. Rowan had brought him a change of clothes from the hotel, and Aaron helped him into the bathroom so that he could wash and change. It was spacious and actually comfortable. Every muscle in him ached. His back ached. His hands burned. He had the antsy, awful feeling that he'd had all those weeks on Liberty Street, until he pulled the gloves back on and took a swallow of the beer Aaron gave him at his request. The pain in his muscles was awful, and even his eyes were tired, as if he'd been reading for hours by a poor light. "I'm not going to get drunk," he told both of them. Rowan explained that his heart had been racing, that whatever had happened, it had been an extreme physical exertion, that a pulse reading like that was something you expected after a man had run a 4-minute mile. It was important that he rest, and that he not remove the gloves again. Okay by him. He would have loved nothing better than to encase his hands in concrete. They went back to the hotel together, ordered supper, and sat quietly in the living room of the suite. For 2 hours he told them everything he had seen. He told them about the little snatches of the visions that were coming back to him even before he'd taken off the gloves. He told them about the first vision, when he held Deirdre's nightgown, and how it was Julien he'd seen in the hellish place, and how he'd seen him upstairs. He told and he told. He described and described. He wished Aaron would speak, but he understood why Aaron did not. He told them about Lasher's ugly prophecy and the weird feeling of intimacy he had with the thing now, though he had not really touched it, but merely that rotted, stinking head. He told them, finally, about Belle. And then, exhausted from the telling, he sat there, wanting another beer, but afraid they'd think he was a drunk if he drank another, then giving in and getting up and getting it out of the refrigerator no matter what they thought. "I don't know why I'm involved, any more than I did before," he said, "but I know they're there, in that house. You remember Cortland said he wasn't one of them, and Belle said to me she wasn't one of them. If I didn't imagine it. Well, the others who are part of it are there. And that thing altered matter, just a little, but it did it. It possessed the dead bodies and worked on the cells. It wants Rowan. I know it does. It wants Rowan to use her power to alter matter. Rowan has more of that power than any of the others before her. Hell, she knows what the cells are, how they operate, how they're structured." Rowan seemed struck by those words. Aaron explained that after Michael had gone to sleep, and Rowan was sure his pulse was normal, that she had called Aaron and asked him to come to the house. He'd brought crates of ice in which to pack the specimens in the attic, and together they had opened each jar, photographed the contents, and then passed it away. The specimens were at Oakhaven now. They were frozen. They'd be shipped to Amsterdam in the morning, which was what Rowan wanted. Aaron had also removed Julien's books and the trunk of dolls, and they too would go to the mother house. But Aaron wanted to photograph the dolls first, and he wanted to examine the books, and of course Rowan had agreed to all this, or it wouldn't have happened. So far the books appeared to be no more than ledgers, with various cryptic entries in French.
If there was an autobiography, such as Richard Llewellyn had indicated, it had not been in that attic room. It gave Michael an irrational relief to know those things were no longer in the house. He was on his fourth beer now, as they sat together on the velvet couches. He didn't care what they thought about it. Just one night's peace, for Christ's sake, he thought. And he had to slow down his brain so he could think it through. Besides, he wasn't getting drunk. He didn't want to be drunk. But what was one more beer now? And besides, they were here where they were safe. At last they fell quiet. Rowan was staring at Michael. And suddenly, for the whole disaster, Michael felt mortally ashamed. "And how are you, my dear?" asked Michael.
After all this madness,
"I'm not being very much help to you, am I? I must have scared you to death. Do you wish you'd followed your adoptive mother's advice and stayed in California?" "You didn't scare me," she said affectionately, "and I liked taking care of you. I told you that once before. But I'm thinking. All the wheels in my head are turning. It's the strangest mixture of elements, this whole thing." "Explain." "I want my family," she said. "I want my cousins, all 900 of them, or however many there are. I want my house, I want my history, and I mean the one Aaron gave to us. But I don't want this damned thing, this secret, mysterious, evil thing. I don't want it, and yet it's so seductive." Michael shook his head. "It's like I told you last night. It's irresistible." "No, not irresistible," she said, "but seductive." "And dangerous," Aaron suggested. "I think we are more certain of that now than ever. I think we know we are talking of a creature which can change matter." "I'm not so sure," said Rowan. "I examined those stinking things as best I could. The changes were insignificant. They were changes in the surface tissue. But, of course, the samples were hopelessly old and corroded." "But what about the one with the face like Lasher?" Michael asked. "The duplicate?" She shook her head. "No evidence to indicate it wasn't a look-alike person," she said. "Julien looked like Lasher, remarkably so. Again, the changes may have been skin-deep. Impossible to tell." "Okay, skin-deep, but what about that?" Michael pressed. "You ever heard of a thing that could do that? We aren't talking about a blush. We're talking about something permanent, something there after a century." "You know what the mind can do," said Rowan. "I don't have to tell you that people can control their bodies to an amazing extent by thought. They can make themselves die if they want to. They've been known to make themselves levitate, if you believe the anecdotal evidence. Filling heart rates, raising temperatures, that's all well documented. The saints in their trances could make the wounds of the stigmata open in their hands. They can also make these same wounds close. Matter is subject to mind, and we are only beginning to understand the extent of it. And besides, we know that when this thing materializes, it has a solid body. At least it seems solid. So the thing changed the subcutaneous tissue of a corpse. What of it? It wasn't even a live body from what you've told me. It's all rather crude and imprecise." "You amaze me," said Michael, almost coldly. "Why?" "I don't know. I'm sorry. But I have a horrible feeling it's all planned, that you're who you are, that you're a brilliant doctor. It's all planned." "Calm down, Michael. There are too many flaws in this whole story for everything to be planned. Nothing's planned in this family. Consider the history." "It wants to be human, Rowan," said Michael. "That's the meaning of what it said to Peter Van Abel and to me. It wants to be human, and it wants you to help it. What did the ghost of Stuart Townsend say to you, Aaron? It said, 'It's all planned.'" "Yes," said Aaron thoughtfully, "but it's a mistake to overinterpret that dream. And I think Rowan is right. You cannot assume that you know what is planned. And, by the way, for what it's worth, I don't think this thing can become human. It wants to have a body, perhaps, but I don't think that it would ever be human." "Oh, that's beautiful," said Michael, "just beautiful. And I do think it planned everything. It planned for Rowan to be taken away from Deirdre. That's why it killed Cortland. It planned for Rowan to be kept away until she'd become not only a witch, but a witch doctor. It planned the very moment of her return. But again," said Rowan, "why did it show itself to you? If you're to intervene, why did it show itself to you?" He sighed. With a sinking heart, he thought about his pleas to Deborah, about touching the old doll of Deborah, and not seeing her or hearing her voice. The delirium came back to him, the stench of the room and the ugliness of the rotted specimens. He thought of the mystery of the doorway, of the spirit's strange words, "I see the 13." "I'm going on with my own plan," said Rowan calmly. "I'm going to claim the legacy and the house just as I told you. I still want to restore the house. I want to live in it. I won't be deterred from it." She looked at him, expecting him to say something. "And this being, no matter how mysterious he is not going to get in the way of that if I have something to say about it. I told you it's overplayed its hand." She looked at Michael almost angrily. "Are you with me?" she demanded. "Yes, I'm with you, Rowan. I love you. And I think you're right to go ahead. We can start on the house any damn time you want. I want that, too." She was pleased, immensely pleased, but still her calm distressed him. He looked at Aaron. "What do you think, Aaron?" he asked. "About what the creature said, about my role in this. You have to have an interpretation." "Michael, what's important is that you interpret, that you regain an understanding of what happens to you. I have no certain interpretation of anything. This may sound frightfully strange to you, but as a member of the Talamasca, as the brother of Pater and Arthur and Stuart, I've already accomplished my most important goals here. I've made successful contact with both of you. The Mayfair history has been given to Rowan, and you have some knowledge now, fragmentary and biased as it may be, to assist you." "You guys are a bunch of monks," said Michael grumpily. He lifted his beer in a careless toast. "We watched and we are always here. Aaron, why did all this happen?" Aaron laughed good-naturedly, but he shook his head. "Michael, Catholics always want us to offer the consolations of the Church. We can't do it. I don't know why it happened. I do know that I can teach you to control the power in your hands, to shut it off at will so it stops tormenting you." "Maybe," said Michael wearily. "Right now I wouldn't take off these gloves to shake hands with the President of the United States." "When you want to work with it," said Aaron, "I'm at your service. I'm here for both of you." He looked at Rowan for a long moment and then back to Michael. "I don't have to warn you to be careful, do I?" "No," said Rowan. "But what about you? Has anything else happened since the traffic accident?" "Little things," said Aaron. "They're not important in themselves, and it might very well be my imagination. I'm as human as the next man as far as that goes. I feel I'm being watched, however, and menaced in a rather subtle way." Rowan started to interrupt, but he gestured for silence. "I have my guard up. I've been in these situations before, and one very odd aspect of the whole thing is this. When I'm with you, either of you, I don't feel this presence near me. I feel completely safe." "If it harms you," said Rowan, "it makes its final tragic error, because I shall never address it or recognize it in any way. I'll try to kill it when I see it. All its schemes will be in vain." Aaron reflected for a moment. "Do you think it knows that?" asked Rowan. Possibly, said Aaron. But it's like everything else, a puzzle. A pattern can be a puzzle. It can involve great and intricate order, or it can be a labyrinth. I honestly don't know what it knows. I do believe that Michael is entirely right. It wants a human body. There seems no doubt of it. But what it knows and what it doesn't know, I can't say. I don't know what it really is. I don't guess anyone knows. He took a sip of his coffee and then moved the cup away. Then he looked at Rowan. There's no doubt it will approach you, of course. You realize this. This antipathy you feel won't keep it at bay forever. I doubt it's keeping it at bay now. It's simply waiting for a proper opportunity. God, Michael whispered. It was like hearing that an assailant would soon attack the person he loved most in all the world. He felt a crippling jealousy and anger. Rowan was looking at Aaron. What would you do if you were me? Asked Rowan. I'm not sure, Aaron answered. But I cannot emphasize enough that it is dangerous. The history told me that, and that it's treacherous. The history told me that, too. Do you think I should try to make contact with it? No, I don't. I think letting it come to you is the wisest thing you can do. And for the love of God, try to remain in complete control always. There's no getting away from it, is there? I don't think so. And I can make a guess as to what it will do when it approaches you. What? It will demand your secrecy and your cooperation, or it will refuse to reveal itself or its purposes fully. It will divide you from us, said Michael. Exactly, Aaron went on. Why do you think it will do that? Aaron shrugged. Because that is what I would do if I were it. What's the chance of driving it out? Of a straight-out exorcism? I don't know, said Aaron. Those rituals certainly do work, but I myself don't know how to make them work, and I don't know what the effect would be upon an entity this powerful. You see, that is the remarkable thing. This being is a monarch among its kind, a sort of genius. She laughed softly. It's so cunning and unpredictable, Aaron said. I'd be dead right now if it wanted me to be dead. Yet it doesn't kill me. For God's sake, Aaron, Michael said, don't challenge it. It knows I would hate it, said Rowan, if it hurt you. Yes, that may explain why it hasn't gone farther. But there we are again, at the beginning. Whatever you do, Rowan, never lose sight of the history. Consider the fate of Suzanne, and Deborah, and Stella, and Antha, and Deirdre. Maybe if we knew the full story of Marguerite, or Catherine, or Marie Claudette, or the others from Saint-Domingue, their stories would be just as tragic. And if any one character in the drama can be held responsible for so much suffering and death, it is Lasha. Rowan seemed lost in her thoughts for a moment. God, I wish it would go away, she murmured. That would be too much to ask for, I think, said Aaron. He sighed and took out his pocket watch and then rose from the couch. I'm going to leave you now. I'll be upstairs in my suite if you need me. Thank God you're staying, said Rowan. I was afraid you'd go back to Oakhaven. No, I have Julien's books upstairs, and I think I should like to be in town just now. As long as I don't crowd you. You don't crowd us at all, said Rowan. Let me ask you one more thing, Michael said. When you were in the house, what did it feel like? Aaron gave a little laugh and shook his head. He considered for a minute. I think you can imagine, he said gently. But one thing did surprise me, that it was so beautiful, so grand and yet so inviting, with all the windows opened and the sun coming in. I suppose I thought it would be forbidding, but nothing could have been farther from the truth. This was the answer Michael had hoped to hear, but the mood was still on him from the long ordeal of the afternoon, and it failed to cheer him. It's a wonderful house, said Rowan. "And it's already changing. We're already making it ours. How long will it take, Michael, to bring it back to what it was meant to be?"
"Not long, Rowan. 2-3 months, maybe less. By Christmas it could be finished. I'm itching to do it. If I could just lose this feeling."
"What feeling?"
"That it's all planned."
"Forget about that," said Rowan crossly. "Let me make a suggestion," Aaron said. "Get a good night's sleep, then proceed with what you really want to do, with the legal questions at hand, with the settling of the estate, with the house perhaps, all the good things you want to do. And be on guard. Be on guard always. When our mysterious friend approaches, insist upon your own terms." Michael sat sullenly staring at the beer as Rowan walked Aaron to the door. She came back, settled down beside him, and slipped her arm around him.
"I'm scared, Rowan," he said, "and I hate it. Positively hate it."
"I know, Michael," she said,
"but we're going to win."
That night, after Rowan had been asleep for hours, Michael got up, went into the living room, and took the notebook out of his valise which Aaron had given him at the retreat house. He felt normal now, and the abnormalities of the day seemed strangely distant. Though he was still sore all over, he felt rested. And it was comforting to know Rowan was only a few feet away, and that Aaron slept in the suite above. Now Michael wrote down everything he had told them. He went through it in writing as he had gone through it in words, only more slowly and perhaps more thoughtfully, and he talked about it with himself in the notebook as he would in a diary, because that is what the notebook had become. He wrote down all he could remember of the little fragments that had come back before he had taken off the gloves. And it was not surprising that he could remember almost nothing at all. And then the beginning of the catastrophe when he'd held Deirdre's nightgown in his hand.
"Same drums as the Comus parade, or any such parade. The point is, an awful frightening sound, a sound to do with some sort of dark and potentially destructive energy."
He stopped, then went on.
"I remember something else, too, now. At Rowan's house in Tiburon, after we made love, I woke up thinking the place was on fire, and there were all kinds of people downstairs. I remember now, it was the same ambiance, the same lurid sort of light, the same sinister quality. And the fact of the matter was that Rowan was just down there by the fire she'd lighted in the fireplace. But it was the same feeling. Fire and people there, many, many people, crowded together, a commotion in the flickering light. And I had no sense of recognition when I saw Julien upstairs, or when I saw Charlotte or Maribeth or Antha, poor tragic Antha, scrambling over that roof. You see something like that, you feel it. It swallows you. There's nothing left of you inside while you're seeing it. But they weren't in my visions, none of them. And Deborah was just a body crumpled on the pile. She wasn't standing there with them. Now surely that means something in itself.
He reread what he had written. He wanted to add more, but he was leery of embellishment. He was leery of logic. Deborah's not one of them. That's why she wasn't there. He went on to describe the rest.
Antha was wearing a cotton dress. I saw the patent leather belt she wore. When she crawled across the roof, she tore her stockings. Her knees were bleeding, but her face, that was the unforgettable part. Her eye torn out of the socket, and the sound of her voice. I'll carry that sound to the grave with me. And Julien looked as solid as she did while he was watching. Julien wore black, and Julien was young, not a boy by any means, but a vigorous man, not an old man. Even in the bed he wasn't old. Again he paused. And what else did Lasher say that was new? Something about patience, about waiting, and then that mention of the 13. But the 13 what? If it's a number on a doorway, I haven't seen it. The jars. There weren't 13 jars, there were more like 20. But I'll verify this with Rowan. Again he stopped, thought about embellishments, but didn't add them. The cheerful fiend didn't say a damn thing about a doorway, he wrote. No, just his threat that I'd be dead while he'd be flesh and blood. Dead. Tombs. Something Rowan had said before the day was shattered like a piece of glass, or like a glass jar. Something about a keyhole doorway carved on the Mayfair tomb. I'll go there tomorrow and see for myself. If the number 13 is carved somewhere on that doorway, I hope to God it brings me more enlightenment than what happened today. Whatever happens, no matter what I see or what I think it means. I begin some serious work tomorrow, and so does Rowan. She goes downtown early with Ryan and Pierce to talk about the legacy. I start to talk to the other contractors in town. I start real, true, honest work on the house. And that feels better than any other course of action. It feels like a form of salvation. Let's see how Lasher likes it. Let's see what he chooses to do. He left the notebook on the table and went back to bed. In sleep, Rowan was so smooth and expressionless that she was like a perfect wax mannequin beneath the sheets. The warmth of her skin surprised him when he kissed her. Stirring slowly, she turned and wound her arms around him and nuzzled against his neck. Michael, she whispered in a dreamy voice. Saint Michael, the Archangel. Her fingers touched his lips, as if groping in the dark to know that he was really there. Love you. I love you too, darling, he whispered. You're mine, Rowan. And he felt the heat of her breasts against his arm as he drew her close to him. She turned over, and her soft, fleecy sex was a little flame against his thigh as she settled back into sleep. 32. The legacy. It had come into her mind sometime during the night, a half-dream of hospitals and clinics and magnificent laboratories peopled by brilliant researchers. And all of this you can do. They wouldn't understand. Aaron would, and Michael would, but the rest of them wouldn't because they didn't know the secrets of the file. They didn't know what had been in the jars. They knew things, but they didn't know all the way back over the centuries to Suzanne of the Mayfair, midwife and healer in her filthy Scottish village, or Jan van Abel at his desk in Leiden, drawing his clean ink illustration of a flayed torso to reveal the layers of muscle and vein. They didn't know about Marguerite and the dead body flopping on the bed, and roaring with the voice of a spirit, or Julien watching. Julien, who had put the jars in the attic instead of destroying them almost a century ago. Aaron knew and Michael knew. They would understand the dream of hospitals and clinics and laboratories, of healing hands laid upon sore and aching bodies by the thousands. What a joke on you, Lasher. Money was no mystery to her. She was not frightened by the legacy. She could already imagine to the limits that it might allow. She'd never been charmed by money as she had been by anatomy and microsurgery, by biophysics or neurochemistry. But it was no mystery. She'd studied it before, and she'd study it now, and the legacy was something that could be mastered like any other subject, and converted into hospitals, clinics, laboratories, lives saved. If only she could get the memory of the dead woman out of the house. For that was the real ghost to her, not the ghost whom Michael had seen. And when she thought of his suffering, she could scarcely bear it. It was like seeing everything she loved in him dying inside. She would have driven all the demons in the world back away from him if only she'd known how to do it. But the old woman. The old woman lay in the rocker still as if she would never leave it, and her stench was worse than the stench of the jars, because it was Rowan's murder, and the perfect crime. The stench corrupted the house. It corrupted the history. It corrupted the dream of the hospitals. And Rowan waited at the door. "We want in, old woman. I want my house and my family. The jars have been smashed, and the contents are gone now. I have the history in my hand, brilliant as a jewel. I shall atone for it all. Let me in so that I can fight the battle." Why were they not friends, she and the old woman? Rowan had only contempt for the evil, spiteful voice which had taunted Michael from the contents of the broken jars. And the spirit knew she loathed it, that when she remembered its secretive touch, she loathed it. Alone yesterday, hours before Michael had come, she had sat there waiting for Lasher, listening to every creak and whisper in the old walls. "If you think you can frighten me, you are tragically mistaken. I have no fear of you, and no love either. You are mysterious, yes, and I am curious. But that is a very cold thing for a scientific mind such as mine. Very cold. You stand between me and the things I could love warmly." She should have destroyed the jars, then. She should have never urged Michael to take off the gloves, and she never would again. Of that she was certain. Michael couldn't endure this power in his hands. He couldn't really endure his memory of the visions. It made him suffer, and it filled her with dread to see him afraid. It was the fact of the drowning that had brought them together, not these mysterious dark forces that lurked in the house, voices speaking from rotted heads in jars, ghosts in taffeta. His strength and her strength, that had been the origin of their love, and the future was the house, the family, the legacy which could bring the miracles of medicine to thousands, even millions. What were all the dark ghosts and legends on earth compared to those hard and glittering realities? In her sleep she saw the buildings rise. She saw the immensity. And the words of the history ran through her dreams. No, never meant to kill the old woman. The one awful flaw. To have killed. To have done something so wrong. At 6 o'clock, when her breakfast arrived, the newspaper came with it. "Skeleton found in famous garden district house." Well, that was inevitable, wasn't it? Seems Ryan had warned her that they couldn't quash it. Numbly she scanned the several paragraphs, amused in spite of herself at the gothic tale unfolding in a quaint, old-fashioned journalistic style. Who could argue with the statement that the Mayfair mansion had always been associated with tragedy? Or that the one person who might have shed light upon the demise of Texan Stuart Townsend was Carlotta Mayfair, who had died the very night that the remains were discovered, after a long and distinguished legal career. The rest was an elegy to Carlotta, which filled Rowan with coldness and guilt. Surely someone from the Talamasca was clipping this story. Perhaps Aaron was reading it in his rooms above. What would he write in the file about it? It comforted her to think of the file. In fact, she was a lot more comfortable now than a sane person ought to be. For no matter what was happening, she was a Mayfair, among all the other Mayfairs, and her secret sorrows were tangled with older, more intricate sorrows. Even yesterday, when Michael had been smashing the jars and wrestling with the power, it had not been the worst for her, not by any means. She had him, she had Aaron, she had all the cousins. She wasn't alone. Even with the murder of the old woman, she wasn't alone. She sat still for a long time after reading the story, her hands clasped on top of the folded newspaper, as rain came down hard outside and the food on the breakfast table grew cold. No matter what else she felt,
She ought to grieve in silence for the old woman. She ought to let the misery coagulate in her soul. And the woman was going to be dead forever now, wasn't she? The truth was, so much was happening to her, and so rapidly, that she could no longer catalogue her responses, or even manifest any response at all. She passed in and out of emotion. Yesterday, when Michael was lying on the bed, his pulse racing and his face flushed, she had been frantic. She had thought, if I lose this man, I'll die with him, I swear it. And an hour after, she had broken one jar after another, spilling the contents into the white dishpan and poking at it with an ice pick as she examined it, before handing it over to Aaron to be packed in the ice. Clinical as any doctor. No difference at all. In between these moments of crisis, she was drifting, watching, remembering, because it was all too different, too purely unusual, and finally too much. This morning, waking at 4 a.m., she had not known where she was. Then it all came back to her, the mingled flood of curses and blessings, her dream of the hospital, and Michael beside her, and the desire for him like a drug. Not his fault, really, that his every gesture, word, movement, or facial expression was electrically erotic to her, no matter what else might be going on. He was a sex object and delightfully oblivious to it, because in his innocence he didn't really understand the greed of her desire. Sitting up in bed with her arms wrapped around her knees, she had wondered if this wasn't somehow worse for a woman than a man, because a woman could find the smallest things about a man violently erotic, such as the way his curly hair was mashed down now on his forehead, or the way it curled on the back of his neck. Weren't men a little more direct about things? Did they go mad over a woman's ankle? Seems Dostoevsky said they did, but she had doubted it. It was excruciating for her to look at the dark fleece on the back of Michael's wrist, to see his gold watchband cutting into it, to imagine his arm later with the white cuff rolled up, which for some reason made it even more sexy than when the arm was naked, and the flash of his fingers as he lighted his cigarette. All directly, genitally erotic. Everything done with a sharp edge, a punch, or his low, growly voice full of tenderness when he talked on the phone to his Aunt Viv. When he'd been on his knees in that foul, ugly room, he'd been battling, striking out, and on the dusty bed after, he had been irresistible to her in his exhaustion, his large, strong hands curled and lying empty on the counterpane, loosening his thick leather belt and the zipper of his jeans, all erotic, that this powerful thing was suddenly dependent upon her. But then the terror had gripped her when she felt his pulse. She'd sat with him for a long, tense time until the pulse returned to normal, until his skin had cooled, until he was breathing in regular sleep. So coarsely and perfectly beautiful he'd been, the white undershirt stretched tight over his chest. Just a real man, and so exquisitely mysterious to her, with that dark hair on his chest and on the backs of his arms, and the hands so much bigger than hers. Only his fear cooled her passion, and his fear never lasted very long. This morning she had wanted to wake him up by clamping her mouth on his cock. But he needed his sleep now, after all that had happened. He needed it badly. She only prayed he had peace in his dreams. And besides, she was going to marry him as soon as it seemed polite to ask him. And they had all their lives in the First Street house, didn't they, to do things like that? And it seemed wrong to do what she'd done several mornings with Chase, her old Palomino cop from Marin County, which was roll over next to him, press her hips against his flank, and her face against his sun-tanned upper arm, and squeeze her legs tightly together until the orgasm ran through her like a wash of blinding light. It wasn't much fun to do that either. Nothing, in fact, compared to being tacked to the mattress by an adorable brute with a little gold crucifix dangling from a chain around his neck. He hadn't even stirred when the thunder rolled overhead, when the crack came so loud and sudden that it was like guns tearing loose the roof. And now, 2 hours later, as the rain fell and the breakfast grew cold, she sat dreaming, her mind running over all the past and all the possibilities, and this crucial meeting soon to begin. The phone startled her. Ryan and Pierce were in the lobby, ready to take her downtown. Quickly she wrote a note for Michael, saying she was off on Mayfair legal business and would be back for dinner no later than 6. Please keep Aaron with you and don't go over to the house alone. She signed it with love. I want to marry you, she said aloud as she placed the note on the bedside table. Softly he snored into the pillow. The archangel and the witch, she said, even more loudly. He slept on. She chanced one kiss on his naked shoulder, felt gently of the muscle in his upper arm, enough to drag her right into the bed if she lingered on it, and went out and shut the door. Skipping the fancy-paneled elevator, she walked down the carpeted stairs, staring for a moment at smooth-faced Ryan and his handsome son, as if they were aliens from another universe in their tropical wool suits, with their mellow southern voices, there to guide her to a spaceship disguised as a limousine. The small, quaint brick buildings of Carondelet Street glided past in a curious silence, the sky like polished stone beyond the delicate downpour, the lightning opening a vein in the stone, the thunder crackling menacingly and then dying away. At last they came into a region of burnished skyscrapers, a shining America for 2 blocks, followed by an underground garage that might have been anywhere in the world. No surprises in the spacious 30th floor offices of Mayfair and Mayfair, with its traditional furnishings and thick carpet. Not even that 2 of the assembled Mayfair lawyers were women, and one was a very old man, or that the view through the high glass windows was of the river, gray as the sky, dotted with interesting tugs and barges beneath the rain's silver veil. Then coffee and conversation of the most vague and frustrating sort with the white-haired Ryan, his light blue eyes as opaque as marbles, speaking interminably, it seemed, of considerable investments, and long-term holdings, and tracts of land which have been held for over a century, and hardcore conservative investments larger than you might expect. She waited. They had to give her more than this. They had to. And then, like a computer, she analyzed the precious names and details when he at last began to let them slip. Here it was, finally, and she could see the hospitals and the clinics shimmering against the dream horizon, though she sat there motionless, expressionless, letting Ryan talk on. Blocks of real estate in downtown Manhattan and Los Angeles, the major financing for the Markham Harris Resort's worldwide hotel chain, shopping malls in Beverly Hills, Coconut Grove, Boca Raton, and Palm Beach, condominiums in Miami and Honolulu, and then once more references to the very large hardcore investments in treasury bills, Swiss francs and gold. Her mind drifted, but never very far. So Aaron's descriptions in the file had been completely accurate. He had given her the backdrop and the proscenium arch for this little drama to be fully appreciated. Indeed, he had given her knowledge of which these clean-faced lawyers, in their shining pastel office garments, could not possibly dream. And once again it struck her as positively strange that Aaron and Michael had ever feared her displeasure for placing a tool of that power in her hands. They didn't understand power. That was their problem. They'd never sliced into a cerebellum. And this legacy was a cerebellum, wasn't it? She drank her coffee in silence. Her eyes ran over the other Mayfairs, who also sat there in silence, as Ryan continued drawing his vague pictures of municipal bonds, oil leases, some cautious financing in the entertainment industry,
and of late in computer technology. Now and then she nodded and made a small note with her silver pen. Yes, of course, she understood that the firm had managed things for over a century. That deserved a nod and a heartfelt murmur. Julien had founded the firm for such management. And, of course, she could well envision how the legacy was entangled with the finances of the family at large. All to the benefit of the legacy, of course, for the legacy is first and foremost. But there has never been a conflict. In fact, to speak of a conflict is to misunderstand the scope. I understand. Ours has always been a conservative approach, but to appreciate fully what I'm saying, one must understand what such an approach means when one is speaking of a fortune of this size. You might realistically think in terms of a small oil-producing nation, and I do not exaggerate, and of policies aimed at conserving and protecting rather than expanding and developing, because when capital in this amount is properly conserved against inflation or any other erosion or encroachment, the expansion is virtually unstoppable, and the development in countless directions is inevitable, and you are faced with the day-to-day issue of investing revenues so large that— "You're talking billions," she said in a quiet voice. Silent ripples passed through the assemblage. A Yankee blunder? She caught no vibration of dishonesty, only confusion and fear of her and what she might eventually do. After all, they were Mayfairs, weren't they? They were scrutinizing her as she was scrutinizing them. Pierce glanced at his father. Pierce, who was of all of them the most purely idealistic and the least tarnished. Ryan glanced at the others. Ryan, who understood the scope of what was at stake in a way perhaps that the others could not. But no answer was forthcoming. "Billions," she spoke again. "In real estate alone." "Well, actually, yes. I have to say that is correct. Yes. Billions in real estate alone." How embarrassed and uncomfortable they all seemed, as if a strategic secret had been revealed. She could smell the fear suddenly, the revulsion of Rowan Mayfair, the older blonde-haired woman lawyer, in her 70s perhaps, with the soft, powdery, wrinkled skin, who eyed her from the end of the table and imagined her shallow, spoilt, and programmed to be totally ungrateful for what the firm had done. And then there was Anne-Marie Mayfair to the right, dark-haired, pretty, 40 years or more, skillfully rouged, and smoothly dressed in her gray suit and blouse of saffron silk, and more frankly curious, peering at Rowan steadily through horn-rimmed glasses, but convinced that disaster of one sort or another must lie ahead. And Randall Mayfair, grandson of Garland, slender, with a hoary thatch of gray hair and a soft wattle of a neck spilling over his collar, who merely sat there, eyes sleepy under his heavy brows and faintly purpled lids, not fearful, but watchful, and by nature resigned. And when their eyes met, Randall answered her silently. "Of course you don't understand. How could you? How many people can understand? And so you'll want control, and for that you are a fool." She cleared her throat, ignoring the revealing manner in which Ryan made his hands into a church steeple just beneath his chin, and stared at her hard with his marble blue eyes. "You're underestimating me," she said in a monotone, her eyes sweeping the group. "I'm not underestimating you. I only want to know what's involved here. I cannot remain passive. It would be irresponsible to remain passive." Moments of silence. Pierce lifted his coffee cup and drank without a sound. "But what we're really talking about," said Ryan calmly and courteously, the steeple having fallen, "to be completely practical here, you understand, is that one can live in queenly luxury on a fraction of the interest earned by the reinvestment of a fraction of the interest earned by the reinvestment of, etc., if you follow me, without the capital ever being touched in any incident or for any reason. Again, I cannot be passive, nor complacent, nor negligently ignorant.
I do not believe that I should be any of those things. Silence, and once again Ryan to break it, conciliatory and gentlemanly. What specifically would you like to know? Everything, the nuts and bolts of it, or perhaps I should say the anatomy. I want to see the entire body as if it were stretched on a table. I want to study the organism as a whole. A quick exchange of glances between Randall and Ryan, and then Ryan again. Well, that's perfectly reasonable, but it may not be as simple as you imagine. Yet there must be a beginning to it somewhere, and at some point an end. Well, undoubtedly. But I think you're envisioning this, if I may say so, in the wrong way. One thing specifically, she said. How much of this money goes into medicine? Are there any medical institutions involved? How startled they were. A declaration of war, it seemed, or so said the face of Anne-Marie Mayfair, glancing at Lauren and then at Randall, in the first undisguised bit of hostility which Rowan had witnessed since she'd come to this town. The older Lauren, a finger hooked beneath her lower lip, eyes narrow, was too polished for such a display, and merely looked fixedly at Rowan, her gaze now and then shifting very slowly to Ryan, who again began to speak. Our philanthropic endeavors have not in the past involved medicine per se. Rather, the Mayfair Foundation is more heavily involved with the arts and with education, with educational television in particular, and with scholarship funds at several universities, and of course we donate enormous sums through several established charities, quite independent of the foundation. But all of this, you see, is carefully structured, and does not involve the release of the control of the money involved, so much as the release of the earnings. I know how that works, she said quietly. But we are talking about billions, and hospitals, clinics, and laboratories are profit-making institutions. I wasn't thinking of the philanthropic question, really. I was thinking of an entire area of involvement which could have considerable beneficial impact upon human lives. How curiously cold and exciting this moment was. How private, too. Rather like the first time she had ever approached the operating table and held the micro-instruments in her own hands. We have not tended to go in the direction of medicine, said Ryan, with an air of finality. The field would require intense study. It would require an entire restructuring. And, Rowan, you do realize that this network of investment, if I may call it that, has evolved over a century's time. This isn't a fortune which can be lost if the silver market crashes, or if Saudi Arabia floods the world with free oil. We are talking about a diversification here, which is very nearly unique in financial annals, and carefully planned maneuvers which have proven profitable through 2 world wars and numberless smaller upheavals. I understand, she said. I really do. But I want information. I want to know everything. I can start with the paper you filed with the IRS and move on from there. Perhaps what I want is an apprenticeship, a series of meetings in which we discuss various areas of involvement. Above all, I want statistics, because statistics are the reality, finally. Again the silence, the inner confusion, the glances ricocheting off each other. How small and crowded the room had become. You want my advice? Asked Randall, his voice deeper and rougher than that of Ryan, but equally patient in its mellow southern cadences. You're paying for it, actually, so you might as well have it. She opened her hand. Please. Go back to being a neurosurgeon. Draw an income for anything and everything you will ever need, and forget about understanding where the money comes from, unless you want to cease being a doctor and become what we are, people who spend their lives at board meetings and talking to investment counselors and stockbrokers and other lawyers and accountants with little 10-key adding machines, which is what you pay us to do. She studied him, his dark, unkempt gray hair, his droopy eyes, the large wrinkled hands now clasped on the table. Nice man. Yes, nice man. Man who isn't a liar. None of them are liars. None of them are thieves, either. Intelligently managing this money requires all their skill, and earns them profits beyond the dreams of those with a taste for thievery. But they are all lawyers. Even pretty young Pierce with the porcelain skin is a lawyer, and lawyers have a definition of truth which can be remarkably flexible and at odds with anyone else's definition. Yet they have ethics. This man has ethics, but he is profoundly conservative, and those who are profoundly conservative are not interventionists. They are not surgeons. They do not even think in terms of great goodness, or saving thousands, even millions of lives. They cannot guess what it would mean if this legacy, this egregious and monumental fortune, could be returned to the hands of the Scottish midwife and the Dutch doctor as they approached the sickbed, hands out to heal. She looked away out towards the river. For a moment her excitement had blinded her. She wanted the warmth to die away from her face. Salvation, she whispered inside her soul. And it was not important that they understand it. What was important was that she understood it, and that they withheld nothing, and that as things were removed from their control, they were not hurt or diminished, but that they too should be saved. "What does it all amount to?" she asked, her eyes fixed on the river, on the long, dark barge being pushed upstream by the shabby, snub-nosed tug. Silence. "You're thinking of it in the wrong way," said Randall. "It's all of a piece, a great web. I can imagine, but I want to know, and you mustn't blame me for it. How much am I worth?" No answer. "Surely you can make a guess." "Well, I wouldn't like to, because it might be entirely unrealistic if viewed from a—" "7.5 billion, she said. "That's my guess." Protracted silence. Vague shock. She had hit very close to it, hadn't she? Close, perhaps, to an IRS figure, which had surfaced in one of these hostile and partially closed minds. It was Lauren who answered. Lauren, whose expression had changed ever so slightly as she drew herself up to the table and held her pencil in both hands. "You're entitled to this information," she said, in a delicate, almost stereotypically feminine voice, a voice that suited her carefully groomed blonde hair and pearl earrings. "You have every legal right to know what is yours, and I do not speak only for myself when I say that we will cooperate with you completely, for that we are ethically bound to do. But I must say personally that I find your attitude rather morally interesting. I welcome the chance to talk with you about every aspect of the legacy, down to the smallest detail. My only fear is that you're going to tire of this game long before all the cards are on the table. But I am more than willing to take the initiative and begin." Did she realize how very patronizing this was? Rowan doubted it. But after all, the legacy had belonged to these people for over 50 years, hadn't it? They deserved patience. Yet she could not quite give them what they deserved. "There really isn't any other way for either of us to go about it," Rowan said. "It isn't merely morally interesting that I want to know what's involved. It's morally imperative that I find out." The woman chose not to respond. Her delicate features remained tranquil, her small, pale eyes widening slightly, her thin hands trembling only a little as they held the pencil at both ends. The others at the table were watching her, though each in his or her own fashion tried to disguise it. And Rowan realized, this is the brains behind the firm. This woman, Lauren. And all the time Rowan had thought it was Ryan. Silently she acknowledged her mistake, wondering if the woman could possibly perceive what she was thinking. We have been wrong about each other. But one could read anything into such an impassive face and such a graceful, slow manner. "May I ask you a question?" the woman asked, still looking directly at Rowan. "It's a purely business question, you understand?" "Of course." "Can you take being rich? I mean really, really rich? Can you handle it?" Rowan was tempted to smile, It was such a refreshing question, and again so patronizing and so insulting. Any number of replies came to her lips, but she settled for the simplest. Yes, she said, and I want to build hospitals. Silence. Lauren nodded. She folded her arms on the table, her eyes taking in the entire assembly. Well, I don't see any problem with that, she said calmly. Seems like an interesting idea, and we're here to do what you want, of course. Yes, she was the brains behind the firm, and she had allowed Ryan and Randall to do the talking, but she was the one who would be the teacher and eventually the obstacle. No matter. Rowan had what she wanted. The legacy was as real as the house was real as the family was real, and the dream was going to be realized. In fact, she knew it could be done. I think we can talk about the immediate problems now, don't you? Rowan asked. You'll need to make an inventory of the possessions at the house. I believe someone mentioned this. Also, Carlotta's things. Is there anyone who wants to remove them? Yes, and regarding the house, said Ryan, have you come to any decision? I want to restore it. I want to live in it. I'll be marrying Michael Curry soon, probably before the end of the year. We'll make our home there. It was as if a bright light had snapped on, bathing each one of them in its warmth and illumination. Oh, that's splendid, said Ryan. So glad to hear it, said Anne-Marie. You don't know what the house means to us, said Pierce. I wonder if you know, said Lauren, how very happy everyone will be to hear of this. Only Randall was quiet. Randall with his droopy lids and his fleshy hands, and then even he said, almost sadly, yes, that would be very simply wonderful. But can someone come and take the old woman's things away? Rowan asked. I don't want to go in until that's done. Absolutely, said Ryan. We'll begin the inventory tomorrow, and Gerald Mayfair will call at once for Carlotta's things. And a cleaning team. I need a professional team to scrub down a room on the 3rd floor and to remove all the mattresses. Those jars, said Ryan with a look of distaste. Those disgusting jars. I emptied all of them. Whatever was in them? Asked Pierce. Randall was studying her with his heavy, sagging eyes, half-masked. It was all rotted. If they can get the stench out and take away the mattresses, we can begin the restoration. All the mattresses, I think. Dark fresh, yes, I'll take care of it. Pierce can go up there now. No, I'll go myself, she said. Nonsense, Rowan, let me handle it, said Pierce. He was already on his feet. Do you want replacements for the mattresses? They're doubles, aren't they, those antique beds? Let me see, there are 4. I can have them delivered and installed this afternoon. That's splendid, said Rowan. The maid's room needn't be touched, and Julien's old bed can be dismantled and stored. Got it. What else can I do for you? That's more than enough. Michael will take care of the rest. Michael will handle the renovation himself. Yes, he is quite successful at that, isn't he? Said Lauren quietly. Instantly she realized the slip she had made. She lowered her eyes, then looked up at Rowan, attempting to mask her slight confusion. They had already investigated him, hadn't they? Had they found out about his hands? We'd love to keep you a while longer, said Ryan quickly. Just a few papers we have to show you in connection with the estate, and perhaps some basic documents pertaining to the legacy. Yes, of course, let's get to work. I'd like nothing better. Then it's settled, and we'll take you to lunch afterwards. We want to take you to Galatoire's if you have no other plans. Sounds wonderful. And so it was begun. It was 3 o'clock when she reached the house. In the full heat of the day, though the sky was still overcast, the warmth seemed collected and stagnant beneath the oaks. As she stepped out of the cab, she could see the tiny insects swarming in the pockets of shadow. But the house caught her up instantly. Here alone again. And the jars are gone, thank God, and the dolls, and very soon all that belonged to Carlotta. Gone. She had the keys in her hand. They had shown her the papers pertaining to the house, which had been entailed with the legacy in the year 1888 by Catherine. It was hers, and hers alone. And so were all the other billions which they wouldn't speak of aloud. All mine. Gerald Mayfair, a personable young man with a bland face and nondescript features, came out the front door. Quickly he explained that he was just leaving. He had only just placed the last carton of Carlotta's personal possessions in the trunk of his car. The cleaning team had finished about a half hour before. He eyed Rowan a little nervously as she offered her hand. He couldn't have been more than 25, and did not resemble Ryan's family. His features were smaller, and he lacked the poise she'd observed in the others. But he seemed nice, what one would call a nice young guy. His speaking voice was certainly agreeable. Carlotta had wanted his grandmother to have her things, he explained. Of course the furniture would remain. It belonged to Rowan. It was all quite old, dating from the time that Carlotta's grandmother, Catherine, had furnished the house. Rowan thanked him for taking care of things so quickly. She assured him she would be at the Requiem Mass for Carlotta. "Do you know if she's been buried?" Was that the proper word for being slipped into one of those stone drawers? Yes, he said, she had been interred this morning. He'd been there with his mother. They'd gotten her message to come for the things when they returned home. She told him how much she appreciated it, how much she wanted to meet all the family. He nodded. "It was nice of your two friends to come," he said. "My friends? Come to what?" "This morning at the cemetery. Mr. Lightner and Mr. Curry." "Oh, of course. I should have been there myself." "Doesn't matter. She didn't want any fuss, and frankly—" He stood quiet for a moment on the flagstone walk, looking up at the house and wanting to say something, but seemingly unable to speak. "What is it?" Rowan asked. Perhaps he'd wandered up there and seen all that broken glass before the cleaning team had arrived. Surely he would have wanted to see where the skeleton had lain, that is, if he'd read the papers, or if the other Mayfairs had told him, which maybe they had. "You plan to live in it?" he asked suddenly. "To restore it, to bring it back to the old splendor. My husband, the man I'm going to marry, he's an expert on old houses. He says it's absolutely solid. He's eager to begin." Still he stood quiet in the simmering air, his face glistening slightly, and his expression full of expectation and hesitancy. Finally he said, "You know, it has seen so many tragedies." "That's what Aunt Carlotta always said." "And so did the morning paper," she said, smiling. "But it's seen much happiness, hasn't it? In the old days, for decades at a stretch. I want it to see happiness again." She waited patiently, and then finally she asked, "What is it you really want to say to me?" His eyes moved over her face, and then with a little shift to his shoulders and a sigh, he looked back up at the house. "I think I should tell you that Carlotta wanted me to burn the house after her death." "You're serious?" "I never had any intention of doing it. I told Ryan and Lauren. I told my parents. But I thought I should tell you. She was adamant. She told me how to do it, that I was to start the fire in the attic with an oil lamp that was up there, and then move down to the second floor and start the drapes burning, and finally come down to the first. She made me promise. She gave me a key." He handed this key to Rowan. "You don't really need it," he said. "The front door hasn't been locked in 50 years, but she was afraid someone might lock it. She knew she wouldn't die till Deirdre died, and those were her instructions." "When did she tell you this?" "Any time. The last time was a week ago, maybe less, right before Deirdre died, when they first knew she was dying. She called me late at night and reminded me. 'Burn it all,' she said." "She would have hurt everyone if she had done that," Rowan whispered. "I know. My parents were horrified. They were afraid she'd burn it herself, but what could they do?
Ryan said she wouldn't. She wouldn't have asked me to do it if she'd been able to do it. He told me to humor her, tell her I'd do it so that she'd be sure of that and not go to some other extreme. That was wise. He gave a little nod. Then his eyes drifted away from hers and back to the house. I just wanted you to know, he said. I thought you should know. And what else can you tell me? What else? He gave a little shrug. Then he looked at her, and though he meant to turn away, he didn't. He locked in. Be careful, he said. Be very careful. It's old, and it's gloomy, and it's not perhaps what it seems. How so? It's not a grand house at all. It's some sort of domicile for something. It's a trap, you might say. It's made up of all sorts of patterns, and the patterns form a sort of trap. He shook his head. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm speaking off the top of my head. It's just, well, all of us have a little talent for feeling things. I know. And, well, I guess I wanted to warn you. You don't know anything about us. Did Carlotta say that about the patterns? About its being a trap? No, it's only my opinion. I came here more than the others. I was the only one Carlotta would see in the last few years. She liked me. I'm not sure why. Sometimes I was only there out of curiosity, though I wanted to be loyal to her. I really did. It's been like a cloud over my life. You're glad it's finished? Yes, I am. It's dreadful to say it, but then she didn't want to live on any longer. She said so. She was tired. She wanted to die. But one afternoon, when I was alone here, waiting for her, it came to me that it was a trap. A great big trap. I don't really know what I mean. I'm only saying perhaps that if you feel something, don't discount it. Did you ever see anything when you were here? He thought for a moment, obviously picking up her meaning with no difficulty. Maybe once, he said, in the hallway. But then again, I could have imagined it. He fell silent. So did she. That was the end of it. And he wanted to be going. It was very nice to talk to you, Rowan, he said with a feeble smile. Call me if you need me. She went inside the gate and watched almost furtively as his silver Mercedes, a large sedan, drove slowly away. Empty now. Quiet. She could smell pine oil. She climbed the stairs and moved quickly from room to room. New mattresses, still wrapped in shining plastic, on all the beds. Sheets and counterpanes neatly folded and stacked to one side. Floors dusted. Smell of disinfectant from the third floor. She went upstairs, moving into the breeze from the landing window. The floor of the little chamber of the jars was scrubbed immaculate, except for a dark, deep staining which probably would never scrub away. Not a shard of glass to be seen in the light from the window. And Julien's room, dusted, straightened, boxes stacked, the brass bed dismantled and laid against the wall beneath the windows, which had also been cleaned. Books, nice and straight. The old, dark, sticky substance scraped away from the spot where Townsend had died. All else was undisturbed. Going back down to Carlotta's room, she found the drawers empty, the dresser bare, the armoire with nothing left but a few wooden hangers. Camphor. All very still. She saw herself in the mirrored door of the armoire and was startled. Her heart beat loudly for a moment. No one else here. She walked downstairs to the first floor and back down the hallway to the kitchen. They had mopped these floors and cleaned the glass doors of the cabinets. Good smell of wax again, and pine oil, and the smell of wood. That lovely smell. An old black phone stood on the wooden counter in the pantry. She dialed the hotel. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Lying here in bed, feeling lonely and sorry for myself. I went over to the cemetery this morning with Aaron. I'm exhausted. I still ache all over, like I've been in a fight. Where are you? You aren't over there, are you?" "Yes.
and it's warm and empty, and all the old woman's things are gone, and the mattresses are gone, and the attic room is scrubbed clean.
Are you the only one there?
Yes, she said, and it's beautiful. The sun's coming out. She stood looking about herself, at the light pouring through the French windows into the kitchen, at the light in the dining room, falling on the hardwood floor. I'm definitely the only one here.
I want to come over there,
he said. No, I'm leaving now to walk back to the hotel.
I want you to rest.
I want you to go for a checkup.
Be serious.
Have you ever had an electrocardiogram?
You're going to scare me into a heart attack. I had all that after I drowned. My heart's perfect.
What I need is erotic exercise in large doses sustained over an endless period of time. Depends on your pulse when I get there.
Come on, Rowan, I'm not going for any checkup. If you're not here in 10 minutes, I'm coming to get you.
I'll be there sooner than that. She hung up. For a moment she thought about something she'd read in the file. Something Arthur Langtry had written about his experience of seeing Lasher. Something about his heart skipping dangerously and about being dizzy. But then Arthur had been a very old man. Peace here. Only the cries of the birds from the garden. She walked slowly through the dining room and through the high keyhole doorway into the hall, glancing back at it to enjoy its soaring height and her own seeming smallness. The light poured in through the sunroom, shining on the polished floor. A great lovely sense of well-being came over her. All mine. She stood still for a few seconds, listening, feeling, trying to take full possession of the moment, trying to remember the anguish of yesterday and the day before, and to feel this in comparison, this wonderful, light-hearted feeling. And once again the whole lurid, tragic history comforted her because she, with all her own dark secrets, had a place in it, and she would redeem it. That was the most important thing of all. She turned to walk to the front of the house, and for the first time noticed a tall vase of roses on the hall table. Had Gerald put them there? Perhaps he had forgotten to mention it. She stopped, studying the beautiful drowsy blooms, all of them blood red, and rather like the florist's perfect flowers for the dead, she thought, as if they'd been picked from those fancy sprays left in the cemetery. Then with a chill she thought of Lasher. Flowers tossed at Deirdre's feet, flowers put on the grave. In fact, she was so violently startled that for a moment she could hear her heart again beating in the stillness. But what an absurd idea. Probably Gerald had put the flowers here, or Pierce when he had seen to the mattresses. After all, this was a commonplace vase, half filled with fresh water, and these were simply florist roses. Nevertheless, the thing looked ghastly to her. In fact, as her heartbeat grew steady again, she realized there was something distinctly odd about the bouquet. She was not an expert on roses, but weren't they generally smaller than this? How large and floppy these flowers looked. And such a dark blood color. And look at the stems and the leaves. The leaves of roses were invariably almond-shaped, were they not? And these leaves had many points on them. As a matter of fact, there wasn't any leaf in this entire bouquet which had the same pattern or number of points as another. Strange, like something grown wild, genetically wild, full of random and overwhelming mutations. They were moving, weren't they? Swelling. No, just unfolding, as roses often do, opening little by little until they fall apart in a cascade of bruised petals. She shook her head. She felt a little dizzy. Probably left there by Pierce. And what did it matter? She'd call him from the hotel just to make sure, and tell him she appreciated it. She moved on to the front of the house, trying to capture the feeling of well-being again, breathing in the luxurious warmth around her. Very like a temple, this house. She looked back at the stairs. All the way up there, Arthur had seen Stuart Townsend. Well, there was no one there now. No one. No one in the long parlor. No one out there on the porch where the vines crawled on the screens. No one. "Are you afraid of me?" she asked out loud. It gave her a curious tingling excitement to speak the words. "Or is it that you expected me to be afraid of you, and you're angry that I'm not? That's it, isn't it?" Only the stillness answered her, and the soft rustling sound of the rose petals falling on the marble table. With a faint smile, she went back to the roses, picked one from the vase, and gently holding it to her lips to feel its silky petals, she went out the front door. It really was just an enormous rose, and look how many petals, and how strangely confused they seemed. And the thing was already withering. In fact, the petals were already brown at the edges and curling. She savored the sweet perfume for another slow second, and then dropped the rose into the garden as she went out the gate. Part 3. Come into my parlor. 33. The madness of restoration began on Thursday morning, though the night before, over dinner at Oak Haven with Aaron and Rowan, he had begun to outline what steps he would take. As far as the grave was concerned, and all his thoughts about it, and the doorway, and the number 13, they had gone into the notebook, and he did not wish to dwell on them any more. The whole trip to the cemetery had been grim. The morning itself had been overcast, yet beautiful, of course, and he had liked walking there with Aaron, and Aaron had shown him how to block some of the sensations that came through his hands. He'd been practicing, going without the gloves, and here and there touching gateposts, or picking sprigs of wild lantana, and turning off the images, pretty much the way one blocks a bad or obsessive thought. And to his surprise, it more or less worked. But the cemetery, he had hated its crumbling romantic beauty, and hated the great heap of withering flowers from Deirdre's funeral which still surrounded the crypt, and the gaping hole where Carlotta Mayfair was soon to be laid to rest, so to speak. Then, as he was standing there, realizing in a sort of stunned, miserable state that there were 12 crypts in the tomb, and the doorway carved on the top made 13 portals, up came his old friend Jerry Lonergan, with some very pale-faced Mayfairs, and a coffin on wheels which could only belong to Carlotta, which was slipped, with only the briefest ceremony by the officiating priest, into the vacant slot. 12 crypts, the keyhole door, and then that coffin sliding in, slam, and his eyes moving up to that keyhole door again, which did look exactly like the doors in the house. But why? And then they were all going, with a quick exchange of pleasantries, for the Mayfairs assumed he and Aaron were there for the ceremony, and expressed their appreciation before they went away. "Come have a beer with me sometime," said Jerry. "Best, Rita." The cemetery had dropped into a buzzing, dizzying silence. Not a single thing he had seen since the beginning of this odyssey, not even the images from the jars, had filled him with as much dread as the sight of this tomb. "There's the 13, he had said to Aaron. "But they have buried so many in those crypts," Aaron had explained. "You know how it's done." "It's a pattern," he'd murmured half-heartedly, feeling the blood drain from his face. "Look at it. 12 crypts and a doorway. It's a pattern, I tell you. I knew the number and the door were connected. I just don't know what they mean." Later that afternoon, waiting for Rowan while Aaron typed away on his computer in the front room, presumably on the Mayfair history, Michael had drawn the doorway in his notebook. He hated it. He hated the empty middle of it, for that's what it had been in the bas-relief. Not a door, but a doorway. "And I've seen that doorway somewhere else, in some other representation," he wrote, "but I don't know where." He had hated even thinking about it. Even the thing trying to be human had not filled him with such apprehension. But over supper on the patio at Oak Haven, with the ashen twilight surrounding them and the candles flickering in their glass shades, They had resolved again to spend no more time poring over interpretations. They would move forward, as they said. He and Rowan had spent the night in the front bedroom of the plantation, a lovely change from the hotel, and in the morning, when he woke up at 6, with the sun beating on his face, Rowan was already on the gallery, enjoying her second pot of coffee and raring to go. As soon as he arrived back in New Orleans at 9 o'clock, the work began. He had never had so much fun. He rented a car and roamed the city, taking down the names of the construction crews who were working on the finest of the uptown houses and the classy restorations going on in the quarter downtown. He got out and talked to the bosses and the men. Sometimes he went inside with the more talkative people who were willing to show him their work in progress, discussing the local wage scales and expectations, and asking for the names of carpenters and painters who needed work. He called the local architectural firms who were famous for handling the grand homes and requested various recommendations. The sheer friendliness of people astonished him, and the mere mention of the Mayfair house kindled excitement. People were only too eager to give advice. For all the work that was going on, the city was full of unemployed craftsmen. The oil boom of the 1970s and early 1980s had generated tremendous interest and activity in restoration, and now the city lay under the cloud of the oil depression with an economy bruised by numerous foreclosures. Money was tight. There were mansions on the market for half of what they were worth. By 1 o'clock he had hired 3 crews of excellent painters and a team of the finest plasterers in the city, quadroons descended from the colored families who had been free long before the Civil War and who had been plastering the ceilings and walls of New Orleans houses for over 7 and 8 generations. He had also signed up 2 teams of plumbers, 1 excellent roofing company, and a well-known uptown landscaping expert to begin the clearing and the restoration of the garden. At 2 p.m. the man walked the property with Michael for half an hour, pointing out the giant camellias and azaleas, the bridal wreath and the antique roses, all of which could be saved. 2 cleaning women had also been hired, upon recommendation of Beatrice Mayfair, who began the detailed dusting of furniture, the polishing of the silver, and the washing of the china, which had lain under its layer of dust for many a year. A special crew was scheduled to come in Friday morning to commence draining the pool and seeing what had to be done to restore it and revamp its antiquated equipment. A kitchen specialist was also scheduled for Friday. Engineers were scheduled to examine the foundation and the porches, and an excellent carpenter and jack-of-all-trades named Dart Henley was eager to become Michael's second in command. At 5 o'clock, while there was still plenty of light, Michael went under the house with a flashlight and a dust mask and confirmed, after 45 minutes of serious crawling, that indeed the interior walls were chain walls, descending directly to the ground, that the underneath was dry and clean, and that there was ample space for a central air and heat duct system. Meantime, Rowan Mayfair came through the house to take the official and legal inventory for the estates of Deirdre and Carlotta Mayfair. A team of young lawyers, including Pierce, Franklin, Isaac, and Wheatfield Mayfair, all descendants of the original brothers of the firm, accompanied a group of appraisers and antique dealers who identified, appraised, and tagged every chandelier, picture, mirror, and fauteuil. Priceless French antiques were brought down from the attic, including some fine chairs which needed only reupholstering, and tables which required no repair at all. Stella's Art Deco treasures, equally delicate and equally preserved, were also brought into the light. Old oil paintings by the dozens were discovered, as well as rugs rolled in camphor balls, old tapestries, and all the chandeliers from Riverbend, each crated and marked. It was after dark when Ryan finished. "Well, my dear, I'm happy to report no more bodies." Indeed, a call from him later in the evening confirmed that the enormous inventory was almost the same as the one taken at the death of Antha. Things had not even been moved. "All we did most of the time was check them off the list," he said. Even the count of the gold and jewels was the same. He'd have the inventory for her right away. By that time, Michael was back at the hotel, had feasted on delicious room service from the Caribbean room downstairs, and was perusing all the architecture books he'd gleaned from the local stores, pointing out to Rowan the pictures of the various houses that surrounded hers, and the other mansions scattered throughout the garden district. He had bought a house notebook in the K&B drugstore on Louisiana Avenue, and was making lists of what he meant to do. He would have to call tile men early in the morning, and take a more careful look at the old bathrooms, because the fixtures were absolutely marvelous, and he did not want to change what did not need to be changed. Rowan was reading over some of the papers she would sign. She had opened a joint account at the Whitney Bank that afternoon, just for the renovations, depositing $300,000 in it, and she had the signature card for Michael and a book of checks. "You can't spend too much money on this house," she said. "It deserves the best." Michael gave a little delighted laugh. This had always been a dream, to do it without a budget, as if it were a great work of art, every decision being made with the purest aims. At 8 o'clock, Rowan went down to meet Beatrice and Sandra Mayfair for drinks in the bar. She was back within the hour. Tomorrow she would have breakfast with another couple of cousins. It was all rather pleasant and easy. They did the talking, and she liked the sound of their voices. She'd always liked to listen to people, especially when they talked so much that she didn't have to say anything much herself. "But I'll tell you," she said to Michael, "they do know things, and they aren't telling me what they know. And they know the older ones know things. They're the ones I have to talk to. I have to win their trust." On Friday, as the plumbers and the roofers swarmed over the property, and the plasterers went in with their buckets and ladders and drop cloths, and a loud chugging machine began to pump the swimming pool dry, Rowan went downtown to sign papers. Michael went to work with the tile men in the front bathroom. It had been decided to fix up the front bath and bedroom first, so that he and Rowan could move in as soon as possible. And Rowan wanted a shower without disturbing the old tub. That meant ripping out some tile and building in more, and fitting the tub with a glass enclosure. 3 days we'll have it for you, the workman promised. The plasterers were already removing the wallpaper from the bedroom ceiling. The electrician would have to be called in, as the wires to the old brass chandelier had never been properly insulated, and Rowan and Michael would want a ceiling fan in place of the old fixture. More notes. Sometime around 11, Michael wandered out on the screened porch off the parlor. 2 cleaning women were working noisily and cheerfully in the big room behind him. The decorator recommended by B was measuring the windows for new draperies. Forgot about these old screens, Michael thought. He made a note in his book. He looked at the old rocker. It had been scrubbed clean, and the porch itself had been swept. The bees hummed in the vines. Through the thick stand of banana trees to the left, he could just see the bright occasional flashes of the workmen surrounding the pool. They were shoveling 2 feet of earth from off the flagstone patio. Indeed, the area of paving was far larger than anyone had supposed. He took a deep breath, staring out at the crepe myrtle across the lawn. "No ladders thrown down yet? Am I right, Lasher?" His whisper seemed to die on the empty air. Nothing but the hum of the bees, and the mingled sounds of the workmen, the low grind of a lawn-mower just starting up, and the sound of the diesel leaf-blowers navigating the paths. He glanced at his watch. The air-conditioning men were due any minute. He had sketched out a system of 8 different heat pumps, which would provide both cooling and heating, and the worst problem would be the placement of the equipment, what with the attic filled with boxes and furniture and other items. Maybe they could go directly to the roof. Then there were the floors. Yes, he had to get an estimate on the floors right away. The floor of the parlor was still very beautifully finished, apparently from the time Stella had used it as a dance floor. But the other floors were deeply soiled and dull. Of course, nobody would do any interior painting or floor finishing until the plasterers were out. They made too much dust. And the painters, he had to go see how they were coming along on the outside. They had to wait until the roofers had sealed the parapet walls at the top But the painters had plenty of work to do sanding and preparing the window frames and the shutters. And what else? Oh, the phone system, yes. Rowan wanted something state-of-the-art. I mean, the house was so big. And then there was the cabana and that old servants' quarters building way at the back. He was thinking of turning a small contractor loose on that little building now for an entire renovation. Ah, this was fun. But why was he getting away with it? That was the question. Who was biding whose time? He didn't want to confess to Rowan that he couldn't shake an underlying apprehensiveness, an underlying certainty that they were being watched, that the house itself was something alive. Maybe it was only the lingering impression of the images in the attic, of all the skirts gathered around him, of all of them, earthbound and here. He didn't really believe in ghosts in that sense. But the place had absorbed the personalities of all the Mayfairs, hadn't it, as old houses are supposed to do, and it seemed every time he turned that he was about to see someone or something that really wasn't there. What a surprise to step into the parlor and see only the sunlight and the solemn, neglected furniture, the enormous mirrors towering over the room like guardians, the old pictures lifeless and dim in their frames. For a long moment he looked at the soft portrait of Stella, a painted photograph. So sweet her smile, and her black shining marcelled hair. Out of the corners of her eyes she looked at him, through the filth that clung to the dim glass. "Did you want something, Mr. Mike?" the young cleaning woman asked him. He shook his head. He turned back and looked at the empty rocker. Had it moved? This was foolish. He was inviting something to happen. He closed his notebook and went back to work. Joseph, the decorator, was waiting for him in the dining room, and Eugenia was here. Eugenia wanted to work. Surely there was something she could do. Nobody knew this house the way she did. She'd worked in this house for 5 years, she had. Eugenia had told her son this very morning that she was not too old to work, that she would work until she dropped dead. "Did Dr. Mayfair want silk for these draperies?" asked the decorator. Was she sure about that? He had a score of damasks and velvets to show her that wouldn't cost half as much. When Michael met Rowan for lunch at Mayfair and Mayfair, she was still signing. He was surprised at the ease and trust with which Ryan greeted him and began to explain things. It was always the custom before Antha and Deirdre to make bequests at a time such as this, he said, and Rowan wants to revive the custom. We're making a list now of the Mayfairs who might accept a bequest, and Beatrice is already on the phone to anybody and everybody in the family. Please understand, this isn't as insane as it sounds. Most Mayfairs have money in the bank and always have had. Nevertheless, there are cousins in college and a couple in medical school and others who are saving to buy a first home. You know, that sort of thing. I think it's commendable of Rowan to want to revive the custom, and of course considering the size of the estate. Nevertheless, there was something cunning in Ryan, something calculating and watchful. And wasn't that natural? He seemed to be testing Michael with these rifts of information. Michael only nodded and shrugged. Sounds great. By late afternoon, Michael and Rowan were back at the house, conferring with the men around the pool. The stench of the muck that had been dredged from the bottom was unbearable. Shirtless and barefooted, the men carried it away in wheelbarrows. There were no real leaks in the old cement. You could tell because there was no sogginess in the ground anywhere. The foreman told Michael they could have the whole thing patched and replastered by the middle of next week. "Sooner if you can," said Rowan. "I don't mind paying you overtime to work this weekend. Bring it back fast. I can't stand the sight of it the way it is now." They were glad for the extra paycheck. In fact, just about every workman on the place was happy to work the weekend. All new heating and filtering equipment was being installed for the pool. The gas connections were satisfactory. The new electric service was already going in. And Michael got on the phone to another painting crew to take care of the cabana. Sure, they'd work Saturday for time and a half. Wouldn't take much to paint its wooden doors and refit its shower, lavatory, and small changing room. "So what color do you want the house to be?" Michael asked. "They'll get to the outside painting faster than you think."
And you want the cabana and the garçonniere painted the same color, don't you? Tell me what you want, she said. I'd leave it the violet color it's always been. The dark green shutters go with it just fine. I'd keep the whole scheme, actually. Blue for the roofs of the porches, and gray for the porch floors, and black for the cast iron. By the way, I found a little man who can replace the pieces of the iron that are missing. He's already making the molds. He has his own shop back by the river. Did anyone tell you about the iron fence that runs around this property? Tell me. It's even older than the house. It was the early 19th century version of chain link. That is, it was prefab. And it goes all the way down to First Street and turns on Camp, because that's how big the property once was. Now, we should paint it. Just a nice coat of black paint is all it needs, just like the railings. Bring in all the crews you need, she said. The violet color is perfect, and if you have to make a decision without me, make it. Make it look like you think it should look. Spend what you think ought to be spent. You're a contractor's dream, darling, he said. We're off to a roaring start. Gotta go. See that man who just came out the back door? He's coming to tell me he ran into a problem with the upstairs bathroom walls. I knew he would. Don't work too hard, she said in his ear, her deep velvety voice bringing the chills up on him. A nice little throb of excitement caught him between the legs as she crushed her breasts against his arm. No time for it. Work too hard? I'm just warming up. And let me tell you something else, Rowan. There are a couple of damn near irresistible houses I'd like to tackle in this town when we're through here. I see the future, Rowan. I see great expectations with offices on Magazine Street. I could bring those houses back slowly and carefully and ride out the bad market. This house is only the first. How much do you need to pick them up? Honey, I have the money to do that, he said, kissing her quickly. I've got plenty of money. Ask your cousin Ryan if you don't believe me. If he hasn't already run a complete credit check on me, I'd be very surprised. Michael, if he says one wrong word to you, Rowan, I'm in paradise. Relax. Saturday and Sunday rolled by at the same grand pace. The gardeners worked until after dark, mowing down the weeds and digging the old cast-iron furniture out of the brush. Rowan and Michael and Aaron set up the old table and chairs in the center of the lawn, and there they had their lunch each day. Aaron was making some progress with Julien's book, but they were mostly lists of names with brief, enigmatic statements. No real autobiography at all. So far, my most unkind guess is that these are lists of successful vendettas. He read a sampling. April 4th, 1889, Hendrickson paid out as he deserved. May 9th, 1889, Carlos paid in kind. June 7th, 1889, furious with Wendell for his display of temper last night. Showed him a thing or two. No more worries there. It goes on like that, said Aaron. Page after page, book after book. Occasionally there are little maps and drawings and financial notes, but for the most part that's all it is. I'd say there are approximately 22 entries per year. I've yet to come upon a coherent full paragraph. No, if the autobiography exists, it's not here. What about the attic? Are you game to go up there? Asked Rowan. Not now. I had a fall last night. What are you talking about? On the staircase at the hotel. I was impatient with the elevator. I fell to the first landing. It might have been worse. Aaron, why didn't you tell me? Well, this is soon enough. There's nothing out of the ordinary about it, except that I don't recall losing my footing. But I've a sore ankle, and I'd like to put off going up into the attic. Rowan was crestfallen, angry. She gazed up at the facade of the house. There were workmen everywhere, on the parapets, on the porches, in the open bedroom windows. Don't become unduly alarmed, said Aaron. I want you to know, but I don't want you to fret. It was clear to Michael that Rowan was speechless. He could feel her fury. He could see the disfigurement of the anger in her face. We've seen nothing here, said Michael to Aaron. Absolutely nothing. And no one else has seen anything, at least not anything worth mentioning to either of us. You were pushed, weren't you?
asked Rowan in a low voice. Perhaps, said Aaron. He's deviling you. I think so, said Aaron with a little nod. He likes to knock Julien's books about, too, when he has the opportunity, which seems to be whenever I leave the room. Again, I thought it important you know about it, but I don't want you to fret. Why is he doing it? Maybe he wants your attention, said Aaron. But I hesitate to say. Whatever the case, trust that I can protect myself. The work here does seem to be coming along splendidly. No problems, said Michael, but he was pitched into gloom. After lunch, he walked Aaron to the gate. I'm having too much fun, aren't I? He asked. Of course you aren't, said Aaron. What a strange thing to say. I wish it would come to a boil, said Michael. I think I'll win when it does. But the waiting is driving me nuts. After all, what is he waiting for? What about your hands? I do wish you'd try to go without the gloves. I have. I take off the gloves for a couple of hours each day. I can't get used to the heat, the zinging feeling, even when I can blot everything else out. Look, do you want me to walk with you back to the hotel? Of course not. I'll see you there tonight if you have time for a drink. Yeah, it's like a dream coming true, isn't it? He asked wistfully. I mean, for me. No, for both of us, said Aaron. You trust me? Why on earth would you ask? Do you think I'm going to win? Do you think I'm going to do what they want of me? What do you think? I think she loves me, and that it's going to be wonderful what happens. So do I. He felt good, and each successive hour brought some new realization of it. And in his time at the house there had been no other fragmentary memories of the vision, no sense of the ghost. It was comfortable each night being with Rowan, comfortable being in the spacious old suite and making love, and then getting up again to go back to work on the books and on the notes. It was comfortable being tired from a day of physical exertion and feeling his body springing back from those 2 months of torpor and too much beer. He was drinking little or no beer now, and in the absence of the dulling alcohol, his senses were exquisitely sharpened. He could not get enough of Rowan's sleek, girlish body and her inexhaustible energy. Her total lack of narcissism or self-consciousness awakened in him a roughness that she seemed to love. There were times when their lovemaking was like horseplay, and even more violent than that. But it always ended in tenderness and a feverish embrace, so that he wondered how he had ever slept all these years without her arms around him. 34. Her private time was still the early morning. No matter how late she read, she opened her eyes at 4 o'clock. And no matter how early he went to bed, Michael slept like the dead till 9, unless someone shook him or screamed at him. It was all right. It gave her the margin of quiet that her soul demanded. Never had she known a man who accepted her so completely as she was. Nevertheless, there were moments when she had to get away from everyone. Loving him these last few days, she had understood for the first time why she had always taken her men in small doses. This was slavery, this persistent passion, the inability to even look at his smooth, naked back or the little gold chain around his powerful neck without wanting him, without gritting her teeth silently at the thought of reaching under the covers and stroking the dark hair around his balls and making his cock grow hard in her hand. That his age gave him some leverage against her, the ability to say after the second time, tenderly but firmly, "No, I can't do it again," made him all the more tantalizing, worse perhaps than a teasing young boy, though she didn't really know, because she'd never been teased by a young boy. But when she considered the kindness, the mellowness, the total lack of young man self-centeredness and hatefulness in him, the trade-off of age against boundless energy was a perfect bargain indeed. I want to spend the rest of my life with you, she had whispered this morning, running her finger down the coarsened black stubble which covered not only his chin but his throat, knowing that he wouldn't stir. Yes, my conscience and my body need you. Everything I'll ever be needs you. She had even kissed him without a chance of waking him. But now was her time alone, with him safely out of sight and out of mind. And it was such an extraordinary time to walk through the deserted streets just as the sun was rising, to see the squirrels racing through the oaks, and to hear the violent birds crying mournfully and even desperately. A mist sometimes crawled along the brick pavements, and the iron fences shimmered with the dew. The sky was shot through and through with red, bloody as a sunset, fading slowly into blue daylight. The house was cool at this hour, and this morning she was glad of it because the heat in general had begun to wear on her, and she had an errand to perform which gave her no pleasure. She should have attended to it before now, but it was one of those little things she wanted to ignore, to weed out from all the rest that was being offered her. But as she went up the stairs now, she found herself almost eager. A little twinge of excitement caught her by surprise. She went into the old master bedroom, which had belonged to her mother, and moved to the far side of the bed, where the velvet purse of gold coins still lay, ignored, on the marble-top bedside table. The jewel box was there, too. In all the hubbub, no one had dared touch them. On the contrary, at least 6 different workmen had come to report that these items were there, and somebody ought to do something about them. Yes, something about them. She stared down at the gold coins, which spilled out of the old velvet bag in a grimy heap. God only knew where they had actually come from. Then she gathered up the sack, put the loose coins inside, picked up the jewel box, and took them down to her favorite room, which was the dining room. The soft morning light was just breaking through the soiled windows. A plasterer's drop-cloth covered half the floor, and a tall, spidery ladder reached to the unfinished patchwork on the ceiling. She pushed back the canvas that covered the table, and removed the draping from the chair, and then she sat down with her load of treasures and put them in front of her. "You're here," she whispered. "I know you are. You're watching me." She felt cold as she said it. She laid out a handful of coins and pushed them apart, the better to see them in the gathering light. Roman coins. It didn't take an expert to see it. And here this was a Spanish coin with amazingly clear numerals and letters. She reached into the sack and pulled out another little trove. Greek coins? About these she wasn't certain. A stickiness clung to them, part damp and part dust. She longed to polish them. It struck her suddenly that that would be a good task for Eugenia, polishing all these coins. And no sooner had the thought made her smile than she thought she heard a sound in the house. A vague rustling. Just the singing of the boards, Michael would say if he were here. She paid no attention. She gathered up all the coins and shoved them back in the purse, pushed it aside, and took up the jewel box. It was very old, rectangular, with tarnished hinges. The velvet had worn through in some places to show the wood beneath, and it was deep inside, with 6 large compartments. The various jewels were in no order, however. Earrings, necklaces, rings, pins, they were all tangled together, and in the bottom of the box, like so many pebbles, were what appeared to be raw stones, gleaming dully. Were these real rubies? Emeralds? She could not imagine it. She did not know a real pearl from a fake, nor gold from an imitation, but these necklaces were fine artifacts, skillfully fashioned, and a sense of reverence and sadness came over her as she touched them. She thought of Antha hurrying through the streets of New York with a handful of coins to sell, and a stab of pain went through her. She thought of her mother lying in the rocker on the porch, the drool slipping down her chin, and all this wealth so near at hand, and the Mayfair emerald around her neck like some sort of child's bauble. The Mayfair emerald. She hadn't even thought of it since the first night when she tucked it away in the china pantry. She rose and went to the pantry now, unlocked all this time like everything else, and there was the small velvet case on the wooden shelf behind the glass door, among the Wedgwood cups and saucers just where she'd left it. She took it to the table, set it down, and carefully opened it. The jewel of jewels, large, rectangular, glinting exquisitely in its dark gold setting. And now that she knew the history, how she had changed towards it. On the first night it had seemed unreal and faintly repulsive. Now it seemed a living thing, with a tale to tell of its own, and she found herself hesitant to remove it from the soiled velvet. Of course it did not belong to her. It belonged to those who had believed in it, and who had worn it with pride, those who had wanted him to come to them. Just for a moment she felt a longing to be one of them. She tried to deny it, but she felt it, a longing to accept with a whole heart the entire inheritance. Was she blushing? She felt the warmth in her face. Maybe it was simply the humid air and the sun rising slowly outside, and the garden filling up with a bright light that made the trees come alive beyond the glass, and made the sky suddenly blue in the topmost panes of the windows. But it was more likely shame that she felt. Shame that Aaron or Michael might know what she'd been thinking. Lusting after the devil like a witch. She laughed softly. And it seemed unfair suddenly, very unfair, that he should be her sworn enemy before they'd even met. "What are you waiting for?" she asked aloud. "Are you like the shy vampire of myth who must be invited in? I think not. This is your home. You're here now. You're listening to me and watching me." She sat back in the chair, her eyes running over the murals as they slowly came to life in the pale sunlight. For the first time, she spied a tiny woman naked in the window of the dim plantation house in the painting, and another faded nude seated upon the dark green bank of the small lagoon. It made her smile, rather like discovering a secret. She wondered if Michael had seen these two tawny beauties. Oh, the house was full of undiscovered things, and so was its sad and melancholy garden. Beyond the windows, the cherry laurel suddenly swayed in the breeze. In fact, it began to dance, as if a wind had caught its stiff dark limbs. She heard it stroke the banister of the porch. It scraped against the roof above, and then settled back to itself, as the wind moved on, it seemed, to the distant crepe myrtle. Entrancing the way the high, thin branches, full of pink blossoms, succumbed to the dance, and the entire tree thrashed against the gray wall of the neighboring house and sent down a shower of dappled, fluttering leaves, like so much light falling in tiny pieces. Her eyes misted slightly. She was conscious of the relaxation of her limbs, of giving in to a vague dreaminess. Yes, look at the tree dance. Look at the cherry laurel again, and the shower of green coming down on the boards of the porch. Look at the thin limbs reaching all the way in to scrape the window panes. With a dull shock, she focused her eyes, staring at the branches, staring at their concerted, deliberate movement as they stroked the glass. "You," she whispered. Lasher in the trees. Lasher the way Deirdre would make him come outside the boarding school, and Rita May never knew what she'd actually described to Aaron Leitner. She was rigid now in the chair. The tree was bending close, and then swaying back ever so gracefully, and this time the branches veritably blotted out the sun, and the leaves tumbled down the glass, broken and spinning. Yet the room was warm and airless. She did not remember rising to her feet, but she was standing. Yes, he was there. He was making the trees move, for nothing else on earth could make them move like that. and the tiny hairs were standing up on the backs of her arms, and she felt a vague chill over her scalp, as if something were touching her. It seemed the air around her changed. Not a breeze, no, more like a curtain brushing her. She turned around and stared out through the empty window at Chestnut Street. Had there been something there? A great dense shadow for a moment? A thing contracting and then expanding, like a dark sea being with tentacles? No, nothing but the oak across the street, and the sky growing ever more radiant. "Why don't you speak?" she said. "I'm here alone." How strange her voice sounded. But there were other sounds intruding now. She heard voices outside. A truck had stopped, and she could hear the scrape of the gate as the workmen pushed it back on the flagstones. Even as she waited, her head bowed, there came the turning of the knob. "Hey there, Dr. Mayfair." "Morning, Dart. Morning, Rob." "Morning, Billy." Heavy feet mounted the stairs. With a soft, deep vibration, the little elevator was being brought down, and soon its brass door opened with the familiar dull clang. Yes, their house now. She turned sluggishly, almost stubbornly, and gathered together the entire trove of treasures. She took them into the china pantry and put them in the large drawer where the old tablecloths had once been, moldering before they were discarded. The old key was still in the lock. She turned it and put the key in her pocket. Then she went back out, stepped slow, uneasy, relinquishing the house to the others. At the gate she turned and looked back. No breeze at all in the garden. Just to make certain of what she'd seen, she turned and followed the path, around and past her mother's old porch, and back to the servants' gallery that ran along the dining room. Yes, littered with curling green leaves. Something brushed her again, and she turned around, her arm up as if to defend herself from a dangling spiderweb. A stillness seemed to drop down around her. No sounds had followed her here. The foliage grew high and dense over the balustrade. "What keeps you from speaking to me?" she whispered. "Are you really afraid?" Nothing moved. The heat seemed to rise from the flagstones beneath her. Tiny gnats congregated in the shadows. The big, drowsy white ginger lilies leaned over close to her face, and a dull crackling sound slowly drew her eye to the depths of the garden patch, to a dark tangle from which a vagrant purple iris sprang, savage and shivering, the hideous mouth of a flower, its stem snapping back now as though a cat darting through the brush had bent it down carelessly. She watched it sway and then right itself and grow still, its ragged petals trembling. Lurid it looked. She had the urge to put her finger into it, as if it were an organ. But what was happening to it? She stared, the heat heavy on her eyelids, the gnats rising so that she lifted her right hand to drive them away. Was the flower actually growing? No. Something had injured it, and it was breaking from its stem, that was all. And how monstrous it looked, how enormous. But it was all in her perspective. The heat, the stillness, the sudden coming of the men like intruders into her domain right at the moment of her greatest peace. She could be sure of nothing. She took her handkerchief out of her pocket and blotted her cheeks, and then walked down the path towards the gate. She felt confused, unsure, guilty that she'd come alone, and uncertain that anything unusual had happened. All her many plans for the day came back to her. So much to do, so many real things to do, and Michael would be getting up just about now. If she hurried, they might have breakfast together. 35. Monday morning, Michael and Rowan went downtown together to obtain their Louisiana driver's licenses. You couldn't buy a car here until you had the state driver's license. And when they turned in their California licenses, which they had to do in order to receive the Louisiana license, It was sort of ceremonial and final and oddly exciting, like giving up a passport or citizenry, perhaps. Michael found himself glancing at Rowan, and he saw her secretive and delighted smile. They had a light dinner Monday night at the Desire Oyster Bar, a searing hot gumbo full of shrimp and andouille sausage and ice-cold beer. The doors of the place were open along Bourbon Street, the overhead fans stirring the cool air around them, the sweet, light-hearted jazz pouring out of the mahogany hall bar across the street. "That's the New Orleans sound," Michael said. "That jazz with a real song in it, a joie de vivre. Nothing ever dark in it, nothing ever really mournful, not even when they play for the funerals." "Let's take a walk," she said. "I want to see all these seedy joints for myself." They spent the evening in the Quarter, roaming away from the garish lights of Bourbon Street finally, and past the elegant shop windows of Royal and Charter, and then back to the river lookout opposite Jackson Square. The size of the Quarter obviously amazed Rowan, as well as the feeling of authenticity which had somehow survived the renovations and the various improvements. Michael found himself overwhelmed again by the inevitable memories. Sundays down here with his mother. He could not argue against the improvements of curbs and street lamps and new cobblestones laid around Jackson Square. The place seemed, if anything, more vital now than it had been in its shabbier and more volatile past. It felt so good after the long walk to sit on the bench at the riverfront, merely watching the dark glitter of the water, watching the dancing boats, strung with lights like big wedding cakes, as they swept past the distant, indistinct shapes of the far bank. A gaiety prevailed among the tourists who came and went from the lookout, soft conversation and random bursts of laughter. Couples embraced in the shadows. A lone saxophonist played a ragged, soulful song for the quarters people tossed into the hat at his feet. Finally they walked back into the thick of the pedestrian traffic, making their way to the soiled old Café du Monde for the famous café au lait and sugared donuts. They sat for a while in the warm air as the others came and went from the sticky little tables around them, then meandered out among the glitzy shops which now filled the old French market across from the sad and graceful buildings of Decatur Street with their iron-lace balconies and slender iron colonnettes. Because she asked him to, he drove her up through the Irish Channel, skirting the dark, brooding ruin of the St. Thomas Project, and following the river with its deserted warehouses for as long as he could. Annunciation Street looked a little better in the night, maybe, with cheerful lights in the windows of the little houses. They drove on, uptown, on a narrow, tree-lined street, into the Victorian section, where the rambling houses were full of gingerbread and fretwork, and he pointed out to her his old-time favorites, and those he would love to restore. How extraordinary it felt to have money in his pockets in his old hometown, to know he could buy those houses just the way he'd dreamed of it in the long-ago hopelessness and desperation of childhood. Rowan seemed eager, happy, curious about things around her. No regrets, apparently. But then it was so soon. She talked now and then in easy bursts, her deep grosgrain voice always charming him and distracting him slightly from the content of what she said. She agreed the people here were incredibly friendly. They took their time about everything they did, but they were so completely without meanness it was almost hard to figure out. The accents of the family members baffled her. Beatrice and Ryan spoke with a touch of New York in their voices. Louisa had a completely different accent, and young Pierce didn't sound like his father, and all of them sounded just a little bit like Michael sooner or later on some word. "Don't tell them that, honey," he cautioned her. "I'm from the other side of Magazine Street, and they know it. Don't think they don't." "They think you're wonderful," she said, dismissing his comment. "Pierce says you're an old-fashioned man." He laughed. "Well, hell," Michael said. "Maybe I am." They stayed up late, drinking beer and talking. The old suite was as large as an apartment, with its den and its kitchen, as well as the living room and the bedroom. He wasn't getting drunk at all these days, and he knew she was aware of it, but she didn't say anything, which was just as well. They talked about the house and all the little things they meant to do. Did she miss the hospital? Yes, she did, but that wasn't important right now. She had a plan, a great plan for the future, which she would disclose soon enough. But you can't give up medicine. You don't mean that? Of course I don't, she said patiently, dropping her voice a little for emphasis. On the contrary, I've been thinking about medicine in an entirely different light. How do you mean? It's too soon to explain. I'm not sure myself, but the question of the legacy changes things. And the more I learn about the legacy, the more things are going to change. I'm in a new internship with Mayfair and Mayfair. The subject is money. She gestured to the papers on the table. And it's moving along pretty well. You really want to do this? Michael, everything we do in life we do with certain expectations. I grew up with money. That meant I could go to medical school and proceed right through a long residency in neurosurgery. I didn't have a husband or kids to worry about. I didn't have anything to worry about. But now the sums of money have changed radically. With money like the Mayfair money, one could fund research projects, build whole laboratories. Conceivably, one could set up a clinic adjacent to a medical center for work in one specialty of neurosurgery. She shrugged. You see what I mean? Yeah, but if you become involved in that way, it will take you out of the operating room, won't it? You will have to be an administrator. Possibly, she said. The point is, the legacy presents a challenge. I have to use my imagination, as the cliché goes. He nodded. I see what you're saying, he responded. But are they going to give you trouble? Ultimately, yes, but it's not important. When I'm ready to make my moves, that won't matter, and I'll make the changes as smoothly and tactfully as I can. What changes? Again, it's too early. I'm not ready yet to draw up a grand plan. But I'm thinking of a neurological center here in New Orleans with the finest equipment obtainable and laboratories for independent research. Good Lord, I never thought of anything like that. Before now, I never had the remotest chance of inaugurating a research program and completely controlling it. You know, determining the goals, the standards, the budget. She had a faraway look in her eye. The important thing is to think in terms of the size of the legacy, and to think for myself. A vague uneasiness seized him. He didn't know why. He felt a chill rise on the back of his neck as he heard her say, Wouldn't that be the redemption, Michael, if the Mayfair legacy went into healing? Surely you see it, all the way from Suzanne and Jan van Abel, the surgeon, to a great and innovative medical center devoted, of course, to the saving of lives. He sat there pondering and unable to answer. She gave a little shrug and put her hands to her temples. Oh, there's so much to study, she said, so much to learn. But can't you see the continuity? Yeah, continuity, he said under his breath. Like the continuity he was so certain of when he woke in the hospital after he drowned. Everything connected. They chose me because of who I was, and it's all connected. It's all possible, she said, scanning him for reaction. A little flame danced in her cheeks, in her eyes. They're near to perfect, he said. So why do you look like that? What's the matter? I don't know. Michael, stop thinking about those visions. Stop thinking about invisible people in the sky giving our lives meaning. There are no ghosts in the attic. Think for yourself. I am, Rowan. I am. Don't get angry. It's a stunning idea. It's perfect. I don't know why it makes me uneasy. Have a little patience with me, honey. Like you said, our dreams have to be in proportion to our resources. And so it's a little over my head. All you have to do is love me and listen to me, and let me think out loud. I'm with you, Rowan. Always.
I think it's great."
"You're having trouble imagining it," she said. "I understand. I've only begun myself. But goddamn it, the money's there, Michael. There is something absolutely obscene about the amount of that money. For 2 generations, these corporation lawyers have tended this fortune, allowing it to feed upon itself and multiply like a monster." "Yeah, I know," he said. "Long ago they lost sight of the fact that it was the property of one person. It belongs to itself in some horrible way. It's greater than any human being should have or control." "A lot of people would agree with you," he said. But he couldn't shake that memory of lying in the hospital bed in San Francisco and believing that his whole life had meaning, that everything he'd ever done and been was about to be redeemed. "Yes, it would redeem everything," he said. "Wouldn't it?" So why did he see the grave in his mind, with its 12 slots and the doorway above, and the name Mayfair inscribed in big letters, and the flowers withering in the suffocating heat? He forced himself out of this and went for the best distraction he knew. Just looking at her, just looking and thinking about touching her, and resisting the urge, though she was only inches from him, and willing, yes, almost surely willing to be touched. It was working. A little switch was suddenly thrown in the ruthless mechanism called his brain. He was thinking of how her naked legs looked in the lamplight, and how delicate and full her breasts looked beneath her short silk gown. Breasts always struck him as miracles. When you touched them and suckled them, they seemed entirely too luscious to be more than momentary. Like sherbet or whipped cream, you expected them to melt in your mouth. That they stayed there day after day just waiting for you was part of the whole impossibility of the female sex for him. That was all the science he knew. He bent forward, pressed his lips against her neck, and gave a little determined growl. "Now you've done it," she whispered. "Yeah, well, it's about time," he said, in the same deep voice. "How would you like to be carried to bed?" "I'd love it," she purred. "You haven't done that since the first time." "Right. How could I have been so thoughtless?" he whispered. "What kind of an old-fashioned man am I?" He shoved his left arm under her hot, silky thighs and cradled her shoulders with his right, kissing her as he picked her up, secretly exultant that he didn't lose his balance and go sprawling. But he had her, light and clinging, and suddenly feverishly compliant. Making it to the bed was a cinch. On Tuesday, the air-conditioning men began their work. There were enough gallery roofs for every piece of equipment. Joseph, the decorator, had taken away all the French furniture that needed restoration. The beautiful old bedroom sets, all dating from the plantation era, needed no more than polishing, and the cleaning women could take care of that. The plasterers had finished in the front bedroom, and the painters sealed off the area with plastic drapery so that they could get a clean job in spite of the dust from the work going on in the rest of the house. Rowan had chosen a light champagne beige for the bedroom walls and white for the ceiling and the woodwork. The carpet men had come to measure upstairs. The floor men were sanding the dining room, where for some reason a fancy oak floor had been laid over the old heart pine, which needed only a fresh coat of polyurethane. Michael had checked out the chimneys himself from the roof. The wood-burning fireplaces of the library and the double parlor were all in good condition with an excellent draft. The rest of the hearths had long ago been fitted for gas, and some of them were sealed. It was decided to change the heaters to the more attractive kind, which looked like real coal fires. Meantime, the appliances in the kitchen had all been replaced. The old wooden butcher-block countertops were being sanded. They would be varnished by the end of next week. Rowan sat cross-legged on the parlor floor with the decorator, surrounded by swatches of brilliant-colored cloth. It was a beige silk she chose for the front room draperies. She wanted something in darker damask for the dining room, something that would blend with the faded plantation murals. Upstairs, everything was to be cheerful and light. Michael went through books of paint chips, choosing soft peach tones for the lower floor, a dark beige for the dining room, which would pick up a major color in the murals, and white for the kitchen and pantries. He was soliciting bids from the window cleaners and from the companies which cleaned chandeliers. The grandfather clock in the parlor was being repaired. By late Friday morning, Beatrice's housekeeper, Trina, had purchased all new bedding for the various upstairs rooms, including new down pillows and comforters, and the linens had been packed with sachets into the armoires and the dresser drawers. The ductwork had been completed in the attic. The old wallpaper was down in Millie's room, and the old sick room and Carlotta's room, and the plasterers had almost completed the proper preparation of the walls for fresh paint. The burglar alarm system had also been finished, including smoke detectors, glass protectors, and buttons to summon emergency medical help. Meantime, another crew of painters was at work in the parlor. The only flaw in the day, perhaps, was Rowan's noontime argument by phone with Dr. Larkin in San Francisco. She had told him she was taking an extended vacation. He felt she had sold out. An inheritance and a fancy house in New Orleans had lured her away from her true vocation. Clearly, her vague statements as to her purpose and her future only further inflamed him. Finally, she became exasperated. She wasn't turning her back on her life's work. She was thinking in terms of new horizons, and when she wanted to talk about it with him, she'd let him know. When she got off the phone, she was exhausted. She wasn't even going back to California to close up the Tiburon house. "It chills me even to think of it," she said. "I don't know why I feel so strongly. I just don't ever want to see the place again. I can't believe I've escaped. I could pinch myself to know for sure that I'm not dreaming." Michael understood. Nevertheless, he advised her not to sell the house until a certain amount of time had passed. She shrugged. She'd put it on the market tomorrow if she hadn't already rented the place to Dr. Slattery, her San Francisco replacement. In exchange for an extremely low rent and a waiver of deposits, Slattery had cheerfully agreed to box up everything personal in the house and ship it south. Ryan had arranged for warehouse storage. "Those boxes will probably stay there unopened," she said, "for 20 years. At about 2 on Friday, Michael went with Rowan to the Mercedes-Benz dealer on St. Charles Avenue. Now, this was a fun errand. It was in the same block as the hotel. When he was a kid walking home from the old library at Lee Circle, he used to go into this big showroom and open the doors of the stunningly beautiful German cars and swoon over them for as long as he could get away with it before a salesman took notice. He didn't bother mentioning it. The fact was, he had a memory for every block they passed, everything they did. He merely watched with quiet amusement as Rowan wrote out a check for 2 cars, the jaunty little 500 SL 2-seater convertible and the big classy 4-door sedan, both in cream with caramel leather upholstery, because that is what they had there on the floor. The day before, he himself had picked up a neat, shiny, and luxurious American van, in which he could stow anything he wanted, yet still speed around in comfort and ease with the air conditioning and the radio roaring. It amused him that Rowan did not seem to find the experience of buying these 2 cars to be anything remarkable. She did not even seem to find it interesting. She asked the salesman to deliver the sedan to First Street, drive it in the back carriage gates, and drop the keys at the Pontchartrain. The convertible they would take with them. She drove it out of the showroom and up St. Charles Avenue to a crawl in front of the hotel. "Let's get out of here this weekend," she said. "Let's forget about the house and the family." "Already?" he asked. He had been dreaming of taking one of the river boats for the supper cruise tonight. "I'll tell you why. I made the interesting discovery that the best white beaches in Florida are less than 4 hours from here. Did you know that?" "That's right, they are. There are a couple of houses for sale in a Florida town called Destin, and one of them has its own boat slip nearby. I picked up all this from Wheatfield and Beatrice. Wheatfield and Pierce used to go to Destin at spring break. Beatrice goes all the time. Ryan made the calls for me to the real estate agent. What do you say?
Well, sure, why not?
Another memory, thought Michael. That summer when he was 15, and the family drove to those very white beaches on the panhandle of Florida. Green water under the red sunset. And he'd been thinking about it the day he drowned off Ocean Beach, almost an hour exactly before he met Rowan Mayfair. "I didn't know we were so close to the Gulf," she said. "Now the Gulf is serious water. I mean, like the Pacific Ocean is serious water."
I know,
he laughed.
"I know serious water when I see it."
He really broke up. "Well, look, I'm dying to see the Gulf." "Of course. I haven't been in the Gulf since I was in high school and we went to the Caribbean. If it's as warm as I remember it, yes, that is definitely worth a trip. You know, I can probably get somebody to bring the sweet Christine down here, or better yet, buy a new boat. Ever cruise the Gulf or the Caribbean?" "No." He shook his head.
"I should have known after I saw that house in Tiburon."
"Just 4 hours, Michael," she said. "Come on, it won't take us 15 minutes to pack a bag." They made one last stop at the house. Eugenia was at the kitchen table, polishing up all the silver plate from the kitchen drawers. "It's a joy to see this place come back," she said. "Yes, it is, isn't it?" said Michael. He put his arm lightly around her thin shoulder. "How about moving back into your old room, Eugenia? You want to?" "Oh, yes," she said, she'd love to. She'd stay this weekend, certainly. She was too old for all those children at her son's house. She was screaming too much at those children. She'd be happy to come back. And yes, she still had her key. "But you don't never need no keys around here." The painters were working late upstairs. The yard crew would be there until dark. Dot Henley, Michael's second in command, gladly agreed to oversee everything for the weekend. No worry at all. "Look, the pool's almost finished," Rowan said. Indeed, all the patchwork inside had been done, and they were applying the final paint. All the wild growth had been cleared from the flagstone decking, the diving boards had been restored, and the graceful limestone balustrade had been uncovered throughout the garden. The thick boxwood had been taken out. More old cast-iron chairs and tables had been discovered in the disappearing brush, and the lower flagstone steps of the side screen porch had been uncovered, proving that before Deirdre's time it had been open. One could again walk out from the side windows of the parlor, across the flags, and down and onto the lawn.
"We ought to leave it that way, Rowan. It needs to be open," Michael said. "And besides, we have that nice little screened porch off the kitchen in back. They've already put up the new screen back there. Come, take a look."
"You think you can tear yourself away?" Rowan asked. She tossed him the car keys. "Why don't you drive?" she asked. "I think I make you nervous."
"Only when you run lights and stop signs at such high speeds," he said. "I mean, it's breaking 2 laws simultaneously that makes me nervous."
"Okay, handsome, as long as you get us there in 4 hours. He took one last look at the house. The light here was like the light of Florence. On that score she had been right. Washing down the high south facade, it made him think of the old palazzi of Italy. And everything was going so well, so wonderfully well. He felt an odd pain inside him, a twinge of sadness and pure happiness. "I am here, really here," he thought silently, not dreaming about it any longer far away, but here. And the visions seemed distant, fading, unreal to him. He had not had another flash of them in so long. But Rowan was waiting, and the clean white southern beaches were waiting. More of his wonderful old world to be reclaimed. It crossed his mind suddenly that it would be luscious to make love to her in yet another new bed. 36. They rode into the town of Fort Walton, Florida, at 8 o'clock, after a long, slow crawl out of Pensacola. The whole world had come down to the beach tonight, bumper to bumper. To press on to Destin was to risk finding no accommodations. As it was, the older wing of a Holiday Inn was the only thing left. All the money in the world couldn't buy a suite at the fancier hotels, and the little helter-skelter town with all its neon signs was a mite depressing in its highway shabbiness. The room itself seemed damned near unbearable, smelly and dimly lighted, with dilapidated furniture and lumpy beds. But then they changed into their bathing suits and walked out the glass door at the end of the corridor and found themselves on the beach. The world opened up, warm and wondrous under a heaven of brilliant stars. Even the glassy green of the water was visible in the pouring moonlight. The breeze had not the faintest touch of a chill in it. It was even silkier than the river breeze of New Orleans, and the sand was a pure, surreal white and fine as sugar under their feet. They walked out together into the surf. For a moment Michael could not quite believe the delicious temperature of the water, nor its glassy, shining softness as it swirled around his ankles. In a strange moment of circular time, he saw himself at Ocean Beach on the other side of the continent, his fingers frozen, the bitter Pacific wind lashing his face, thinking of this very place, this seemingly mythical and impossible place, beneath the southern stars. If only they could receive all this, and hold it to their breasts, and keep it, and cast off the dark things that waited and brooded and were sure to reveal themselves. Rowan threw herself forward into the water. She gave a slow, sweet laugh. She nudged at his leg with her foot, and he let himself tumble down into the shallow, warm waves beside her. Going back on his elbows, he let the water bathe his face. They swam out together, with long, lazy strokes, through gentle waves, where their feet still scraped the bottom, until it was so deep finally that they could stand with the water up to their shoulders. The white dunes down the beach gleamed like snow in the moonlight, and the distant lights of the larger hotels twinkled softly and silently beneath the black, star-filled sky. He hugged Rowan, feeling her wet limbs sealed against him. The world seemed altogether impossible, something imagined in its utter easiness, its absence of all barriers or harshness or assaults upon the senses or the flesh. "This is paradise," she said. "It really is. God, Michael, how could you ever leave?" She broke from him, not waiting for an answer, and swam with swift, strong strokes towards the horizon. He remained where he was, his eyes scanning the heavens, picking out the great constellation of Orion with its belt of jewels. If he had ever been this happy before in his life, he couldn't remember it. He absolutely couldn't. No one had ever created in him the happiness that she did. Nothing ever created in him the happiness of this moment, this freshness and beauty and motherly warmth. Yes, back where I belong, and I have her with me, and I don't care about all the rest. Not now, he thought. Saturday they spent looking at the available property. Much of the beachfront from Fort Walton to Seaside was taken up by the large resorts and high-rise condominiums. The individual houses were few and at a great price. At about 3 o'clock they walked into the house, a Spartan modern affair with low ceilings and severe white walls. The rectangular windows made the gulf view into a series of paintings in simple frames. The horizon cut the paintings exactly in half. Down below the high front decks were the dunes, which must be preserved, it was explained to them, as they were the protection against the high waves when the hurricanes came. By means of a long pier, they walked out over the dunes, and then went down weathered wooden steps to the beach itself. In the dazzle of the sun, the whiteness was again unbelievable. The water was a perfect foaming green. Far, far down the beach to either side, the high-rises broke the vista with their white towers, seemingly as clean and geometric as this little house itself. The cliffs and crags and trees of California were utterly absent. It was a wholly different environment, suggestive of the Greek islands, in spite of its flatness, a cubist landscape of blinding light and sharp lines. He liked it. He told her that immediately. Yes, he really did like it, and this house would be just fine. Above all, he liked the contrast to the lushness of New Orleans. The house was well built, with its coral-colored tile floors and thick carpets, and its gleaming stainless steel kitchen. Yes, cubist and stark, and inexplicably beautiful in its own way. The one disappointment for Rowan was that a boat couldn't be docked here, that she would have to drive a couple of miles to the marina on the bay side of the highway and take the boat out through Destin Harbor into the Gulf. But that was not so terribly inconvenient when one measured it against the luxury of this long stretch of unspoiled beach. As Rowan and the agent rode up the offer to purchase, Michael walked out on the weathered deck. He shaded his eyes as he studied the water. He tried to analyze the sense of serenity it produced in him, which surely had to do with the warmth and the deep brilliance of the colors. In retrospect, it seemed that the hues and tints of San Francisco had always been mixed with ashes, and that the sky had always been half invisible beyond a fog or a deep mist or a fleece of unremarkable clouds. He could not connect this brilliant seascape to the cold gray Pacific, or to his scant, awful memories of the rescue helicopter, of lying there chilled and aching on the stretcher, his clothes drenched. This was his beach and his water, and it wouldn't hurt him. What the hell? Maybe he could even get to like being on the Sweet Christine down here. But he had to confess, the thought of that made him slightly sick. Late in the afternoon they dined in a little fish restaurant near the marina in Destin, very rough and noisy with the beer in plastic cups. The fresh fish was better than very good. At sunset they were on the motel beach again, sprawled in the weathered wooden chairs. Michael was making notes on things back at First Street. Rowan slept, her tanned skin quite noticeably darkened from the last week of time outdoors, and this 1 hour, perhaps, on the burning beach. Her hair was streaked with yellow. It made a pain in him to look at her, to realize how very young she was still. He woke her gently as the sun began to sink. Enormous and blood-red, it made its spectacular path across the glittering emerald sea. He shut his eyes finally because it was too much. He had to veer away from it and come back again, slowly, as the hot breeze ruffled his hair. At 9 o'clock that evening, after they had enjoyed a tolerable meal at a bayside restaurant, the call came from the real estate agent. Rowan's offer on the house had been accepted. No complications. The wicker and painted wood furniture was included. Fireplace fittings, dishes, everything would remain. They would move to clear title and close escrow as soon as possible. She could probably claim the keys in 2 weeks. On Sunday afternoon they visited the Destin Marina. The choice of boats was fabulous. But Rowan was still toying with the idea of sending for the Sweet Christine. She wanted something seaworthy, and there was really nothing here that surpassed the luxury and solidity of the old Sweet Christine. It was late afternoon when they started back. With the radio playing Vivaldi, they saw the sunset as they sped along Mobile Bay. The sky seemed limitless, gleaming with magical light beyond an endless terrain of darkening clouds. The scent of rain mingled with the heat. Home, where I belong, where the sky looks as I remember it, where the low country spreads out forever, and the air is my friend. Fast and silent the traffic flowed on the interstate highway. The low, cushy Mercedes-Benz cruised easily at 85. The music ripped the air with its high, pure violin glissandos. Finally the sky died to a wash of blinding gold. The dark, swampy woodlands closed around them as they sped into Mississippi, the 18-wheelers rumbling by, the lights of the little towns flickering for an instant, then vanishing as the last of the tarnished light died away. Did she miss the drama of California? He asked her. Miss the cliffs and the yellow hills? She was looking at the sky just as he was. You never saw such a sky out there. No, she said softly. She missed nothing. She was going to be sailing different waters, warm waters. After a long while, when it was truly dark, and the only view now was the view of the glowing red tail lamps before them, she said, "This is our honeymoon, isn't it?" "I guess it is." "I mean, it's the easy part, before you realize what kind of a person I really am." "And what kind is that?" "You want to ruin our honeymoon?" "It won't ruin it." He glanced at her. "Rowan, what are you talking about?" No answer. "You know you're the only person in this world I really know right now. You're the only one I don't handle literally with kid gloves. I know more about you than you realize, Rowan." "What would I do without you?" she whispered, snuggling back against the seat, stretching out her long legs. "Meaning?" "I don't know. But I've figured something out." "I'm afraid to ask." "He's not going to show himself till he gets ready." "I know." "He wants you here right now. He's standing back out of the way for you. He showed himself to you that first night just to entice you." "This is giving me the creeps. Why is he so willing to share you?" "I don't know. But I've given him opportunities, and he's not really showing himself. Strange things happen, crazy things, but I'm never sure." "Like what things?" "Oh, not worth dwelling on. Look, you're tired. You want me to drive for a while?" "Good Lord, no. And I'm not tired. I just don't want him here with us right now in this conversation. I have a feeling he'll come soon enough." Late that night he woke up in the big hotel bed alone. He found her sitting in the living room. He realized she'd been crying. "Rowan, what is it?" "Nothing, Michael. Nothing that doesn't happen to a woman once a month," she said. She gave a little forced smile, faintly bitter. "It's just... well, you'll probably think I'm insane, but I was hoping I was pregnant." He took her hand, not knowing whether it was the right thing to kiss her. He too felt the disappointment, but more significant, he felt happy that she had actually wanted to have a child. All this time he'd been afraid to ask her what her feelings were about such a thing, and his own carelessness had been worrying him. "That would have been great, darling," he said. "Just great." "You think so? You would have been happy?" "Absolutely." "Michael, let's do it then. Let's go on and get married." "Rowan, nothing would make me happier," he said simply. "But are you sure this is what you want?" She gave him a slow, patient smile. "Michael, you're not getting away," she said, with a small, playful frown. "What's the point of waiting?" He couldn't help but laugh. "And what about Mayfair Unlimited, Rowan? The cousins and company. You know what they're going to say, honey." She shook her head with the same knowing smile as before. "Do you want to hear what I have to say? We're fools if we don't do it." Her gray eyes were still rimmed in red, but her face was very tranquil now, and so pretty to look at, so soft to touch, so unlike the face of anyone he'd ever known, or loved, or even dreamed of. "Oh, I want to do it," he whispered, "but I'm 48 years old, Rowan. I was born in the same year your mother was born. Yes, I want it. I want it with all my heart. But I have to think of you." "Let's have the wedding at First Street, Michael," she said, in her soft, husky voice, her eyes puckering slightly. "What do you think? Wouldn't it be perfect? On that beautiful side lawn." "Perfect. Like the plan for the hospitals built upon the Mayfair legacy." "Perfect." He wasn't sure why he was hesitating. He couldn't resist. Yet it was all too good to be true. Too sweet, actually. Her openness and her love, and the pride it engendered in him, that this woman of all women should need and love him just the way he needed and loved her. Those cousins of yours will draw up all the papers to protect you. You know, the house, the legacy, all that. It's automatic. It's all entailed or something, but they'll probably manufacture a storehouse of papers of one kind or another. I'll sign on the dotted line. Michael, the papers really don't mean anything. What I have is yours. What I want is you, Rowan. Her face brightened. She drew her knees up, turned sideways on the couch to face him, and she leaned over and kissed him. Suddenly it hit him, grandly and deliciously. Getting married. Marrying Rowan. And the promise, the absolutely dazzling promise of a child. This kind of happiness was so completely unfamiliar to him that he was almost afraid. Almost, but not quite. It seemed the very thing that they must do at all costs. Preserve what they had and what they wanted against the dark current that had brought them together. And when he thought of the years ahead, of all the simple and heartbreakingly important possibilities, his happiness was too great to be expressed. He knew better than to even try. After a few moments of silence, bits of poetry came to him, little phrases that barely caught the light of his contentment the way a bit of glass catches light. They left him. He was contented and empty, and full of nothing but a quiet, inarticulate love. In perfect understanding, it seemed, they looked at each other. Questions of failure, of haste, all the what-ifs of life did not matter. The quiet in her was talking to the quiet in him. When they went into the bedroom, she said she wanted to spend their wedding night at the house and then go on to Florida for the honeymoon. Wouldn't that be the best way to handle it?